Chapter 1001. Entering the Shuang-Kian capital, Lin Mu and Jiang Luo traveled rapidly over the land with the help of Little Shrubby. They could witness the speed of Little Shrubby that had increased once more. Jiang Luo was relieved that he had made a better harness for Little Shrubby, or he feared that he might have been sent flying from the force. "It's good that you are not slowed down by my weight, either," Lin Mu said, seeing that Little Shrubby could maintain his speed either way. "This much is okay," Little Shrubby replied while running. They continued for a few hours and went past several towns, villages, and even cities before they reached their intended destination, the capital of the Shuang-Kian kingdom. Little Shrubby slowed down a few kilometers away from the city so that Lin Mu and Jiang Luo could get off. Tilde step, tilde step, tilde. Getting down from Little Shrubby's back, Lin Mu gazed at the city in the distance. Now the city looked small to him after seeing the many other kingdoms and sects. "Let's see how the situation in the city is now," Lin Mu muttered as he extended his spirit sense. They were barely 7 kilometers away from the city and would not be noticed easily this far if there was anyone strong in the city. Besides, Lin Mu's spirit sense had enough range to cover the entire city and go many more kilometers ahead. His spirit sense quickly spread as he started to scan the city. Multiple tendrils of spirit sense probed the many people that were in the city unknown to them. Even those that were at the nascent soul realm were unaware that there was someone watching them right now. Lin Mu finally got the full understanding of the city and what its power was at this moment, though he also came across several areas that blocked spirit sense. 3 mansions, the royal palace, and 2 unknown underground areas. Lin Mu noted the places that had formation arrays that blocked the spirit sense. Having noted the places of interest, Lin Mu got to seeing if there were any people being controlled by Gu Yao in the city, which there obviously were, and it was known to Lin Mu. What was not known was the exact number and who they were. Additionally, he wanted to know if there were any hidden secrets as well, though he reckoned those might be found in the place that could restrain his spirit sense. Several nascent soul realm cultivators in the city, almost all are being controlled. Then there are also 2 Dao shell realm cultivators here, Lin Mu informed Jiang Luo. "The Dao shell realm cultivators are out of the palace?" Jiang Luo asked. "Yes, it is strange. They should be in the palace, right? Unless they had something important for which they needed to leave," Lin Mu replied. "Possibly, but there are far too many things changing. It will be hard to tell unless we can get it out of them," Jiang Luo spoke. That's understandable," Lin Mu nodded his head. "Though, did you find Wu Hai?" Jiang Luo asked. "I haven't sensed him, but he should be in the mansion that he has. It is also one of the mansions that restricts the spirit sense," Lin Mu replied. "The other 2 might also have something important, not to mention the underground places," Jiang Luo spoke. We'll meet up with Wu Hai first and see what he knows. Then we can go ahead and check the other places. Perhaps he has some insights that will save us some time," Lin Mu stated. "All right, let's head in then," Jiang Luo said. Lin Mu looked towards Little Shrubby and spoke. "Become small again. This time you can see the city." "Okay, Tilda," Little Shrubby said, a hint of excitement present in his voice. Back when Lin Mu had come here earlier, Little Shrubby had to wait outside the city. Not just here, but he had to do that many times before, too. Only when Lin Mu made the alliance was Little Shrubby able to see the many cities. Of course, spotting him was often hard if he was running. Right now, only those in the alliance knew of his existence, while most commoners were unaware of him other than the ones in the Hong Lin kingdom. Thankfully for the Hong Lin kingdom, there was little to no chance of this information leaking with the security measures they had set up. Little Shrubby quickly shrunk down and jumped into Lin Mu's arms. Now he simply looked like a spirit beast pet that Lin Mu might be rearing, and not a tamed Dao shell realm beast that could very well flatten the capital. Jiang Luo watched the 2 and couldn't help but chuckle. "You know, if I didn't know, I would just think that you were some snob from a sect going out for a walk with your pet," Jiang Luo joked. "Do I really look like them?" Lin Mu asked, a golden sheen sneaking out from the side of his neck. Now that I think of it, nope, they can't come close to your bearing, Jiang Luo replied. Of course, master is the best, Little Shrubby said with a roar. Though the roar only sounded like a louder mew. Lin Mu rubbed Little Shrubby's head with a smile, and the three of them finally headed towards the city. Both of them restrained their spirit chi fluctuations to core condensation realm and easily managed to enter the city. This was an important skill that Lin Mu and Jiang Luo had come to use. Those that could not use it would be very easily caught. After all, the capital wouldn't just let in unknown cultivators at the Dao Shell realm who could easily threaten its safety from the inside. Lin Mu could control his spirit chi fluctuation on his own, while Jiang Luo used a restraining spirit tool. Though upon entering, both of them pulled some attention. Both of their appearances weren't something that were often seen after all. Chapter 1002, Center of Attention. Who's that young master? Is he a lord? Look at the large man. Damn, his arms are as big as my waist. He can probably curl me with a finger. Chatter could be heard as various people observed Lin Mu and Jiang Luo, who had just entered the city. They had not even entered that far in and were the center of attention. Little Shrubby was not free from it either. AHH, so cute. I want a cat like that too. Do you think you can even afford that? That cat is a spirit beast at the chi refining realm. Some of the girls couldn't hold back from crying and squealing upon seeing Little Shrubby, who was nestled in Lin Mu's arms. The beast laid calmly as he observed everything with its red eyes that gleamed like rubies. His red and black fur that was smooth and soft lightly waved in the breeze that was blowing, making him look only that much cuter. Tilda yip Tilda. But while the girls were having reactions like this, the animals and other beasts in the city were having different reactions. Lin Mu wasn't the only one with a spirit beast here as a pet, after all. Other people could also be seen walking around with such spirit beast pets. Most of them were cultivators, though a few of them were also commoners who were rich merchants or from aristocratic clans. All of their beasts were currently showing similar reactions. The dog beasts let out scared yips and couldn't help but hide their bodies behind their owners. What happened, De Huang? Why are you acting like this? A cultivator said to his dog. His companion looked at it too, and found it be acting very different from normal. Is it scared? The companion said. How can this be? Isn't he a fierce claw spirit hound at the mid-stage of the chi refining realm? I don't know, he's usually very brave. The owner of the spirit beast said, unaware that a certain beast was staring at his pet. Little Shrubby lightly glanced at the fierce claw spirit hound and huffed. Tilda Yiu Tilda. The fierce claw spirit hound couldn't hold back anymore and ran away, breaking its leash. The owner was also caught off guard and fell to the ground after being pulled along by the hound. Damn it! The man could only curse before getting up and running after his beast. Stop scaring the beasts. We don't want extra attention. Lin Mu flicked Little Shrubby's head. Okay, they looked at me weird, Little Shrubby muttered. Despite his cultivation base and aura being restrained, the other spirit beasts could still feel a strange pressure in the area. They were beasts after all, and their instincts screamed at them that it was not safe. But once Lin Mu chided Little Shrubby, the beasts too found the pressure disappearing. Perhaps it would have been better if I just sneaked in, Lin Mu spoke. That could have worked, but it would be bad in this situation. The Gu Legion will be looking out for spies, but I doubt they'll be looking for two men at the core condensation entering the city. Besides, this is a common scene that happens all the time when some sect disciples enter the city or something. You're just not used to seeing it. It's not as big of a deal as you think. It won't alert anyone important either, Jiang Luo explained. Oh, really? Lin Mu was surprised. He had gotten so used to hiding all the time he felt strange at the attention, not knowing that others went through this too, although it might not be as much as his. Yeah, don't worry, Jiang Luo replied. Lin Mu nodded his head, and they continued onwards to the inner district of the capital. This was the place where most of the aristocrats and rich people lived, along with some of the more luxurious shops and establishments. Lin Mu and Jiang Luo's destination was a certain hotel that was located somewhat closer to the residence of Wu Hai. Of course, by closer, they meant about a kilometer away. Wu Hai was still a minister of the Shuang-Kian kingdom, and thus his ranking was quite high. Even among the aristocrat, he could be said to be several notches above. Additionally, with Gu Yao's influence, it was certain that the power of his position had increased a lot more than normal. Lin Mu was unsure whether the one ruling was even the king or not now. Jiang Luo and Lin Mu took a room at the hotel as an excuse to stay near there before Lin Mu left little Shrubby behind and sneaked out using phase. Jiang Luo, on the other hand, went to the restaurant downstairs to gather intel in his own way. There were plenty of people down there, and just by simply sitting, he would be able to gather quite a bit. A little wine should smoothen out their tongues, Jiang Luo chuckled as he called the waiter. Lin Mu quickly made his way to the mansion where Wu Hai was living and stopped outside the barrier made by the formation array. Indeed, this is very strong, Lin Mu discovered. The formation array protecting the mansion's borders was strong enough to actually hold back several attacks from a Dao Shell Realm cultivator. Just this was enough to inform Lin Mu about the capability that Wu Hai might possess. They certainly didn't have anything of this level back then, Lin Mu muttered. He quickly used his spirit sense to analyze the formation array before finding a vulnerability in a node, and opened up a crack for him to enter through. With the crack closing behind him, none was the wiser, and Lin Mu was free to check everything with his spirit sense now. Lin Mu's spirit sense spread out from his body and densely covered the entire area. Hundreds of spirit sense tendrils scanned the area and told Lin Mu about each and every secret that hid there. There you are, Wu Hai. Chapter 1003. Meeting Wu Hai. It wasn't hard for Lin Mu to find Wu Hai. He was currently sitting in his study while several long scrolls and registers were left open on the desk. Still the same as before, Lin Wu thought. But he didn't directly go to Wu Hai, as that could be problematic. Lin Mu also checked who else was present in the mansion. There, he found several more people that were mostly servants and other staff. Oh, his mother is here too. Guess he just kept her with him, probably safer that way, Lin Mu thought to himself. Wu Hai's mother, Zhen Sui, was currently in her room all alone. Her expression seemed to be still and made Lin Mu think that she wasn't exactly right. But just as he was observing her, he found the door of the room opening. Tilda creak tilde. In walked another woman, who was actually family to Lin Mu. How are you feeling today, madam? Hai Wan asked. But she received no answer, and Zhen Sui sat silently without moving. A light sigh escaped Hai Wan's lips as she lightly shook her head. She came sit next to Zhen Sui and muttered. One day you'll return to normal, madam. Lord Hai is doing his best to save us, Hai Wan said. After that, she called for some servants that brought food and fed it to Zhen Sui. The woman was like a puppet and only ate on instinct. Seeing it all made Lin Mu feel that something truly happened to Zhen Sui. Lin Mu's spirit sense probed her, but didn't really find anything wrong in her body. Her Danshan and Meridian are all fine. There are no traces of Gu Yao's control on her either, Lin Mu almost exclaimed. He knew that Zhen Sui had been controlled by Gu Yao in the past as well, and only Wu Hai was the one who had managed to break out of it. But his conditions were something that could not be easily replicated and would not work on someone that was already under the effect of the human controlling blood curse. Seems like Wu Hai might have tried to break her out of Gu Yao's control and ended up injuring her brain, Lin Mu guessed. That was the best he could come up with for now. Lin Mu's attention spread to the rest of the mansion. He wanted to see if there was any danger there. Lin Mu did find several people that were under the control of Gu Yao or were filled with the same muddy spirit qi. They took those pills too, Gu Legion members. Lin Mu noted them all. The strongest of them all was actually a Dao Shell Realm cultivator. He was meditating in one of the hidden rooms. Lin Mu didn't probe him directly, as he reckoned it might alert him. Though Lin Mu did feel a similar vibe from him as Mayor Tai Niu of the Iron Bull City. This must be the protector, or rather the warden Gu Yao has put to watch over Wu Hai, Lin Mu muttered. Lin Mu finally checked Wu Hai with his spirit sense and discovered that he was at the adolescent soul stage of the nascent soul realm. He did progress quite a bit as well, Lin Mu thought. But just as he probed Wu Hai, the man moved. His eyes darted around and his spirit sense spread out from his body, too. He didn't speak or create an uproar, though. Instead, he watched everything carefully. Oh, he actually sensed me. Seems like his skills are not bad either, Lin Mu said, finding it impressive. There weren't that many people below his cultivation base that would be able to sense Lin Mu's spirit sense around them. Even those at the Dao Shell realm would find it hard, though if he directly probed them, they would definitely find out. Guess I'll meet him, Lin Mu muttered before disappearing. The next location he appeared in was directly below Wu Hai's floor. Blink. Lin Mu appeared behind Wu Hai, alarming the man. His eyes went wide as a white glow appeared on his hands. His fingers tightened into fists, and he threw a punch without hesitation. But then he felt an even greater shock as his hand was caught. It was another hand that was holding onto his hand, and it was like a vice restraining him. No matter how much force he put, he couldn't move it at all. Wu Hai punched out with his other hand, but found it getting caught as well. Stop, Wu Hai, it's me, Lin Mu spoke. But Wu Hai still seedbed, to be agitated and struggled. It's me, Lin Mu, he said a bit louder. Doubt appeared on Wu Hai's face, still not believing him entirely. It's really me, look, Lin Mu said as the short sword appeared next to him. Finally, looking at the short sword, Wu Hai calmed down. You're really here, Wu Hai said, a hint of disbelief still present. Yeah, I am, Lin Mu said, letting go of Wu Hai's hands. Wu Hai let out a long breath and sat back down on the chair. You really scared me there. I thought the assassin finally managed to get in, Wu Hai spoke. Hearing this, Lin Mu couldn't help but raise his brows. Gu Yao is sending assassins after you, Lin Mu questioned. What, Gu Yao? No, he's the one actually protecting me by putting a Dao Shell realm expert here, Wu Hai answered, making Lin Mu even more confused. Tell me from the start, Lin Mu spoke. Wu Hai took a long sigh and stood up before going to a shelf. He opened the shelf and took out an exquisite jar from it. The jar was made from the finest ceramic and had mountains and clouds painted on it. Its lid was sealed with a paper talisman, though, and faint spirit chi fluctuations could be felt from it. I'm gonna need a drink for this, Wu Hai spoke. Chapter 1004. Shock. Wu Hai gestured to the lounger and asked Lin Mu to sit while he sat on one end as well. Is it fine for us to just talk here like this? Won't the others find out, or will there be a problem? Lin Mu asked, feeling a bit unsure. That won't be a problem. The Gu Legion members don't come here and have orders not to as well. And neither can they spy in here because of the isolating formations set up. That's good, Lin Mu felt a bit relieved. Wu Hai tore off the paper talisman that sealed the lid of the jar before opening it. Tilde whoosh tilde. Dense aroma of wine spread out from it along with strong spirit chi. Wu Hai put down 2 cups and poured the wine into both. Have a toast with me. I reckon it's worth it for this meeting, Wu Hai said. That does seem right, Lin Mu said as he picked up the cup. To uniting, Wu Hai toasted and drank the entire cup in one go. To uniting, Lin Mu did the same and downed the wine. Oh, but when he did, he was surprised. This doesn't have the same burn as normal wine. This is pretty much like a spirit chi elixir. Lin Mu thought as he felt the dense spirit chi coming from the wine in his stomach. It let off a cooling feeling, completely unlike normal wine would. It was evident that this was no normal wine. Lin Mu could even tell that consuming this 1 cup was almost the same as using a high-grade pill. Good wine, Lin Mu couldn't help but praise. It is indeed. Father has been keeping it for decades, Wu Hai said as a hint of sorrow appeared on his face. Well then, what happened this entire time? Lin Mu asked. Once you disappeared from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, hell broke loose. The Tri-Cauldron Peony sect lost a large amount of its stores of resources to you and ended up having to join the Zither Wind Alliance. Of course, this was all just on the surface, while in reality, this was the intention of the Patriarch from the start. Though it did work as a legitimate excuse for the other elders who weren't under Gu Yao's control and also the other sects. Gu Yao took the opportunity to increase his influence more and more. Wu Hai replied. This much I knew, but what happened to your father? Why did you kill him so suddenly? Lin Mu finally questioned. Hearing this, an astounded expression appeared on Wu Hai's face. I didn't kill my father. Those were all rumors, Wu Hai answered, much to Lin Mu's surprise. Why? I mean, we were supposed to kill him eventually, right? Lin Mu asked, feeling confused. Yes, we did, but that was not the right opportunity after all. I wouldn't kill him then and compromise my situation even more. I was going to wait till I had a bit more power and freedom before trying that, Wu Hai replied. Then who killed your father? Lin Mu asked. An assassin, Wu Hai replied. An assassin? How did that happen? Lin Mu questioned. One day we heard fathers shout in the night. The guards rushed to check and so did I, but when we got there, we found the father and another man fighting. The man was unknown to me and was very strong. With just a wave of his hand, he pushed back the guards along with me, killing some in the process. Father couldn't dodge his attack either and ended up dying. The assassin madly laughed before breaking through the roof and flying away. Wu Hai explained. That is very strange and dangerous, Lin Mu replied. What's even more strange is that assassin didn't even bother to hide his face. His mannerisms made it feel like he was doing it all on a whim. Wu Hai spoke. The more Lin Mu heard, the more he felt that there was another party that was working in the shadows other than them. Why do you think it was an assassin then? An assassin would be someone sent by another party, wouldn't it? This makes me think it was all that man's own doing, Lin Mu replied. I thought that at first too, until we learned that it wasn't just father who was killed. Over the months, more influential people died, Wu Hai added, all killed by the same man. How did we not know this? I mean, the Long Cloud Alliance should have known, Lin Mu said in disbelief. You are part of the Long Cloud Alliance, Wu Hai asked. Yes, I am the alliance leader, Lin Mu replied. Of course, I should have expected. Their actions were far too precise in going against the Gu Legion, even before they came into light fully. I thought it was someone else that had discovered the truth, but it was actually you, Wu Hai replied. What did you think happened to me? Lin Mu questioned. I had thought the worst at first, that you died. But then considering that you successfully escaped and had still not appeared after all these years, I reckoned you were badly injured and still recovering and hiding. I didn't dare search for you for the fear of that either. I thought that if Gu Yao caught on, he would try to kill you in your time of weakness, Wu Hai answered. No, I was building power. I knew going against Gu Yao would be impossible along, so I gathered some allies, Lin Mu replied. That makes me relieved, Wu Hai said, his body visibly releasing. Tell me about the assassinated people more. How did no one find out? Lin Mu questioned. Well, we simply suppressed the news. All those that died were influential members of sects and other kingdoms being controlled by Gu Yao. Thus, we couldn't let this be revealed and comprise our situation even more, Wu Hai answered. Chapter 1005, Jiao Fang, an assassin. Learning about the existence of an assassin like this was surprising to Lin Mu. One might think that this was beneficial to their side, but in reality, it could be far more problematic instead. This assassin, you said that he didn't hide his face, Lin Mu asked. Yes, he didn't, Wu Hai replied. Do you perhaps have a portrait of him or something? Lin Mu questioned. Of course, we made several of them and even spread them around in case he was found somewhere, Wu Hai answered before taking out a roll of paper from his spatial storage ring. He unrolled it on the table and allowed Lin Mu to take a look, and when he didn't, his brows furrowed. This guy, how can it be him? Lin Mu was shocked. You know him, Wu Hai said with surprise. I do indeed. I even had a cooperation with him back at the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, Lin Mu replied. What? Wu Hai was even more shocked now. His name is Jiao Fang. He is one of the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, Lin Mu revealed. He's from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. No wonder the Gu Legion didn't find anything since they didn't even look at their own people, Wu Hai muttered. Let me check in more, Wu Hai said before he took out a communication jade slip and sent out a message. 5 minutes later, he got a response and furrowed his brows even more. What did you find? Lin Mu questioned. The information I got is conflicting. This Jiao Fang, he's supposed to be dead, Wu Hai answered. What? How's that possible? Lin Mu asked. From the information I got, Jiao Fang and several other disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect along with several elders were dispatched on a mission. The mission was to unearth a certain inheritance that had been found. But some sort of an accident happened, and most of the people that were dispatched died. Only a single elder and 2 disciples survived from the 30 that were sent. This Jiao Fang was one of them, Wu Hai replied. Hearing this, Lin Mu found it to be suspicious. Considering his past actions, could it be he faked it? Lin Mu thought. And this report is verified at the end of the Gu Legion as well. After all, it is the order from the Gu Legion which initiated the mission. Since the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect lost a lot of their resources, they were asked to take on more missions and gather them. Targeting potential inheritance sites and areas filled with natural treasures was another one, Wu Hai explained. Looks like he managed to hoodwink the sect and the Gu Legion. Won't be his first time anyway, Lin Mu replied. What do you mean? Wu Hai inquired. Lin Mu then went on to tell Wu Hai about all that he had done in the past. How he gained an inheritance by chance and killed his companions to hide that, and how he continued to steal from the sect while also fooling them at the same time. There was a significant amount of wealth that Jiao Fang had looted, and Lin Mu had seen it all clearly in his residence. Lin Mu also told Wu Hai about Yulong, who was supposedly an elder of the Zither Wind sect, and how his inheritance was what propelled Jiao Fang forward. Wait, Yulong, I think I've heard of him, Wu Hai spoke. You have? Lin Mu asked with interest. Hang on, let me check, Wu Hai said before he took out a scroll. He looked through the large quantity of information and names written on it before his gaze finally settled on a certain line. There it is, no doubt about it, Wu Hai said. Lin Mu peered into the scroll and saw that the scroll actually contained the names and information about the spies of the northern tribes. This Yulong was a spy. Lin Mu was shocked. Indeed, this is the list of spies that the northern tribes sent out over the years, though most of them have died by now, Wu Hai answered. Did Jiao Fang know this? Lin Mu couldn't help but wonder. I doubt. The spies of the northern tribes won't leave behind any concrete destination for their identity, even if they are dying. Even in an inheritance ground, I highly doubt they would leave something like this, Wu Hai stated. Guess we'll have to learn it from Jiao Fang, Lin Mu muttered. Though this doesn't make complete sense. The inheritance he got from Yulong was supposedly at the nascent soul realm, and yet he managed to reach the Dao shell realm, Wu Hai wondered. It is probably the other inheritances he took as well, though Jiao Fang himself is talented. Even if not cultivation-wise, he is certainly very clever. I don't doubt him finding some way to boost his cultivation base, Lin Mu stated. Wu Hai rubbed his chin, while his beard got a bit crooked. This Jiao Fang character is certainly interesting, though he is also volatile and might cause us problems, Wu Hai spoke. That's true. We don't even know why he is targeting the Gu Legion either, Lin Mu spoke. Yes, and seeing what you told me till now, I doubt it is a specific enmity, Wu Hai replied. Considering his history, he might just be killing to get more resources. Was there anything missing when his victims died? Lin Mu asked. There were several things, but that was something they didn't really check much. After all, Killing those influential people was not worth the resources that were stolen, Wu Hai replied. Lin Mu found that to be valid, and yet he couldn't feel that there was something missing that they didn't know. Looks like we'll have to be on the lookout for Jiao Fang now. I'll inform the Long Cloud Alliance about him. Perhaps they know more, Lin Mu said. Chapter 1006, showing Wu Hai the Kong Plain hearing that Lin Mu was about to contact the Long Cloud Alliance. Wu Hai was surprised. You can contact them from here. I thought they blocked the transmission with jamming formations, Wu Hai questioned. They have. I just won't be using a jade slip here, Lin Mu answered. They how? Wu Hai asked, feeling curious. Oh, you want to come with me? Lin Mu inquired. Come where? Wu Hai questioned. A minor plane, Lin Mu answered. What? Wu Hai was stunned now. Wait, you need to take the oath before that, though. Lin Mu spoke. An oath? Why? Wu Hai asked. It's to ensure that you won't be controlled by Gu Yao and the northern tribes, and also won't harm the Long Cloud Alliance's interest, while also keeping the Xiaofen world safe, Lin Mu replied. But seeing that Wu Hai was still a bit confused, he explained to Wu Hai about it a bit more. After hearing it all, Wu Hai was relieved. Let's do it, Wu Hai said with confidence. Taking the oath was a rather surreal experience for Wu Hai. He had not expected to feel such a strong presence coming from the skis. He knew it was something big, something great. This is the world, our world, Wu Hai understood. Let's head to the Kong Plain now. Lin Mu revealed the name. The anchoring runes of Lin Mu's back glowed and came to life as Wu Hai felt a force pulling on him. His vision suddenly went dark, and he felt like he had been thrown across a large area for a moment. But when his vision returned, he saw that he had arrived in an entirely different place. This, Wu Hai couldn't help but feel shocked. He had known about different teleportation methods and even sacred grounds, but he had not expected there to be such a method that could take one directly without the use of a talisman or a formation array. Lin Mu gave Wu Hai a short introduction about the place before he quickly sent the information to the Long Cloud Alliance. They couldn't stay in the Kong Plain for long since there was a chance the Gu Legion members at the mansion find out about his disappearance. Even if they couldn't sense what was going on in Wu Hai's study, there were still ways to detect if he was simply present there or not. It was fine if the Dao Shell Realm cultivator didn't actively check it, but if he did, he would probably detect it. Once they were done in the Kong Plain, Lin Mu took Wu Hai back to the study. Knock, knock, tilde. And just as they appeared, they heard the door being knocked frantically. Minister Wu, are you there? Please answer, someone said from behind the doors. Let me take care of this, you hide, Wu Hai said as his expression turned serious. Sure, Lin Mu said as he faded away into thin air. Wu Hai paused for a second seeing this, but pushed the surprise aside for the time being. Come in, Wu Hai spoke and waved his hand. A few runes appeared on the door before it unlocked automatically. Tilde creak tilde. Once the door opened, in walked several people, though there were some guards among them too. Are you fine, Minister Wu? We didn't get any answer from you when we came to deliver the reports. A steward spoke. Wu Hai felt the gazes of the guards, who were Gu Legion members on him, and knew that they might be suspecting something. It is fine. I was simply having some wine, Wu Hai said, and gestured to the open jar of wine on the table. The faint fragrance of the wine was still spread in the air and helped serve as additional proof. All right, I'm relieved you are fine, my lord, the steward said. You can put the reports and leave. I do not want to be disturbed for the rest of the day, Wu Hai said. The servants looked at Wu Hai's expression and guessed that something might have happened. The steward's eyes lingered on the jar of wine and recognized its value. Quick, everyone leave. Let the minister have some time alone, the steward said, understanding that Wu Hai might not be in the right mind space. Lord Minister has been working hard and has been stressed for a long time now. Perhaps it is finally catching up to him, the steward thought. The servants and guards quickly left, while the steward closed the door on his way out. Wu Hai kept on looking for a minute more while using his spirit sense to ensure that they were all gone. Waving his hand, he locked the door with a formation again and spoke. "You can come out now." Lin Mu reappeared beside Wu Hai in the very next moment. "I can never get used to your skills," Wu Hai said, finding them both surprising and impressive. He understood by now that Lin Mu was definitely manipulating space, and not just that his talent in that was evidently very high. "That steward is rather good too. He tacitly understood, it seems," Lin Mu replied. "Steward Kai is one of the good ones. He is not from the Gu Legion and was assigned to father by the king. He apparently comes from a long line of royal stewards that have been serving the royal family and the associated nobles for hundreds of years," Wu Hai stated. Lin Mu nodded his head and sat down on the lounger again. "Looks like despite being surrounded by the Gu Legion, you still managed to get some good people. I saw that Hai Wan is here too now," Lin Mu spoke. Yes, I managed to get lucky, I suppose. As for Hai Wan, that was a bit difficult, but I needed her here. There was no one else I could entrust my mother to," Wu Hai replied. "About your mother, what happened?" Lin Mu questioned. "That," Wu Hai muttered as he poured out more wine into the cups and downed them. Chapter 1007. Zhen Sui's condition. Seeing Wu Hai's actions, Lin Mu could very well tell that this was perhaps a bad memory for him. "Mother, I harmed her," Wu Hai spoke with difficulty. "Harmed her? I checked her and her body seems fine. There are no injuries," Lin Mu replied. "If you saw her, then you must have also seen her behavior. She is like a doll now. She does not speak, she does not respond, she only acts on instinct. I don't even know if she can think anymore," Wu Hai spoke. Lin Mu furrowed his brows upon hearing this. He knew that this was a condition that was related to a person's brain. But Lin Mu had checked Zhen Sui's entire body, including her brain, and there were no injuries on it either. Which means it's a mental issue, Lin Mu realized. "Did this happen when trying to get her out of the grasp of human-controlling blood curse?" Lin Mu asked. "Yes, I was too impatient. I should have waited longer," Wu Hai replied. "What did you do?" Lin Mu asked. "I've been looking for a way to get rid of the human-controlling blood curse since the day you disappeared. We knew one method, which was having a bloodline assimilated beforehand, but I couldn't use that method for Mother. Thus, after spending a long time searching and experimenting with different methods, I came up with one that worked, or so I hoped. I tried to take as many precautions as I could, but it was still not enough. The method I used ended up getting rid of the human-controlling blood curse, but also injured Mother. She almost went insane, hurting herself, and her cultivation also became unstable. Her spirit chi ravaged her body, wreaking havoc on it," Wu Hai answered. Lin Mu stayed silent, letting Wu Hai speak at his own pace. Lin Mu could somewhat understand the man's condition. He himself had seen his mother die and suffer the entire time. If it was up to him, and he could save his mother, perhaps he might have attempted the same. "We managed to save Mother. I used all the resources I could to heal her and even succeeded, but just in the case for her physical injuries. I could even return her cultivation base and heal her meridians. But her mind, that stayed broken. No matter what I try, there doesn't seem to be any solution. It's like her entire mind was wiped out due to the method that wiped out the human-controlling blood curse," Wu Hai continued. Hearing this, Lin Mu's expression darkened. To Lin Mu, this meant a lot more, as this allowed him to understand the depths of the human-controlling blood curse. Lin Mu couldn't come up with any solution on his own. This was completely beyond his understanding, and he didn't know if even healing alchemical pills could help. Since Wu Hai had already used them all, he didn't know if this was possible anymore. Additionally, the mind was always the most complex part of a being. If it was harmed, even if someone had the strongest of body or peerless cultivation base, they would still be useless. It was also the reason why cultivators feared mental demons the most. They could kill one no matter how strong one became, and thus the best method to survive them was to prevent them in the first place. Heart demons could still be resolved, but mental demons were very hard to repel, not to mention kill. They were, in the end, part of the cultivator themselves, and thus could not be truly killed. Coming at this dead end, Lin Mu only had one person he could turn to. "Senior, can you help here? I don't know anything about this and it's beyond me," Lin Mu spoke. Zhukong, who had been observing everything from the start, sighed to himself, for he too knew he was helpless here. "I'm afraid I cannot help you here either," Zhukong spoke. "You can't tell what's wrong with her either. At least if we know what the problem is, we will have a direction to search for," Lin Mu replied. "I won't give a guarantee, but my best guess is her soul. Her true soul might have been dissociated from her body," Zhukong spoke. "Her true soul? But if that happened, wouldn't she be dead? She isn't even at the nascent soul realm to let her true soul separate from her body," Lin Mu replied. "That's not the same thing. Dissociation is different from entire separation. You can think of the body as a carriage and the true soul as its driver. Right now, it is like the soul has decided to sit inside the carriage, but is not holding on to the reins. Her mind is effectively blank, and her brain only holds onto the plain information that she might have learned over her life. But even if it has information, it cannot apply to them. She might be able to do the basic functions of life like eating, since they are directly imprinted into the body as instincts, but higher-order functions of life like thinking is impossible for her," Zhukong explained. Hearing this, Lin Mu found it a bit hard to understand, but after pondering over it for a bit, he could somewhat grasp it. "Then, if we find a way to reconnect her true soul to her body, she would return to normal?" Lin Mu questioned. "In a way, yes, but even that is a long shot. What I said about her soul being dissociated is not a guarantee, like I said. There is a chance her mind might have been shattered and her true soul damaged as well. The realm of souls is a deep field that I have no experience in. Even if I do know a bit about it, the workings of souls and how to heal them is beyond me. If you want someone that can deal with, you will need someone called a soul physician," Zhukong answered. Chapter 1008, Soul Physician and a False Promise. Lin Mu had never heard of the term soul physician, and this was despite the fact that he had read a lot of things in the memoirs of the lost immortal. "What's a soul physician, Senior?" Lin Mu questioned. "They are people who are experts in all matters dealing with souls, whether it be true souls, nascent souls, or a myriad of other things related to souls. The souls are complex constructs that are very difficult for most cultivators to come in contact with. Nascent souls are the very basics of what a cultivator comes in contact with. Even those in the immortal realm are barely qualified to come in contact with true souls. Thus, the occupation of a soul physician is one of the rarest in the entire universe. Only very few can do it, and even fewer actually have the right talent for it. The number of inheritances that exist for soul physicians can actually be counted on one hand, being only 5. Zhukong answered. "Only 5, Lin Mu was stunned. Lin Mu knew that even for those peerless techniques and skills, there were easily hundreds of thousands if one compared the entire universe. But seeing that there was something so less in one field was surreal. Then if we want to help Wu Hai's mother, we will need a soul physician," Lin Mu questioned. "Yes, but finding one is harder than finding a specific grain of sand in an ocean. There were very few powers that employ a soul physician, and even those that do won't work for just anyone. The ones that work independently will charge such a price that most cultivators and sects might just go bankrupt. In a way, you could say they basically hold a monopoly in the entire universe," Zhukong answered. Hearing this, Lin Mu felt lost. "But then, how do cultivators heal their soul injuries? I've read in the memoirs of the lost immortal that even his own soul got injured a few times." Lin Mu spoke. "Soul physicians are basically the utmost of experts in souls. But that is not the only way to heal souls. There are some special resources, like rare fruits and herbs, that can do the same. Though the problem that occurs here is diagnosing the problem with the soul. A cultivator might find the medicine that can heal the soul, but getting to use it properly or even confirming whether it's the right medicine is the tough part, Zhukang stated. Realizing that Zhen Sui might really be gone now, Lin Mu felt his heart drop. He had already felt the loss of his mother and knew just how heavy it was. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu steeled his resolve. Don't worry, we'll find a cure for your mother. It might take time, but I promise you that we will find it eventually, Lin Mu lied. He knew that this was a promise he would not be able to fulfill, but he also couldn't bring himself to hurt Wu Hai this way. Telling him that his mother's condition was a lost cause would hurt even himself. Wu Hai looked at Lin Mu, feeling a bit of a comfort. I don't know if it will be possible, but I guess I can just keep on caring for her, Wu Hai spoke. Yes, just care for her and hope that we get it in the future, Lin Mu reiterated. With a false promise of hope made, Lin Mu calmed Wu Hai's turbulent heart. Though all is not lost here, Zhukang suddenly spoke. Huh, what do you mean, senior? Lin Mu questioned. Just because Wu Hai couldn't fully save his mother doesn't mean the method is a failure. We can still improve on it and make a method that doesn't harm someone's mind like this, Zhukang answered, making Lin Mu realize the more important thing here. Of course, Lin Mu's eyes lit up. Lin Mu didn't forget that they now had thousands of experts backing them. Even if Wu Hai and he couldn't do it, he didn't think that with multiple sects and their experts working together, they wouldn't be able to find a better solution. In fact, what Wu Hai had done might have just saved the world. Even if his attempt might be failure, it didn't mean the next version of that procedure will be a failure too. Lin Mu told Wu Hai about this, and he too was stunned. With the Long Cloud Alliance and the rest of the experts helping with this, we might really make it work, Wu Hai muttered to himself. The cogs in his brain turned as he thought about it all. Why don't you start by showing me what you actually did? Lin Mu asked. Of course, I have it all documented with every little detail noted down, Wu Hai said, enthusiasm appearing in his tone. Tilde thud 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 tilde. With a wave of his hand, a hill of documents, scrolls, books, and wooden slips rained down at the side. This might take a while to get through, Lin Mu spoke. You can start reading and I can give you the short version of it, Wu Hai added. That will be a bit easier, Lin Mu said as his spirit sense started to read the contents directly. Wu Hai, too, started to explain what he had done. The process was a very long one and involved several different resources, along with some techniques and formation, to get rid of the human controlling blood curse. The first thing that one needed was a formation array that could contain the person affected by the curse and also keep them stable. Then there was the absolutely crucial item that actually worked to purge the curse. This was the extract of a toxic plant called as the searing aspect vine. It was a very dangerous plant that could even kill cultivators. Its thorns contain a poison that could make it seem like one's entire blood was boiling and burning. Chapter 1009. The cure for the human controlling blood curse. Lin Mu had not expected that Wu Hai would find a way to make use of a dangerous plant like this. Wu Hai had evidently turned poison into medicine, though it was obviously not without side effects either. It was this very poison of the searing aspect vine that made the person lose their mind. Wu Hai had tested it on other people before Zhen Sui too, and most had gone mad before the poison even showed half its effect. Not to mention, just getting the person under the grasp of the human controlling blood curse was a challenge in itself. It was only because of his authority that he was able to get his older test subjects to obey him. But now all of them were as obedient, and there were bound to be some that got suspicious. They would try to resist and make the whole procedure even more difficult. The poison of the searing aspect vine was literally burning off a part of them in a way. The human controlling blood curse went far too deep than anyone could have expected. Hearing all this only made Lin Mu that much more wary about Gu Yao. He was now starting to understand that perhaps Gu Yao might be even more dangerous than the northern tribes if given enough time. After all, it was Gu Yao's efforts and creation of the human controlling blood curse that they were even able to proceed in their infiltration. If not for the man, they might still be struggling to enter. The formation array and the searing aspect vines poison were only two of the many more requirements that were needed to nullify the human controlling blood curse. The third requirement was an alchemical pill, or rather any herb that could achieve the same effect, the effect being tranquilizing. The pills that Wu Hai had used were night-downing pills for this. They were strong enough to knock even nascent soul realm cultivators out, but obtaining them was rather difficult, mostly because they were used in the past to drug and assassinate several people. If not for his authority, Wu Hai might not have ever gotten them. There were other herbs that could be used as substitutes, but Wu Hai hadn't had enough testing done with them. He needed to be fast, thus took the option that was the quickest then. Then there was the fourth requirement, which was to prevent, or at the very least heal the injuries that the person suffering from curse would sustain during the entire procedure. They would flail around and injure themselves, and not just that, even their own spirit chi would go haywire and attack their body. One needed to take care of this part too. Thus, even if they were tranquilized, they would still end up waking up due to the pain from the searing aspect vine. There were also a few more additional herbs that Wu Hai added to stabilize the searing aspect vine, but these weren't that hard to procure. Rather, it was the specific combination and quantity that was the hardener to come up for him. But he had a working ration that would save them a lot of time. After hearing about all of it, Lin Mu felt a lot more confident in this. There were indeed more details in the documents, but Lin Mu reckoned the sex experts would have a better time figuring out the finer rectifications from them. You did make rather good progress, Lin Mu couldn't help but praise. Still, it's not complete. What use is the cure if it turns the person into a doll? Wu Hai replied. No, it's a good start. Right now, we're many more steps ahead than I was literally yesterday. I didn't even know I would get a cure from you and was still dreading coming up with that in the future. I even wondered if that was possible or not, and whether there would be enough time for us to do that. But you turned that hope into reality, Lin Mu stated. Hearing this, Wu Hai felt a bit better, but then he recalled more uncertainties of the process. No, wait, there is more, Wu Hai suddenly said. Oh, go ahead, Lin Mu replied. The entire thing, it's only been tested on people who are at the core condensation realm and below. I do not know if this would work on cultivators stronger than that. Even if the searing aspect vine's poison is strong and could work on a nascent soul realm cultivator, I don't know if the power will still be enough. The toughness of the cultivator at those levels will be a double-edged sword. While I think that they will have a greater chance at survival, I think it will also make it harder for the curse to be dispelled. But then we don't just have nascent soul realm cultivators that are being controlled. We have those at the Dao shell realm too. And I know for sure the searing aspect vine's poison will not work against someone like that. Even if it did, the effect might not be strong enough to work as a cure, Wu Hai explained. Hearing this, Lin Mu furrowed his brows. He thought to himself for 5 minutes before he spoke. So what I'm getting is that the problem is mainly with the potency of the searing aspect vine, Lin Mu questioned. Yes, you can say that, Wu Hai answered. Then have you tried to concentrate this poison more or further refine it, perhaps? Lin Mu asked. I don't have any confidence in refining something like this, and neither did I want to risk killing myself in the process of concentrating the poison, Wu Hai replied. Hearing his words, Lin Mu could understand his concern. Wu Hai obviously needed to consider his own safety before he tried anything. There were always chances of sabotaging oneself because of overconfidence and inadequate preparation. The one thing that Lin Mu had learned for sure in all this time is that one could be over-prepared for something, but being underprepared was the worst. I'm sure the pill refinement elders of the Long Cloud Alliance will have more than experience in refining such a poison, even if it might be unorthodox, Lin Mu said after thinking. Hopefully they do. Otherwise, we will be at an impasse. Even if we do manage to cure those that are at the core condensation realm and below, the main forces of Gu Yao are all above that. Even core condensation realm cultivators are no less than cannon fodder to him. Wu Hai replied. Lin Mu nodded his head in agreement. He had already seen the groups of the Gu Legion, and there were plenty of core condensation realm cultivators in them. But then this reminded Lin Mu of another thing. Speaking of this, you must know about the cultivation-boosting pills, Lin Mu questioned. Those disgusting pills, Wu Hai asked. So you know, yeah, those ones, Lin Mu replied. Humph, Gu Yao calls them the pills of grace, says that it is the embodiment of his grace given to every person that follows him loyally. Wu Hai said before spitting. All lies I say, he exclaimed. Seems like you've had some close encounters with them, Lin Mu asked. Of course, that man made me take one of those too, which, now that I think of it, must have been one of the earlier test versions of it, Wu Hai replied. He made you take them, but I thought he'd be a lot more cautious, Lin Mu asked, feeling surprised. Oh, he is all right, but at the same time he is prideful. He thinks that nothing can go wrong with his skills and has great confidence in them. He gave it to me, thinking that it was perfect in boosting cultivation. But when I ate it, I fully felt it. Those pills muddy your spirit chi and make your foundation unstable. Those who continue to take it will end up with highly unstable foundations that can only be increased by the use of those pills. This also makes them addicted to them due to how fast they can increase the cultivation base, Wu Hai explained. Do you know how they are made? Lin Mu questioned. No one knows the exact details of how they are made other than Gu Yao, but his refiners still do the ending stages for it, Wu Hai answered. I got some information as to how they use cultivators to make the rebirth blood and then use that to make the reborn. But those that fail to become reborn get remade into the pills. Lin Mu then told Wu Hai about how he interrogated Tai Niu and then raided the base of the Gu Legion. Hearing it all, Wu Hai was a bit shocked, but at the same time he felt several things clicking. So it was you who did that. We wondered how the Long Cloud Alliance got that brazen and learned to interfere in the Empire's territory, Wu Hai said. Oh, you got the news already? Lin Mu asked. Of course we did. The response was very quick. Destruction of a base that big is hard to miss, not to mention that we lost contact with Tai Niu too. While I didn't have direct contact with him, we were still informed of it, Wu Hai replied. But this, reborn, I don't know about them, Wu Hai revealed. What? Even you don't know? Lin Mu was taken aback. Chapter 10:10. 5 steps forward. Lin Mu had not expected that even Wu Hai wouldn't know about the existence of the reborn. I've never heard of them. I did know that Gu Yao was doing something extra, but I never expected it to be this, Wu Hai replied. So he limited the information to only a few people. Lin Mu understood. But if they really are this strong, then we can't just ignore them, Wu Hai replied. Indeed, eliminating them will be very important, or we might just end up failing long before that. So far the reborn I saw had the strength equivalent to that of a Dao Shell Realm cultivator. But we don't know if that is even their limits. What if they can reach the Dao Treading Realm? Lin Mu stated. That will flip the entire face of the conflict, Wu Hai replied. Exactly, Lin Mu nodded his head. Wu Hai went silent and thought to himself. You said the ones who told you about the reborn were also the ones who made the pills, right? Wu Hai inquired. Yes, they were preparing them in the base that I destroyed, Lin Mu replied. Very well, I can make use of this. While I don't know where the reborn are, I can find out where the members who make the pills are. If I can find them, I might be able to extract the information from them, Wu Hai spoke. That will be for the best, Lin Mu nodded his head. The two of them continued to discuss, and Lin Mu told Wu Hai about the strange stone altar and the pale red crystal that was filled with impure yang qi. I think I know of this. Gu Yao was looking to make an experimental weapon of some kind, but an accident happened during that, and it all failed. That spatial pocket should be one of the formation arrays of the northern tribes that carve out a part of the world to hide it in the void. It is both a safety feature and keeps them hidden as well, Wu Hai explained. I expected that. At least the weapon is no more, Lin Mu replied. Though the headquarters of the Gu Legion are also in a spatial pocket like that, right? He questioned next. No, that is actually hidden in a true minor plane. It is not as big as the Kong plane, but it is indeed a minor plane, Wu Hai answered. I wished it was not so, but do you know where its location is? Lin Mu asked. There are several entry points for it. The one I've used is located some distance from the capital here, but the issue is that they move these entry points around. The one that is near the capital was also moved. We only get information when we need to go there. Even I have only gone to the headquarters once in all these years, Wu Hai replied. Damn, Gu Yao really prepared well, Lin Mu muttered. Well, there is a way to find it still. Even if there are multiple entry points, these are nothing but teleportation points to reach the actual location. That minor plane is not like the Kong plane that can be accessed from anywhere. You guys have a far more advanced method of entering the Kong plane. Thus, as long as we find the true location of the minor plane, it doesn't matter how much they move the entry point, we can just go to that location and enter from there itself, Wu Hai suggested. Hearing this, Lin Mu's eyes lit up. He knew that as long as he was close to the place, he would be able to tear open the space and enter the minor plane directly. Heck, he might not even need to fight Gu Yao if all things went. He had another method to deal with him. If you can find the true location and Gu Yao is in the minor plane at that time, I can stop him without needing to battle him, Lin Mu stated. How? Wu Hai questioned. I will directly uproot the minor plane from this world, Lin Mu answered directly. Hearing this, Wu Hai was stunned. He didn't even know this was an option that could be taken. How? Was all Wu Hai could ask. I will simply uproot it and disconnect it from the Xia world. They can do all they want in the Lesser Void, if they survive that, Lin Mu replied. Uprooting a minor plane like that, can you really manipulate space to that extent? Wu Hai couldn't help but doubt. Trust me, I can do it, Lin Mu said with confidence. A serious expression appeared on Wu Hai's face as he nodded his head. Very well, I'll do my best to find out where the true location of the headquarters is, Wu Hai replied. Feeling that they were finally progressing in their plans, Lin Mu felt a lot more confident than before. The two of them continued to discuss until the very next day. In this time, Lin Mu told him about the rest of their plans and what they were going to do in the Black Dawn Kingdom. They only stopped because Jiang Luo contacted Lin Mu. I'm guessing it went well. You're not back yet, Jiang Luo asked. Oh yeah, we are at least 5 steps ahead than we were yesterday, Lin Mu replied with a smile. Then should I meet with Wu Hai too? Jiang Luo asked. We can have a brief meeting in the Kong Plain, but he can't leave this place for long without alerting the Gu Legion, Lin Mu replied. All right, we'll do that, Jiang Luo stated. Lin Mu informed Wu Hai the same, and the two of them met up with Jiang Luo in the Kong Plain. Lin Mu had to do double trips to first take Jiang Luo to the Kong Plain, then come back to the mansion and take Wu Hai there as well. But it was all worth it in the end. Chapter 10:11. Determining the location of the Gu Legion 4 days ended up passing as the collaboration between Wu Hai and the Alliance was officially initiated. The exchange and dissemination of information was important and was done properly. The 4 patriarchs of the alliances all got to work and were made aware of the dangers that existed along with the potential locations of Gu Yao. Over the time, Wu Hai knew where the minor plane, where the headquarters of the Gu Legion were obviously not, and where it could be. This allowed the Alliance to narrow down the areas, and with the assistance of Jingaming Shang's own investigations through the tracking of goods, they deciphered that there were only 3 regions where the headquarters of the Gu Legion could be hidden. The southern part of the continent was directly excluded, and this was told by Wu Hai himself as he had a solid reason. His reason behind that Gu Yao wanted to be as far from the southern region as possible due to the presence of the Sky Precepts sect. Of all the sects, they were the ones with the highest attainments in spatial element and formations. They could very well figure out if an unknown minor plane was hiding near them, with the detection tools they had. The second major area that they exuded was the Eastern Ming Dynasty. As much as they wanted, the Eastern Ming Dynasty was simply a bit too remote for Gu Yao to control the entire Gu Legion from. Plus, the Light Harmony sect had already combed the area, and even the merchants had shown no suspicious movement of goods there. This excluded it as well. The first area that they thought was quite likely to hold the headquarters was the Black Dawn Kingdom, or at least somewhere in its periphery. There were plenty of reports of strange movement of goods there, and even Wu Hai had told them that there were several outposts of Gu Legion and even northern tribes there. The Black Dune sect immediately sent out their elders and disciples to the locations that Wu Hai revealed to be taken care of. The second possible area was the central area of the continent. This place contained deserts, forests, and even the volcanic area, making it treacherous for the normal person to tread through. But it was also that which made it a good place for the headquarters to be hidden. But what gave them the highest suspicion about this place was the fact that this was also the place where several sects used to exist in the past. Not to mention, many kingdoms too fell in this region and were assimilated into the current existing ones. Lin Mu learned that even the Duan kingdom from which Duan Qi hailed from was here, or at least used to be. And since so many powers had perished here, there was a great chance a minor plane could have been existing there for a long time. It could have been missed by the kingdoms and sects all this time, and then taken advantage of by Gu Yao, as he wouldn't need much effort to use their skill of carving out the world to access it. Then there was the area that was the most surprising for Lin Mu. It was the eastern edges of the continent. This would be the area where the kingdom of Shu, the Hong Lin kingdom, the Ripple Mist sect, and the two island nations, along with the Fenlong kingdom, existed. Since the powers here, excluding the Ripple Mist sect, were weaker than most of the continent, they didn't think that there could be a minor plane here, especially since the Kong plane already existed there. But then Lin Mu realized that even if there might have been a minor plane there, its presence could have been masked by the Kong plane. From what Wu Hai told, the headquarters were located in a rather small minor plane. In fact, it was about the same size as that of the northern town where Lin Mu was from. Considering that size and the Kong plane, it was the same as comparing a seed to an entire mountain. This alarmed all the patriarch and Lin Mu, making them call King Hong immediately to raise their defenses. The Long Cloud sect sent out their people there to search the area and try to find any signs of the minor plane. But they couldn't do it overtly either, as the sects of the Alliance, excluding the Noon Grass sect, were all under assault by the Zither Wind Alliance. From all this, Lin Mu and Wu Hai determined that Gu Yao most probably used their method of carving out void, and used it to open up access to a minor plane. Though this also made Lin Mu doubtful about whether his suggestion of uprooting the plane from the world would work or not. Even if the anchor from this world was removed, and they were left in the void, there was a chance they survived and used their skills to open up another route into the world. I can't let that happen either. Seems like we'll have to totally eliminate them, Lin Mu thought to himself at the end. This was the most viable option, and the others agreed with him too. But this was not the end of the surprises. Wu Hai still had one last one. It was a surprise which could have been missed if not for Wu Hai pulling out a certain document along with hundreds others. This document was nothing but a portrait of Gu Yao. Huh, this is Gu Yao, Lin Mu said in surprise. The patriarchs all saw it and were surprised too. Lin Mu had made them a portrait of Gu Yao a long time ago so that they knew who their enemy was, but now it looked to be rather different. Yes, he has changed, Wu Hai replied. How or why? Lin Mu asked as he looked at the appearance of Gu Yao on the sheet. He was now bald and his skin had tanned greatly as well. Chapter 10:12. Gu Yao's change. Lin Mu didn't know why or how the man had changed this much. The others were surprised by it too and realized that if they didn't find out now, even if Gu Yao was right in front of them, they might have missed him entirely. He became like this over the last year. I'm thinking it's most likely due to his cultivation technique or something, Wu Hai answered. That does seem like the usual suspect. Patriarch spoke. Lin Mu nodded his head as well. He was after all an example of this too. His body had changed several times due to cultivation, and now he looked rather different from the past. Thought it could also be attributed partly to his own growth and aging. He was barely 14 when he started cultivating, and now he was about 23. Almost 10 years, hard to believe it, Lin Mu thought to himself. It was a surreal experience now that he thought of it, and he would have never expected in the past he would come this far along. He had both suffered and prospered in this time, with both aspects going to the very extremes. From a common village orphan boy, he was now the leader of an entire alliance that spanned over top sects and kingdoms. To anyone, this kind of growth would be considered stunning or downright unnatural. The discussion continued for a while more, but not before Lin Mu dropped off Wu Hai back at the mansion. He could only bring the man over for a short time to the Kong Plain, since there was always a chance of others finding out. This was rather troublesome, and Wu Hai couldn't do much right now, since it was something that was his own doing. He was the one who had requested protection due to the assassin. When the patriarchs were told that there was such a person going around killing their enemies, they didn't know whether to concern him a friend or foe. Regardless, they decided to keep an eye out for him. If things worked out and they found him, they would extend a hand out to him. But that was all in the future, and Lin Mu needed to continue onwards for now. I shouldn't hold you back any longer. You two need to go on your task too, Wu Hai spoke. Indeed, it has been delayed for quite a while now, Lin Mu replied. Between here and the Black Dawn Kingdom, the Gu Legion and northern tribes have several outposts, and so there are open lines of communication. If you are discovered in one of them, they will alert the others, so it's best you avoid them. Though if you are detected, you may as well destroy them all, if possible, of course, Wu Hai suggested. I will, Lin Mu nodded before he remembered something. Wait, if the communication is possible, then you mean there are no jamming formations here, he asked. No, the ones that exist are along the border of the Black Dawn Kingdom to the south. There shouldn't be any problem in you communicating with me here, Wu Hai replied. That'll make things easier. We will keep you updated on things, Jiang Luo said. And I'll do the same, Wu Hai agreed. In the end, Wu Hai gave them some reminders and let them leave. Lin Mu sent Jiang Luo to the Kong Plain and went back to the room they had rented. Little Shrubby had been waiting for them there, or more like taking a nap. Lin Mu reappeared in the room, along with Jiang Luo, and woke up Little Shrubby in the process. You're back, is it time to leave? Little Shrubby guessed. Yups, we are ready, Lin Mu replied. All right, Little Shrubby said with excitement. We can take this route, Jiang Luo spoke as he took out a map. I gathered some information downstairs, and there are several smuggling small caravans that go through this path to avoid paying taxes on the border, he revealed. Huh, that's neat, Lin Mu muttered. You got this kind of information downstairs, Lin Mu was surprised. There's a lot you can gain if you lighten some tongues with wine. The good-for-nothing nobles downstairs can't help but brag the little success they start to get. Jiang Luo chuckled. If it works in our favor, I guess it's good. Lin Mu couldn't complain. With their plan set, Lin Mu decided to leave at night. But before that, he wanted to do one last thing. He wanted to survey the entire capital and see if there were any reborn hidden here. In addition to that, he also wanted to get an account of all the people who were under the grasp of the human-controlling blood curse here. He was even looking to infiltrate the royal palace and check there. Wu Hai had already given him the authorization token, and it would allow him free entry through the formation arrays. It would save him time on unraveling it, and even give him direct entry to the royal court. While Wu Hai had already told them about the people controlled by Gu Yao in the capital, from the current revelation that even Wu Hai was not fully informed of things, there were bound to be other secrets here. Lin Mu left the room and started his surveillance. There were 6 hours till night time, and it was more than enough time for him to cover the entire city. In just 3 hours, he was done with the common areas of the city, and had found several people that were under the human-controlling blood curse, and even more that had taken the pills of grace. And when he moved to the noble distinct, the number only increased more. Gu Yao certainly strengthened his grasp here, Lin Mu thought as he made his way towards the royal palace. Using phase to move through the ground left Lin Mu uninhibited, and he quickly arrived at the palace. Chapter 1013. An infected beast under the stables. When he appeared in the palace, though, Lin Mu felt an uncomfortable aura. This can't be. Are they really hiding one here? Lin Mu was surprised. The aura he had felt was of the invader, no doubt. Lin Mu went to the source right away and found it to be hidden below the stables of the palace at the side. This is a rather open area. Is the invader even restricted? Lin Mu wondered. The entrance to the underground area was hidden under hay, and opening the hatch would allow one access to the short tunnel that led to there. Of course, Lin Mu had no need for this, but still kept it in mind for reference. His spirit sense spread around, and quickly found the source of that uncomfortable aura. There it is, Lin Mu muttered as he saw the being corrupted by the invader. The being this time was also a beast, but it was far weaker than the ones he had seen before. Barely at the infant soul stage of the nascent soul realm, Lin Mu assessed the sleeping beast. The beast looked to be about the size of a cow, but looked like a malformed dog. It had 2 heads and 6 tails. It didn't look like any beast that Lin Mu had seen before, but he guessed that it must have mutated. No use letting this thing continue to live, Lin Mu muttered as he extended his hand. Meld. The infected beast didn't even realize that there was someone attacking it right now. It was split apart into several segments, which Lin Mu stored away into the ring before they could even touch the ground after the deactivation of Meld. Lin Mu peered into the ring and saw the severed body of the beast writhing in the ring. The flesh and blood trembled as the invader tried to leave the body. Lin Mu decided to continue watching and saw a dark brown and gray-colored nascent soul flying out of a segment of the corpse. Tilde swish tilde. The nascent soul tried to look around for a suitable vessel to rest in, but couldn't do so. It was fully disorientated and confused at this. The invader took the nascent soul as a vessel. It can do this too. Lin Mu was surprised. So far, the invader had only lived in the body, and this was the first time he was seeing it merging with a nascent soul. The nascent soul tried to fly up a little to get a better view, but that turned out to be a mistake. Tilde scree tilde. The nascent soul couldn't even let out a cry before it was torn apart by a stray streak of spatial energy. One must know that the skis of the ring were filled with terrifying streaks of spatial energy that even Lin Mu would get injured by if not for the protection of the ring. Even the spirit plants like the wood spirit tulip and the purple sickle amaranth didn't dare to go up high, as their instincts told them it would kill them. Though there was also the fact that Zukong was also there to prevent that. That's terrifying, Lin Mu muttered, seeing the scene. It was the first time he had seen the streaks of spatial energy actually harming something, and it showed him just how dangerous they truly were. This is why you need to always be careful when dealing with space, Zukong reminded. I know, see, but before Lin Mu could complete his words, he saw something happening. From the remnants of nascent soul, a dark energy came out. The energy looked like smoke and gathered up into a small cloud that was barely the size of a palm. The invader survived that. Lin Mu was shocked. The cloud of smoke then did something surprising. It tried to pull a streak of spatial energy towards it. Zukong too watched it curiously. The streak of spatial energy rushed towards the dark cloud, and it then tried to absorb it into it. Lin Mu was shocked again. Foolish, Zukong scoffed. The cloud was torn apart by the spatial energy streak and was torn once more. This kept on repeating until the entire cloud was eliminated. No trace of it was left, and Lin Mu's spirit sense didn't detect any change there either. Why? Lin Mu was confused as to why the cloud did that. He could tell that it was the invader, but doing something like this was nothing but suicidal. The invader likely has some proficiency in space, as we know. It probably felt the spatial energy and tried to absorb it so that it could leave the world like it had in the past. But this time, it was confused. This is no spatial spirit chi that can be absorbed. This spatial energy is on a completely different level. Trying to absorb is a futile effort. Zhukang explained. If I attempt that, will it be the same? Lin Mu asked. At your current level, yes, Zhukang replied. In the future, maybe, far into the future, no, he added. If I consider senior Zhukang's standards of time, then, far into the future, just how many thousand years is even that? Lin Mu understood that a long-lived being like senior Zhukang perceived time differently. For him, the 10 years he had spent with Lin Mu could be considered a drop in the life he had lived. It also gave Lin Mu an idea into just how much he would have to cultivate to be able to absorb such spatial energy directly. It also shows the difference in starting points. Senior Zhukang can do it even though this is just an avatar that doesn't have the same cultivation base as his main body. Lin Mu thought to himself. He withdrew his senses from the ring and left the underground area. There were no traces of him or even the invader being there, and it looked like this area had been empty since the start. Done with this little detour, Lin Mu entered the main building of the royal palace. Chapter 10:14. Into the Black Dawn Kingdom, the royal palace of the Shuang-Kaiyan Kingdom used to seem really huge to Lin Mu once upon a time. But now Lin Mu had seen sect buildings that were several times bigger than this. Even the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect's main peak buildings were bigger than the palace. Lin Mu's spirit sense spread around as he quickly grasped the aura of those that had taken those pills, as well as those controlled by Gu Yao. Oh, the king is actually not controlled. Lin Mu was surprised. Lin Mu had originally thought that the king of the Shuang-Kaiyan Kingdom would definitely be under the control of Gu Yao, but it seemed like that was not true anymore. Though when he checked the man a bit more, he did find traces of the pills of grace on him. Since he's weaker, Gu Yao probably didn't deem him worthy of having the human-controlling blood curse on him. Lin Mu muttered, noticing the king-infant soul stage nascent soul realm cultivation. It was relatively weak, as there were several more people stronger than him in the palace. No, wait, seems like he really is rather weak. Even with the use of the pills, his cultivation is still this low. Lin Mu realized that the Shuang-Kaiyan Kingdom might have just been doomed from the start. They never stood a chance. Lin Mu sighed, and understood why even the mutated beast infected by the invader hidden here was weak too. Finally, having caught up with everything, Lin Mu left the palace, returning to room. Once there, he quickly sent the report with all the information he had gathered to both Wu Hai and the Alliance. All ready? Zhang Luo questioned. Yes, had some surprises, but we can leave now, Lin Mu answered. All right, let's head off, Zhang Luo said. The two of them, with little Shrubby, left the city and flew out to the west. Their destination was a certain pass slightly to the northwest from where they were currently. It was a path that some merchants used to smuggle in high-value goods so that they wouldn't be taxed. While something like this didn't really matter to Lin Mu and Zhang Luo, since they could literally just fly over the mountains, what they did care for was that this path mostly avoided any dangers that might delay them, at the very least. Another thing being that there were no Gu Legion hideouts on this path, so they wouldn't be detected by them either. Little Shrubby enlarged into his full size once they were a sufficient distance away from the city. Let's go, Little Shrubby said with excitement. All right, Lin Mu said as he got onto Little Shrubby's back. Zhang Luo did the same, and both of them hooked into the harness. Tilde whoosh tilde. Little Shrubby started to run and soon picked up a speed that was faster than ever before. Zhang Luo found it hard to even see anything, despite the fact that he was at the Dao Shell realm too. His dynamic vision should have been good enough to keep up with a lot of things, but with Little Shrubby's speed, it was not. Lin Mu didn't have the same problem, though, but it did strain him a little bit, which just made him take this as a training opportunity. Their travel was barely of 3 hours, before they ended up reaching the pass. "That should be the one," Jiang Luo said as they looked down at a narrow pass. It was nestled between two cliffs that almost touched each other. The mountains between which the path was located were tall enough for most humans to not be able to traverse normally. At the top of the mountains, snow could even be seen, showing just how tall they were. But if one looked beyond the mountains, they would see a vast expanse of black land. This was the Black Dawn Kingdom. The soil of the Black Dawn Kingdom was what gave it the name. It was rich in certain nutrients which made it grow a lot of crops. But at the same time, it gave the opportunity for many strong beasts to grow here as well. It was said that the people of the Black Dawn Kingdom were rather hardy, even if it was just the commoners. To them, encounter with beasts was a normal thing, and even peasants would have to fight with such beasts almost every day. Beasts wandering into the farms and stealing their cattle was a common thing that the peasants would defend against. Over the thousands of years the kingdom had existed, its residents had already grown accustomed to this. Now killing a beast when they were 6 or 7 wasn't unheard of, even if the beast was just at the first stage of the body-tempering realm. The children would go out to play and bring back some beast corpses to eat later in the night. It was good practice for the future, and would also nourish their bodies. Lin Mu passed over many villages and towns, taking in the sights. With his spirit sense, he could quickly take in the scenes of the commoners all at once. He saw their struggles and pains, their joys and sorrows, as were well obvious to him. He felt alike he had just seen his own past in that moment. His eyes stilled, and his heart stilled as well. His mind became tranquil as his lips started to move gently. Jiang Luo, who had been sitting behind, suddenly heard faint chants in his head. He didn't even realize when he started repeating after them in his mind, even though he didn't understand the esoteric words. Unconsciously, his spirit chi started flowing smoothly in his meridians, speeding up his rate of cultivation. But he wasn't the only one who experienced this. Wherever Lin Mu passed, this effect spread. The commoners who never cultivated before felt a clarity in their minds that they had never felt before. Chapter 10:15. A moment to change destinies. Lin Mu didn't know that he had just changed the destiny of tens of thousands of people today. With the clarity that they had gained in that brief moment, they felt like they knew what their goals in life should be. Those that were muddled about their aims suddenly knew what they wanted. Those that were indecisive about the Royal Scholar exams suddenly found the syllabus to be easy to grasp. The poor and downtrodden suddenly found their lives getting easier despite the fact that their burdens were the same. Just that small moment was enough to elevate them and allow them to go on, possibly allowing them to be great in the future. The cultivators that were stuck for a long time at the same point suddenly felt their bottlenecks loosening. It was as if the very heavens were helping them as the spirit chi started flowing into their bodies automatically. Hundreds of people broke through at the same time. These were the commoners, the average cultivators who would have never had the chance to join sects. Many of them were at the end of their lifespans, while some were just starting their journey, which was possibly coming to a quick end. And yet today, all of them were given a new lease on life. Little Shrubby kept on running, unaffected by Lin Mu's chants though. He was possibly the only one here that was used to them and would not be affected easily. He had heard them more than anyone in the world possibly. Besides, to Little Shrubby, as long as he had his master, he had no other qualms. He had not to bottleneck to break through, and neither did he have any sorrows. The chants were like air to him. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Little Shrubby had already crossed a quarter of the Black Dawn Kingdom in this time. Huh! Lin Mu suddenly woke up from his trance. He looked around and saw that they were now in an entirely different region. His spirit sense compared the lay of the land with the maps he had and estimated that he was near one of the major cities of the Black Dawn Kingdom. The city was called as the Amber Wold City. It was named after the wold one it was located on. This area was slightly different from the other places and didn't have black soil. Instead, it had a faint amber layer of soil on top of it. The Amber Wold City. Been a long time since I've been here. Jiang Luo had woken up by now as well. He understood that he had just gained a lot in these brief 6 hours, but he didn't complain. He didn't even wonder how it happened, just accepting it as a fortunate encounter. His cultivation base had certainly progressed, and the growth of his Dao shell had increased as well by 1%. For a mere 6 hours, this progress was massive. "What did you come here for before?" Lin Mu asked. "The last time I came here was over 70 years ago. I was still in the Qi refining realm and had come here with my uncle," Jiang Luo replied. "Oh, did you come to find some resources again as well? Like in the Hong Lin kingdom?" Lin Mu asked curiously. "You got that right. We came here to get some of the ambers that can be found in this region. Amber Wold City is the biggest place to get them, and they are traded in thousands here," Jiang Luo replied. "I see," Lin Mu nodded his head. Lin Mu cursorily glanced at the city and scanned it over with his spirit sense. His expression turned stern after a few seconds, though. "What happened? Did you find something?" Jiang Luo questioned. "I did another mutant beast," Lin Mu answered. Jiang Luo's expression turned serious as well. "How many is that now?" "3, Jiang Luo said. "Yes, 1 under each major city," Lin Mu spoke. "Looks like a pattern to me," Jiang Luo replied. "Indeed, Gu Yao might be keeping them as trump cards," Lin Mu guessed. "Of course, release them all when push comes to shove and let them wreak havoc. The sects and kingdom's forces will be forced to deal with them, while he can do whatever he wants," Jiang Luo replied. Lin Mu simply nodded in response to this. To him, Gu Yao would certainly keep a tactic like this hidden. "You gonna deal with it?" Jiang Luo asked. "It'll just take 5 minutes," Lin Mu said as he disappeared. His body rapidly descended while teleporting, undetectable to the naked eyes. He passed through the formation array of the city as if it was nothing but paper and quickly entered the ground. He appeared in an underground cave that was clearly man-made and looked at the mutated beast that was chained here. It was similar to what he had seen before, and there were hundreds of thousands of runes carved into the walls and ceiling. Tilde clang tilde. The chains were tugged slightly as the beast woke up. It looked up and found Lin Mu floating there. "GR," but before it could even let out a roar, it was suppressed. "Silence," Lin Mu stated as a crushing pressure descended on the beast. The mutated beast had a strength equivalent to that of the adult soul stage of the nascent soul realm, and could very easily hurt a lot of people if it was unleashed. Not to mention, normal nascent soul realm cultivators would not be its match at all, and would be infected by it as well. Even a Dao shell realm cultivator would find it a bit difficult to deal with. But this city didn't have any Dao shell realm cultivators at all, which only meant that when this beast was released, it would basically be the death sentence. Lin Mu pointed with his hand, and the space around the beast froze. Waving his hand, he split apart the beast into several pieces before storing them all in the ring and letting them be purged by the spatial energy. Wold is a lay of open, uncultivated land. Chapter 10:16. Eliminating threats along the way. Lin Mu was quite liking this method of eliminating the invader. It was fast and fierce, yet there were limitations. If only it worked on all, Lin Mu muttered to himself. While meld seemed rather strong, there were still limitations to it. The broader the area of effect, the greater the consumption for Lin Mu. Not to mention that if he used meld on beings with cultivation base, they could actually resist it. The level of resistant varied depending on the difference there was between Lin Mu's own cultivation base and the other being on which the skill was being used. Right now, Lin Mu could use meld on those at the nascent soul realm with no problem at all. He reckoned that he would be able to use it on enemies at the Dao shell realm as well, though the stronger ones might be able to resist it a bit more and struggle, making him expend more spirit chi on it. It was a skill that was best to be used in limit, or it could greatly exhaust Lin Mu. After all, meld didn't use a set amount of spirit chi like his other skills. Rather, it used up a percentage of his entire spirit chi at once. It could quickly get out of hand if Lin Mu didn't regulate it well enough. Lin Mu glanced at his hand momentarily, looking at the ring. His gaze lingered for a second more before his body disappeared once more, reappearing in the skis above the amber-walled city. "Oh, you're done way quicker than I thought," Jiang Luo spoke. Let's continue," Lin Mu said before taking a pause. "Should we pass through the major cities on the way?" he asked. Jiang Luo's brows furrowed, but he understood Lin Mu's question. "You really think there would be more of them?" Jiang Luo asked. "Yes, the pattern seems to be there. We can't just let them all be unsafe like this," Lin Mu replied. "All right, if it's only going to take this much time, then we may as well," Jiang Luo stated. "I'll inform the Alliance later and get them to do a formal search later on," Lin Mu said as he got onto Little Shrubby's back. "Yeah, though I doubt it is the same for other regions, too. The Black Dawn Kingdom and the Shuang Kingdom are greatly under the influence of the Gu Legion, so it makes sense that they were able to hide such beings without alerting anyone. Plus, we've passed over other cities before too, right? And you didn't sense anything there," Jiang Luo replied. Lin Mu thought over it and found it to be a valid assumption. "Besides, I doubt these reborn are that easy to make. Even Gu Yao should be having a limited supply of them. Perhaps he can make a lot of them, but he will still need time to make them, I presume," Jiang Luo added. Lin Mu thought over to how weak the two reborn he saw in the Black Dawn Kingdom were, and reckoned that they were simply new reborn or inferior products. "You are probably right. Maybe we'll find more clues later," Lin Mu said. "Yeah, and you have the remains of these reborn too, right? The more you have, the easier it would be for Duan Qi and grandfather to track them down," Jiang Luo stated. Hearing this, Lin Mu's eyes lit up, and he felt even more motivated. "Let's go, Little Shrubby," Lin Mu ordered, directing Little Shrubby towards the next city. The next city was about 30 minutes away for Little Shrubby, and upon arriving, Lin Mu quickly scanned the entire area inch by inch. He didn't want to miss a mutated beast, just because it was hidden a bit too deep. The people of the city felt a strange feeling that day, and goosebumps appeared on nearly everyone. "Why did it get chilly all of a sudden?" someone said. But a moment later, the goosebumps faded, and so did the uncomfortable feeling. They were unaware that it was Lin Mu's spirit sense that had just passed over them. Even those that had higher cultivation bases only felt the spirit qi in the air go still for a moment, before it returned to normal. The time duration was far too short for them to tell what exactly had happened. They could only guess that it was some natural phenomenon. After all, not many would think that someone like Lin Mu at the Dao Shell Realm was scanning the entire city at once with his spirit sense. Nothing here," Lin Mu said as his brows eased. "See, I told you, even Gu Yao with his power can't afford to put them in every city," Jiang Luo spoke. "Though I did find others controlled by Gu Yao here too," Lin Mu said. "Oh yeah, those will just need to be marked for now," Jiang Luo replied. Lin Mu nodded his head before asking Little Shrubby to continue onwards. They passed over 6 more cities and didn't find any more reborn, though Lin Mu's list of people controlled by Gu Yao only increased. This encompassed both the people under the human-controlling blood curse, who were under Gu Yao's direct control, and those that were addicted to the pills of grace. Albeit the number of those under the human-controlling blood curse was rather low. It was both a good and bad thing, but there was little they could do about it right now. Thus, Lin Mu continued on his journey and finally reached the northern end of the Black Dawn Kingdom. "We're finally here," Lin Mu muttered as he observed the vast plains. Yellow grass and shrubs covered the plains, making it look like a yellow and black sea. The contrast between the soil and vegetation was rather unique. "Now where do we go from here?" Lin Mu questioned Jiang Luo. There was nothing here, and Lin Mu couldn't sense any spatial fluctuations here either. Chapter 10, 17. An unexpected village. Jiang Luo gazed at the yellow plains with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes before turning to Lin Mu. "A bit further at least until we hit the ocean. Then we need to search along the coast," Jiang Luo answered. All right, Lin Mu said as they continued onwards. The yellow plains went by really quick. If one observed from their point of view, it looked like a yellow blanket was quickly being pulled back. The more it was pulled back, the more the blue bedsheets hidden underneath could be seen. These blue bedsheets was, of course, the ocean. At first it was like a distant blue line which soon expanded into a blue crescent. The closer they got, the bigger the ocean got. And when they were finally at it, they witnessed the endless ocean, the ends of which could not be seen at all. There was mist floating around the area, making it only harder to see. If not for Lin Mu's spirit sense, he wouldn't be able to even tell how vast the ocean really was. This is the side of the continent that not many get to see, Jiang Luo said as he got off Little Shrubby's back. Indeed, it's like a different world, Lin Mu muttered. There didn't seem to be many beasts here either, and the area looked a bit desolate. This area was considered to be restricted to most humans of the Black Dawn Kingdom. They all knew about the northern tribes and didn't want to be close to the area that they supposedly lived in. The Forbidden Kingdom was beyond this ocean, and even if it was unlikely for them to cross over from here, they still didn't feel comfortable. That was the main reason why there were no settlements here. The beasts also seemed to be in an agreement from what Lin Mu could see. The beasts that resided here were rather weak, with most of them being in the body tempering realm. And the only ones in the chi refining realm he found were aquatic beasts living in the ocean. Now we just search around here, Lin Mu asked. Yes, or at least I hope so, Jiang Luo replied. Okay, let's begin, Lin Mu said as the trio of men and beast walked along the coast. This time, they couldn't use Little Shrubby's speed, as Lin Mu needed to focus on fine spatial fluctuations that would get muffled if they ran on Little Shrubby's back. The Jiang clan was afraid that their hidden ancestral grounds could be found, and they were a bit paranoid. Which was why they set up the best isolating and masking formation, arrays that they could. Even Lin Mu would need to put effort into finding it. The token that Jiang Luo had forged only provided the entry to the ancestral grounds, but couldn't find them. The location of the ancestral grounds was always kept hidden, and only the patriarch of the Jiang clan would know it. This was so that no one could threaten, blackmail, or torture the information out of a clan member. And if this happened to the patriarch, it would mean that the clan was already at an endpoint and there was no chance to survive, thus it wouldn't matter anyway. Lin Mu and Jiang Luo decided to start from the very western tip of the Black Dawn Kingdom's northern coast, and then head east from there. Upon reaching their first start point, they were surprised to see a village there. Huh, there's actually a village here, Lin Mu said with surprise. I don't think there was one here before, Jiang Luo replied as he checked the maps. Yeah, there's nothing. Looking at the village, Lin Mu could tell that the village was newly built. Most of the huts were made out of straw and mud, with only a few houses made from stone and wood. There weren't that many houses here either, only about 40. And considering that they were rather small in size too, the village was easily condensed in an area of 200 meters. There were small rafts that the villagers were using to fish in the ocean too. This was unusual since no normal peasant would dare to get near the coast due to the danger of aquatic beasts. They were considered to be far more dangerous than land beasts, mostly due to the fact that once they decided to target them, there would be less chance of escape. After all, humans were way faster on land than they were in water. Even if they had a raft, there wasn't a good chance of escape. Most aquatic beasts would be able to wreck the rafts with a causal attack. Lin Mu observed the villagers, who seemed to be rather rugged-looking. They were even more rugged than the average Black Dawn Kingdom commoner. Their skins had an even tan, as if they spent most of their time out under the sun. Looking at the sky, Lin Mu could actually see a clear sun out too, which was different from the misty look on the other areas of the coast, where the skies were cloudy. Definitely a different area, huh? Jiang Luo said. Step, tilde. But while they were wondering about the village, a few people approached them from the behind. Travelers, this far, one of the villagers said upon seeing Lin Mu and Jiang Luo. AHH. But soon a scream could also be heard, as their eyes went to the beast that was standing some distance away. Beast, spirit beast, the villagers cried out. Lin Mu and Jiang Luo felt a little awkward at this. They had not expected to find a village here, and thus Lin Mu had not sent little Shrubby away either. Calm down, he is my tamed beast, Lin Mu said as he lightly floated into the air. Looking at his handsome face and the aura exuding from his body, the villagers quickly understood the situation. Ah, forgive us, Lord Cultivators, the villagers hurriedly bowed. Chapter 10:18. A northern tribe village. Lin Mu gazed at the villagers that had appeared and found them to be a bit different. The villagers hurriedly crossed their hands and bowed. Seeing this strange method of paying respects, Lin Mu was startled. Jiang Luo, who saw it, also got alerted. His eyes went wide, while the veins on his arms bulged. This method of greeting, isn't this? Lord Cultivators, may we have the grace of knowing which tribe are you from? The villager questioned. They are, Jiang Luo muttered as faint spirit chi waves came from his body. But just as he was about to act, he heard a voice. Hang on, let's not act so fast, Lin Mu spoke lightly. Jiang Luo stopped and lowered his hand that was halfway raised. The villagers couldn't see it with their heads bowed, or they would have been alerted as well. Lin Mu looked at the villagers who were obediently bowing and thought to himself before speaking. We cannot tell you that. The villagers trembled slightly before replying. Pardon us for the disrespect. It's just that we wanted to ask where we are. Ha! Both Lin Mu and Jiang Luo were confused upon hearing this, but didn't show it on their faces. Before I answer that, I'd like to ask what you all are doing here. I don't recall there being a village here, Lin Mu said, pretending to be familiar. The villagers were a bit startled, and slight hesitation could be seen on their faces. Forgive us, my lords, but it would be better if you talk to our village head first. We do not have the authority to speak to someone of your ranks, the villagers stated. Very well, take us to him, Lin Mu replied, not minding this since more information was his goal anyway. The villagers then brought Lin Mu and Jiang Luo to the village, while little Shrubby stayed behind. He was simply too eye-catching, and Lin Mu didn't want there to be additional disturbances, just in case. The other villagers were surprised to see Lin Mu and Jiang Luo here, but they didn't dare to talk or gossip in their presence. They simply bowed their heads while doing the same gesture as the previous ones. Lin Mu lightly gazed at them as he confirmed his suspicion. Sure enough, they are from the northern tribes. The villagers brought them to the very back of the village. This was located along a small cliff that rose at the very side of the ocean shore. Here, the second largest building in the village stood. Even then, it was merely a shack built with straw, stone, and some wood. It took the support of the cliff and had a slanted roof. Village head, Lord Cultivators are here, the villagers called out. The sound of sudden movement came from inside, as frantic footsteps could also be heard. Tilda creak tilde. The door of the shack opened quickly as a nervous-looking face looked out. Lin Mu observed it too and saw that it was a middle-aged man. He too had dark-tanned skin, but in addition to that, he also had what looked like a small tattoo on the side of his forehead. He had long hair, a small bunch of it being braided while the rest laid free. There were 3 beads in the braid as well that looked to be made from stone and shells. Recognizing this particular way of dressing up, Lin Mu understood who this person was. One of the lowest-ranked northern tribe warrior, Lin Mu understood. The northern tribes had many customs and rituals, one of which was the way someone's rank was designated. The different ranks all wore beads in their hair, and the number and quality of the beads decided what their designation would be. The man in front of them, who was said to be the village head, was barely at the lowest rank of an official northern tribe warrior. This rank needed for one to be at the very least the 7th stage of the body tempering realm. Lin Mu found that this man was the strongest among all the villagers and the only one at this strength as well. There was no threat to Lin Mu, nor Jiang Luo here, which was why Lin Mu stopped him from acting. If they wanted to, they could eliminate all these villagers with a casual wave of their hand. But Lin Mu didn't want that. He understood that there was something strange happening here, and it would be in their best interest to know how exactly did these villagers that were from the northern tribes ended up here. If these villagers had a cultivation base, Lin Mu would have at least understood. But these were far too weak to even be able to cross over from the Forbidden Continent. Lin Mu reckoned that they would have perished in the harsh weather even before they crossed the Pear's Belt. Not to mention, Lin Mu greatly doubted that the northern tribes would really send such weak people here. It wasn't that it was completely impossible, but the fact that it would not be worth for them to put the resources to send them here. This was the point that made Lin Mu wonder about it all, and also why the villagers were still alive now. Lord Cultivators, why you're finally here, the village head spoke with difficulty. Lin Mu could tell that the man was really surprised. It's almost as if he's glad we're here, Lin Mu felt. Have you come to finally take us back? The village head questioned. Hearing this, a few ideas appeared in Lin Mu's mind, but he didn't dare to confirm either of them. Perhaps, but I'd like to know what's happening here and why are all of you here? Lin Mu questioned. Hearing this, clear shock could be seen on the village head's face, as if what Lin Mu had asked was shattering his heart or killing his hopes. Chapter 10:19. A reason for arrival and encounter with the northern tribe's commoners was certainly not what Lin Mu had expected today. He would have understood if it were the northern tribe's cultivators or soldiers, but these were clearly the peasants. But after the village head explained everything to Lin Mu and Jiang Luo, they understood why such a strange situation had taken place and why the village was here. So you're telling me a priest from the Kiwa tribe came and told you that he would take your village to a better land? Lin Mu asked after hearing the account from the village head. Why, yes, my lord, the village head hurriedly replied. Lin Mu rubbed his chin as he thought over the entire thing, which seemed a bit absurd to him. What had happened to these villagers seemed a bit of a pity to Lin Mu. The village head was apparently from one of the many subordinate villages under the Kiwa tribe. The Kiwa tribe was one of the big clans of the northern tribes, and its patriarch was one of the Dao Treading Realm members. Lin Mu knew all this since he had gotten quite a lot of information from Ku Weiowen. The village this man lived in was among the very small ones and only had a population of barely 200. They lived in a bad patch of land and didn't have many resources. They could barely even afford to feed themselves, not to mention trade. The land was barren and frozen, not allowing them to grow any crops. Their only means of sustenance were the lakes near their village that had plenty of fish. Thus, their village was a fishing village that greatly depended on it. Thus, upon hearing that a priest from the Kiwa tribe was offering them a chance to relocate to a better place, the village head took it right away. The land in the Forbidden Continent was harsh, and the land which was fertile and could grow things was the most valuable. Thus, according to the laws of the northern tribes, it was strictly forbidden for the villagers to move their village without the permission of a priest or a tribe chieftain. Besides, the villagers were not in a position of moving around anywhere nearby either, as their village was already in a good place for their region. If they went anywhere else, they would only be moving in a bad area. All the areas that were good were long since occupied, and the few that were still free were in distant locations and filled with dangers. The priest offered to move the villagers on one condition, it being that they do not ask any questions, and if anyone else asks them, not to answer them either. The priest then took them to a particular location. That was an old shrine. The shrine was big enough to accommodate all the villagers and contained a large formation array. One by one, the villagers were sent into it, and they all disappeared. They were told that this thing would take them to the best location for them. When you arrived, you say there were only 80 of you left, Lin Mu questioned. Yes, we don't know where the others went. We tried searching around in the past years, but were unable to get any traces of them. The village head spoke. We feared they had died during whatever happened at the time. he added, his voice feeling heavy. I see, and that's how you all ended up making a village here, Lin Mu asked. Yes, my lords, the village head confirmed. Silence descended in the room as the village head waited for Lin Mu's response. But instead of him, he got a question from someone else. This place you all arrived at, we'd like you to take us there, Jiang Luo stated. Oh, of course, it would be our pleasure, the village head replied. Lin Mu and Jiang Luo turned around and started to walk, while the village head quickly hurried behind them. My lords, the place is a bit far from here. Would it be fine if I take some supplies with me? The village head asked. How far is it approximately from here? Lin Mu asked. About 200 kilometers, the village head answered. Hearing this, Lin Mu understood why the village head was a bit afraid. This distance was rather long even for a 7th stage body tempering realm warrior like the village head, and it would take him a couple of days to travel that much. Besides, there was also the fact that there was a difference in status between that man and Lin Mu. Thus he didn't think that Lin Mu would lower himself to carry him or something. But he was in for a surprise. Lin Mu looked at Jiang Luo and spoke. Take that out. Jiang Luo waved his hand, and an old item that Lin Mu had not seen for a while appeared. This, the village head was shocked. In front of him was a boat that was better than anything he had ever seen in his lifetime. And not just that, it was a boat that could float in the air. He rubbed his eyes, thinking that he might have still need dreaming, but then realized that it was all real. A boat like this, a spirit vehicle, just who are these esteemed lords? Are they from the capital? The village head wondered. Get in, Lin Mu ordered. Right away, the village head said before jumping into the spirit boat. Jiang Luo and Lin Mu did the same as the boat started to rise up. The other villagers too saw it and were stunned. Some of them directly kneeled on the ground and kowtowed, saying things in a language Lin Mu didn't understand. Though he could tell that they were basically nothing but prayers for the northern tribes. Tilde whoosh tilde. The spirit boat flew away at a rapid speed. You said it is in the south from here, Lin Mu questioned. Why, yes, the village head answered, trying to keep his composure. Chapter 10:20. An old array the village head was still not able to believe that he was flying at such a fast speed. And not just that, but that he was now riding in a spirit boat. He had once been to the capital of the northern tribes before, and had seen the power of the great elders there. They spirit tools that could achieve the same, and he once dreamed about experiencing them. And now, he finally had the opportunity to do so. The journey that would have taken him over 2 days to complete was finished in less than 30 minutes now. The village head thought that this was rather fast, not knowing that Lin Mu and Jiang Luo were able to go many times faster than this. But doing so would probably not be fine for the village head, with no cultivation base. There, that's the place, the village head pointed. But when Lin Mu looked at the place, he was confused. There's nothing here, Lin Mu spoke. On the ground, there are some writings on the ground, the village head replied. We'll need to go down. Lin Mu landed the spirit boat and looked around the area. This place was on a wide hill and was covered with grasses and shrubs like most of the other places. It looked rather normal, and if one didn't visit this place before, they wouldn't even be able to tell that this place was special. Lin Mu's spirit sense spread around and checked the ground. There is indeed inscriptions below this, Lin Mu realized. Jiang Luo too detected it, and cleared out the soil with a wave of his hand. It turns out that there was actually a broken rock platform below the soil layer. Over the years, an inch-thick layer of soil had settled on it, making it hard to differentiate. But now the hidden runes were all visible. Lin Mu's spirit sense traced the edges of the platform and found that it was at least 100 meters wide. Its original shape was impossible to make out due to how much damage it had sustained. I don't recognize these inscriptions. Can you? Jiang Luo asked. Lin Mu tried to read the damaged runes and barely managed to tell their functions. They were simply too faded to differentiate, and since there were runes and the Tao script included in it too, The meaning of the runes would become difficult to decipher if it was not intact. A teleportation arrays, Lin Mu muttered. It really is that, Jiang Luo was surprised. He knew of the history of the Great Zhou Empire and how the northern tribes had tried to invade the empire with the use of hundreds of teleportation formations in the past. Nearly all of them were destroyed over the years, either by the kingdoms or the sects. But there were still a few that were hidden all this time, lucky to have been missed. An old one from the last Great War, Jiang Luo spoke. Indeed, Lin Mu nodded his head. The village head didn't know what Lin Mu and Jiang Luo were talking about, but didn't interfere in it. He simply stood there silently, so as to not offend two cultivators who might be elders. He was not a fool and could tell the difference in power between the other warriors and cultivators he had seen in the past and Lin Mu. There was simply an aura that made him feel suppressed, even if he was not being targeted. He had only felt that when he faced great beasts in the wild and escaped by the skin of his teeth. Is this still functional? Jiang Luo questioned. Doesn't seem like it, Lin Mu said, but still tried to inject some spirit qi into the rune, testing if they were even receptive. After a few seconds, Lin Mu shook his head. Yeah, it is completely damaged. There is no repairing it, Lin Mu stated. That is for the best. We don't want them coming here, Jiang Luo replied. Hearing this, the village head was a bit confused. Were we not supposed to come here? But it was the priest who told us to, he thought. I want to check a bit more. Let's wait a bit. Lin Mu spoke to Jiang Luo. Sure, go ahead, Jiang Luo agreed. Lin Mu closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening them. His vision turned blurry for a moment as the scene in front of him changed. No traces of any spatial fluctuations at all, though it has been nearly 2 years since these villagers arrived here, so it does kind of make sense, Lin Mu thought. The village head had told them when they had arrived here. They had tried to find other places to live, but were unable to go past a certain distance due to the beasts that lived there. One of their relatively strong members had set out to find more places, but had almost died from the beasts that wandered the plains. After that, they simply didn't dare to go any further and decided to live here at the coast where there were few beasts. And even the beasts that did exist here were weak enough to not threaten the lives of the villagers. Even the aquatic beasts were relatively tame as long as they didn't wander out into the ocean too much. And they didn't need to either, as there were plenty of fish and other aquatic beasts just next to the coast. The villagers realized that while they may have been isolated from the others, they still got what they had set out for, better land. Though it was another fact that they barely had any seeds to start farming with. Right now, they were only cultivating some wild vegetables they had found and still depended on the ocean for their sustenance. Having checked the entire platform in detail, Lin Mu concluded that the arrival of the villagers might have whittled down the last bit of the durability the runes had. Chapter 10:21, The Location of the Ancestral Land. Lin Mu and Jiang Luo returned to the village and dropped off the village head there. The man had invited the two of them for a feast in their honor, but Lin Mu simply rejected them, citing that it would be better to save up the resources for themselves. Even if they were people of the northern tribes, Lin Mu wasn't dumb enough to think that they were the same as the ones that were invading. The commoners and cultivators of the northern tribes were rather different and also had different goals. The commoners were just trying to survive on the meager resources they had, while the higher-ups of the northern tribes wished to invade the empire. Lin Mu wasn't stupid enough to think that it was just the northern tribes' fault that there was conflict. He knew that the true reason for enmity on both sides was because of the greed of the 3 continents of the past. But it was still on the northern tribes for bringing invaders into the world. That was a crime for which the world could not forgive them for. Lin Mu and Jiang Luo departed the village shortly after to discuss what needed to be done. So, what are we going to do about them? Jiang Luo asked. I don't think we need to do anything. They were clearly fooled into being test subjects by the northern tribes' priests. I'm thinking they were testing out old teleportation arrays to see which one worked. Lin Mu replied. Jiang Luo thought over it too and agreed with Lin Mu. There was no threat from the innocent villagers even if they were from the northern tribes. He could understand that these were mere pawns in the hands of the elders of the tribes. Still, this only means that the northern tribes are looking for more ways to get into the empire, Jiang Luo stated. Indeed, first the Kusha ruins and now this. Who knows how many more such teleportation arrays are left in the empire? Lin Mu replied. There shouldn't be many, at least not the ones that are still working. There is a reason why the northern tribe elders were unwilling to test the arrays on their own and instead used these villagers, Jiang Luo said, after thinking for a moment. The teleportation arrays needed to be secure, or there was always a chance of one being sent to the void instead. In worst cases, they would simply be torn apart mid-transmission. Another thing was that, even if an array was functional after being damaged, there was a limit to how many people it could send or how many times it could work before stopping entirely. These villagers were the best example of that, considering that half of them never arrived here. And since there were no spatial fluctuations in the area around the array either, Lin Mu reckoned that the space had stabilized fully now. Even if he tried to open up a rift there, Lin Mu wouldn't find anything there. The two of them discussed for a little while more before deciding to leave. They didn't speak to the villagers anymore and left them as it is. It was best for both parties. If Lin Mu and Jiang Luo brought them to other places, there was a great chance the villagers would be killed anyway. It was safer for them here. Continuing their search, Lin Mu and Jiang Luo moved along the coast. It felt rather slow to Lin Mu after moving around so fast all this time, but he knew that there was no other choice. They would easily miss the location if they went too fast. Lin Mu's spirit sense was fully spread and constantly probing the area for signs of the Jiang clan's ancestral land. About a week ended up passing like this until Lin Mu finally detected something. It's actually there, Lin Mu suddenly spoke. You found it, Jiang Luo said with excitement. I think so, Lin Mu said in a slightly doubtful voice. You're not sure, Jiang Luo asked, his tone deflating. There are indeed some spatial fluctuations there, but the locations is, Lin Mu said before pointing towards the ocean. The ocean? It's in the ocean, Jiang Luo asked in confusion. More accurately, it's there on that rock. Lin Mu pointed in the distance. Jiang Luo narrowed his eyes and barely spotted a lonely rock that protruded from the ocean. It was hard to see, and the moving waves made it disappear from time to time under the water. We may as well check it out then, Jiang Luo stated. Yeah, let's go, Lin Mu said before flying there. Jiang Luo and Little Shrubby followed behind him, and they quickly arrived at the rock. The rock was very small, so much so that only a single person would be able to stand on it. The place was almost half a kilometer into the ocean and was actually at the top of a hill that was underwater. Let's see. Lin Mu came to stand above the rock and used his spirit sense to feel the area. His eyes too scanned, and his spatial perception detected some signs too. Seems like this is the place, Lin Mu stated. Only one way to confirm it then, Jiang Luo said as he took out the entrance token he had made. He injected some spirit chi into the token, and it flew out of his hand. Seeing this, Lin Mu's eyes lit up. This is a good sign, Lin Mu muttered. The token seemed to fly around in the area randomly, as if searching for something. It did so for about 2 minutes while Lin Mu and Jiang Luo stayed put. And when it finally came to a halt, a humming sound was heard coming from it. We found it, Jiang Luo exclaimed. Tilde hung tilde. The entrance token let out a bright light as runes came out of it. The runes spread around into a formation in the air before the space started to flicker. Chapter 1022. Entering the ancestral lands, Lin Mu and Jiang Luo watched as a small dot of light appeared in the air. It hovered there lightly before it elongated into a vertical line. Then suddenly, it expanded horizontally, turning into a light curtain. And when it was fully expanded, the three of them felt a strong force tugging at them. Tilda whoosh tilde. Lin Mu, Jiang Luo, and Little Shrubby were all sucked into the light curtain and disappeared. The light curtain, too, faded away, leaving behind nothing. Lin Mu felt his vision turning white. He could not see anything else than a bright white light. Even after he closed his eyes, the light which had burned into his retinas was still there. He felt as if he was soaring through the air, but didn't feel any air touching his skin. It was a strange feeling of weightlessness, which Lin Mu had only felt once before when he had escaped the fragment of the Ripple Mist sect's sacred ground. A minute passed by like this before Lin Mu finally felt like he had stopped moving. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the new scenery in front of him. This, Lin Mu was surprised. In front of him was a vast sea, the end of which could not be seen. The horizon extended infinitely, but Lin Mu could tell that this was a mere illusion, and it wasn't actually like this. If he actually traveled in that direction, he would end up hitting a barrier at the end. He looked in the other direction and saw vast plains, hills, and mountains. There was lush greenery spread everywhere along with flowers that were filled with the colors of rainbow. Small spirit beasts roamed around the plains, and the melodic cries of birds could also be heard as they flew through the skies. Despite hearing about the ancestral lands from grandfather in the past, this place is even more beautiful. His words were not enough to describe the place's beauty. Jiang Luo spoke. Sniff tilde. Little Shrubby sniffed the air, trying to get a sense of the area and what beings were here. Lin Mu, too, spread his spirit sense around and quickly grasped the lay of the land. And when his spirit sense was fully extended, it directly hit the barrier of the minor plane. So it extends about 50 kilometers in the direction of the sea. Lin Mu took note. On the other side, Lin Mu discovered that the area was wider than 100 kilometers. Though he also realized the curvature of the coast, making him think that this place was actually an island. But after scanning as much area as he could with his spirit sense here, Lin Mu didn't find the people he had come here for. I don't sense them here. Where are they? Lin Mu muttered as his brows furrowed. Come, the ancestral lands of the Jai clan are very wide. We need to travel further deep to find it. Jiang Luo spoke. All right, Lin Mu said as the three of them started to move. They didn't ride on Little Shrubby, though, as they wanted to search everything a lot more carefully. And it was worth it for Lin Mu, too. He saw a myriad of spirit herbs and fruits along the way, some of which were even extinct in the Zaya-Offen world. Though he also discovered the fact that the place was lacking in spirit beasts. The strongest beasts here were merely at the core condensation realm, and most were simply at the chi refining realm. The trio traveled for about an hour before they reached a mountain that was rather peculiar. It looked like there was an additional peak sprouting from the original one from the angle they were standing at. Hang on, isn't that? Lin Mu finally recognized. The myriad armament canopy abode, Jiang Luo said as he gazed at the pseudo-immortal spirit tool. The myriad armament canopy abode was attached to the side of a mountain and looked like a mountain in itself. At the top of it, a flat plateau was seen on which the great mansion was located. Are they there? Lin Mu wondered while he scanned the area with his spirit sense. But upon reaching the myriad armament canopy abode, he found it to be empty. They are not there either, Lin Mu said with slight confusion. Oh yeah, if they are at the ancestral lands, it wouldn't make sense to stay at the myriad armament canopy abode when they have an even better place to live. Jiang Luo replied. What is that place? Lin Mu questioned. I've only heard stories about it from grandfather a long time ago, and he told me that there is a large castle with several courtyards in the middle of the ancestral lands. It is the true heart of the Jiang clan, Jiang Luo answered. Hearing this, Lin Mu felt rather interested in this. He already knew that the myriad armament canopy abode was filled with dense spirit chi that helped greatly in cultivation. And if the area told by Jiang Luo had even better spirit chi, it would be very powerful. He couldn't wait to reach it. How far is it? What do you think? Lin Mu questioned. If the myriad armament canopy abode is here, it shouldn't be too far. I'm sure we are almost at the center of the ancestral lands now, Jiang Luo answered. Let's continue then, Lin Mu said, and they went further. After about 5 minutes, Little Shrubby spoke. I can smell new scents, Little Shrubby said. Jiang Luo was surprised and wondered what this was about, so Lin Mu translated for him. He can sense them, they are nearby, Lin Mu replied. Let's speed up then, Jiang Luo said. The three of them started to run, and when they finally crossed a tall mountain, they could see the great castle that was hidden behind it. It wasn't like anything Lin Mu had seen before, and even Jiang Luo was lost for words. Chapter 10:23, War Castle Jiang. The castle looks like it was built on top of a massive shield that floated in the air. The four corners of the castle looked to be built by using giant spears, while the central building of the castle was built around an even bigger sword. Chains extended from the ground and attached to the massive shield below the castle, keeping it in place. Around the castle, tens of other courtyards could also be seen. Just how great it would have been in the heyday of the Jiang clan, Lin Mu couldn't even imagine. It was clear that this place was built to house at least 50,000, if not 100,000, people comfortably. It really does exist, Jiang Luo muttered. War Castle Jiang. War Castle Jiang, that's the name, Lin Mu questioned. Yeah, like the myriad armament canopy abode, the entire thing is a weapon and filled with formation arrays that can attack and defend. The myriad armament canopy abode was actually made as an improvement for this, since the War Castle Jiang can't really move. Though if we compare the raw power, the War Castle Jiang certainly has a lot more power. But despite that, it is not a complete spirit tool, Jiang Luo answered. If the myriad armament canopy abode is weaker than this, then how is War Castle Jiang not at least a pseudo-immortal tool? Lin Mu asked in confusion. As you can see, the entire War Castle's made from different components and is not a whole spirit tool individually. The clan's goal was to make a strong castle where its people could come to take shelters in times of distress. The ancestor wanted to make a version that could do all that the War Castle Jiang could do, and thus the myriad armament canopy abode came into existence. It took several generations of elders working on it before it reached the current level, Jiang Luo explained. I see still, this is no less of an achievement, Lin Mu said, feeling impressed. He could tell that the Jiang clan already had enough background to easily compare with a top 10 sect. No wonder the sects were so wary of the Jiang clan. Them eliminating all of them in one go was the only way they could stop them from rising up, Lin Mu guessed. Come, the entrance seems to be from this part, Jiang Luo said as he gestured towards a gate. The gate was strange as it had no walls surrounding it. There were simply 2 pillars on top of which a beam was erected. Fine carvings could be seen on it too, and it was clear that this was all part of a formation array. Lin Mu's spirit sense probed the gate and realized the reason for the absence of the walls. The gate is indeed just a gate. The walls don't exist because they are in the form of formation array barrier, Lin Mu undertook. He could feel the strong barrier that even he would have a hard time breaking, covering the entire area. The War Castle Jiang as well as the surrounding courtyards were all protected within the barrier, which could defend against Dao-treading realm experts with ease. If this castle could really be moved around like the myriad armament canopy abode, it would be enough to eradicate several sects and kingdoms with ease, Lin Mu thought. He felt that it was a shame it could not be moved. If it could, Lin Mu thought it would serve as a great deterrent for the northern tribes, as well as the Gu Legion. He walked towards the gate and stopped in front. Tilde hung tilde. A formation appeared on top of the gate as runes flowed out of it. The runes flew around Lin Mu and Jiang Luo, as if searching for something. Don't move. The formation might attack us if it detects us as a threat, Jiang Luo warned. After a few seconds, the runes all surrounded Jiang Luo and went into his body. Tilde hum tilde. The entire formation array vibrated as a light shone from Jiang Luo's body. An opening appeared in the barrier where the gate was after this. Come, this is it, Jiang Luo directed. Lin Mu nodded his head, wondering if it would stop him there, and little Shrubby too. He could tell that this was an identification formation that would only allow those of the Jiang clan in. Will it allow us to? Lin Mu asked, just in case. It will now. I can control it somewhat. It gave me the authority just now, Jiang Luo replied. Oh, that's great, Lin Mu said as he followed behind him. Little Shrubby shrunk down as well, as he was too big to pass through the gate. Returning to his small cat form, he went and sat on Lin Mu's shoulders. Lin Mu didn't mind this anyway, and the three of them continued under the guidance of Jiang Luo. They passed by the empty courtyards that were still clean and well-maintained, evidently due to the formation arrays working this entire time. A look of pain appeared on Jiang Luo's face as he was reminded of his clan, which no longer existed. The three of them reached the bottom of the war castle Jiang before flying up directly. Tilda whoosh tilde. But just as they were about to reach it, they felt danger. An explosion happened where they were just standing, and they had barely managed to dodge it. Lin Mu was surprised too, since the attack was really fast. No, it's not the attack that is fast. My speed is being restricted. Lin Mu felt a faint restriction on his body. He couldn't even tell when it was applied and was shocked. Halt! Who dares enter the ancestral lands of the Jing clan? A woman's voice could be heard. It was filled with utter rage, but there was also a hint of confusion in it. The voice seemed to echo from far but still seemed close. Chapter 10:24, a tearful reunion. When Lin Mu heard the voice, his eyes lit up. He could, after all, recognize the voice and knew it well enough. Jiang Luo was the same, and tears almost appeared in his eyes. Both of them felt close to the voice, and yet distant. Lin Mu's spirit sense scanned the area, and yet he couldn't tell where exactly it had come from. But before he could search anymore, he felt another attack coming towards him. This time, though, Lin Mu didn't even dodge and took the attack head-on. What? The woman's voice said in shock. She had just witnessed the intruder running straight into the attack instead of trying to avoid it. She knew just how powerful that attack was, and it could even injure a Tao-treading realm cultivator. Tilda whoosh tilde. The cloud of smoke was suddenly cleared, and the body of Lin Mu was visible again. Not one bit of a scratch could be seen on his shimmering golden skin, but his sleeves were torn from the attack. Wait, it's me doing key, Lin Mu called out. He had taken the attack head-on, so that he could trace it back. This allowed him to discover another layer of formation barrier that was hiding Duan Qi behind it. How do you know my name? Who are you? Duan Qi shouted, feeling absolutely stunned. She couldn't recognize the man with the golden, shining skin in front of her at all. He was tall and had a well-built body. And along with him was another man who was even larger in build than the first man. Neither of them were familiar to her. Not to mention, even if they were familiar, them being here in the ancestral lands of the Jiang clan was ridiculous in itself. As far as she knew, only she and her grandfather were the ones with access to it. Did some great formation master break in? There is no other way they would be able to bypass the fomentation arrays, Duan Qi thought. But just as she was thinking this, she heard the voice of the young man again. It's me, Lin Mu, he announced. But Duan Qi didn't believe him one bit. She had not forgotten about the teenage boy who had brought them many surprises. She would never forget him. After all, they were in debt to him. Could it really be? Despite that, after a few memories resurfaced in her mind, she couldn't help but feel hesitant. Lin Mu understood Duan Qi's thoughts a bit, and quickly took out something that could easily prove his identity. It really is me, Lin Mu, he said again. Look! The short sword came to float in front of Lin Mu, and he showed his right hand too, on which a golden ring with green streaks was present. Seeing them, Duan Qi's eyes went wide. No way, it can't be. How? Duan Qi said with confusion. How can you even enter this place? That's because of me, Jiang Luo spoke. Duan Qi's attention was pulled to him, and a strange feeling stirred within her heard. The voice of the other man tugged at her memories again, but she couldn't tell where she had heard them before. It's me, Care, Jiang Luo continued. As soon as he said that, Duan Qi's head spun. Memories came rushing back, memories of her and her cousin who had seemingly died a long time ago. She couldn't believe it when she had lost him in the past, and now that she was hearing it again, she found it hard to believe it too. No, that can't be. Jiang Luo is dead. Duan Qi yelled, her voice trembling. I know it's hard to believe, but I never died. I escaped and was trapped. Jiang Luo explained before showing something to her. Look, the entrance token to the ancestral lands. Her eyes went to the token in Jiang Luo's hands, carefully scanning it. Tilde hung tilde. She waved her hands as a few runes came to touch upon the entrance token. And when they did, the token resonated in response. Do you really think anyone else would be able to make the entrance token of our ancestral land? Even in our own clan, there were only a handful that can make it. Jiang Luo added. It really is you, Duan Qi said, finally coming around. Show yourself to us, cousin. I want to see you. It's been too long, Jiang Luo said, his eyes reddening. The barrier hiding Duan Qi dissipated, and her body became visible. She was standing some distance away from them, atop a triangular plate. She wore a pale green dress with yellow tassels hanging on the edges of her sleeves and slacks. Her hair was divided into 3 sections, with one part being tied up in a bunch on the back of her head, while 2 sections were left to flow freely behind her back. There was a coiling gold hair ornament holding the hair on her head, while another tassel hung from it. Lin Mu looked at her and found her to be the same as before, though her demeanor had slightly changed to become more domineering. The spirit qi fluctuations coming from here were also many times stronger than before, being at the adult soul stage of the nascent soul realm. Such power was a great difference from when Lin Mu left her. Back then, Duan Qi was barely at the peak stage of the core condensation realm, but with the insights for cultivation that Zukong had passed on to her through Lin Mu, she had progressed at a very fast speed. Not even 10 years had passed since then, and she was at the adult soul stage of the nascent soul realm. Such progress was indeed quite fast, and Lin Mu would have thought so too, if he didn't know multiple others who had achieved the same. The 2 men and 1 woman stared at each other, memorizing every single inch of their faces, hoping that this was not a dream and that they truly were here. Chapter 1025, Playful Banter. How, what? Duan Qi didn't know what to say and was at a loss for words. Jiang Luo, though, didn't mind that and flew towards her. Duan Qi didn't move and let him embrace her, her expression still frozen the same. Don't worry, I really am here, Jiang Luo spoke calmly in her ears. In that moment, Duan Qi's eyes started tearing up and low sobs could also be heard. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Luo as well and hugged him as hard as she could. She didn't want it all to be a dream. She didn't want him to be gone anymore, and she would do anything to keep that from happening. Lin Mu and Little Shrubby watched the tearful reunion from the distance silently. I'll give them some time, Lin Mu thought as he looked behind Duan Qi. When she had disabled the barrier that was hiding her, she had also revealed the rest of the area that was hidden along with her. Lin Mu could now see the rest of the area of the war castle. The one that they had seen before was actually an illusion to make it look like there was no one there, and no activity was present either. But now, Lin Mu could see components of formation arrays as well as spirit tools lying around haphazardly. There were raw materials and a lot of other things here too, including beast pelts and ores. It was certainly not as clean and pristine looking as it did from the outside. 5 minutes passed like this, when Lin Mu decided that it was time to intervene. Are you two okay? Lin Mu asked lightly. Jiang Luo and Duan Qi finally separated. Duan Qi's face was particularly red, and the embarrassment was apparent. Jiang Luo, though, was fine, and a wide smile was present on his face. You have certainly grown since the last time I saw you, Jiang Luo said with a chuckle. Tilde pat tilde. He lightly patted her head, to which Duan Qi quickly reacted. Hey, I'm no longer a child, Duan Qi said. You will still be a child to me. We are after all 50 years apart, haha, Jiang Luo laughed. Hearing this, Lin Mu was surprised. You are 51 years old, Lin Mu said to Duan Qi upon hearing this. He had known Jiang Luo's age already, and it was at about 101 years old. It was very young when compared to most cultivators of his cultivation base, who would be around 700 to 800 years old. Deducting 50 years from that age gave Lin Mu the age of Duan Qi, which was surprising to him, considering how young she looked. Doesn't the aging only stop when one reaches nascent soul realm? Lin Mu was a bit confused. Female cultivators are just like mortal women and will try to do their best to keep up their looks, at least the majority of them. Thus, even if they are not at the nascent soul realm, they would still look younger. Cultivation still does slow down aging for them, Zhu Kong chimed in. He had been silent for a rather long time and had only woken up upon sensing a strong attack coming towards Lin Mu. While he was confident of Lin Mu being fine, he still paused his cultivation for that just in case. I see, Lin Mu replied, keeping it in mind. But Duan Qi didn't take Lin Mu's words kindly, and an irritated expression appeared on her face. She turned away, not wanting to look at Lin Mu's face. The excitement faded away so soon, Jiang Luo joked. I thought you'd be a lot more happy seeing him, he added. Cousin, Duan Qi was even more embarrassed at hearing his words. What? I approve of him. If you want to, he has the go-ahead, Jiang Luo said brazenly, confusing Lin Mu and making Duan Qi blush even more. Ooh, what? Lin Mu said in confusion. He's a child, Duan Qi said in response to Jiang Luo. Ahaha, it won't matter in a few centuries, Jiang Luo continued. Lin Mu tilted his head in confusion, while Duan Qi felt her face burning. Step, tilde. While this was happening, little Shrubby had taken the liberty of getting down from Lin Mu's shoulder and walking towards Duan Qi. The small form of little Shrubby looked up at the red face of Duan Qi and tilted his head too. Tilde mu tilde. He let out a cry, pulling Duan Qi's attention, but Lin Mu heard the actual meaning of it. This woman is better than that man. She's red like me too, little Shrubby said. Lin Mu couldn't hold back and chuckled too. Jiang Luo, who heard it, felt irked and knew that something must have been said behind his back. What did the cat say? Jiang Luo narrowed his eyes. Just that little Shrubby likes her more than you, Lin Mu answered. Duan Qi looked at the small cat and lowered herself to pick him up. Little Shrubby let her do it as well. She lightly stroked little Shrubby's head and spoke. This beast is smart. Hey, Jiang Luo protested. Tilde mu tilde. Little Shrubby didn't care for any words and simply enjoyed behind stroked. Duan Qi felt a little better seeing her cousin being embarrassed now, and a slight smile appeared on her face too. So this cute beast is named Little Shrubby? Duan Qi asked. Yeah, he is, Lin Mu answered. He's not so cute and not so little, you'll see, Jiang Luo snarked. Jiang Luo was smacked on the shoulder by Duan Qi again. Tilde poof tilde. And then a small fireball lit his beard on fire. You! Jiang Luo was infuriated by the actions of both. Come on now, you two. Lin Mu stopped them before they went into one of their squabbles. Jiang Luo stopped while Duan Qi glared at him, and little Shrubby simply stuck out his tongue. Chapter 10:26. Where is Jiang Wei? With the playful banter over, Lin Mu finally asked the question that he had been wanting to ask for a while. Where is old man Jiang? Lin Mu questioned. Duan Qi looked over and replied. He's been in seclusion. He's cultivating, Lin Mu asked. Not exactly, Duan Qi replied. Then what's he doing in seclusion? Lin Mu asked, feeling even more confused. Well, he's forging. He has been for the past 5 years and I don't know what, Duan Qi answered. Hearing this, Lin Mu found it strange, but Jiang Luo seemed to have some insight. Oh, grandfather went into one of his forging bouts. He used to do this in the past too. Whenever he reached a certain point of breakthrough in his skill, he would start forging and won't stop until he finally accomplished it, Jiang Luo explained. Ah, really? Lin Mu had not expected this. Duan Qi too looked on in interest, having not known this. You were too young back then and didn't live at the clan. I even heard from father that once before the last Great War, grandfather started forging and didn't stop for over 100 years. It is said that the clan even thought that he had gone mad, while the outsiders thought that he had died in seclusion. Jiang Luo reveled. He won't just stay like that for a century again, will he? We need him, Lin Mu said with concern. Don't worry, I'm sure he'll stop once we're there, Jiang Luo replied. Yeah, there's no way he won't want to meet you, Duan Qi said with a nod. Well then, bring us to him. There is a lot that has happened and we need your help, Lin Mu stated. Hearing Lin Mu's tone, Duan Qi's expression turned stern. What is it? Duan Qi questioned. It will be better if we explain to you and your grandfather together, Lin Mu answered. All right, follow me then, Duan Qi replied, and turned around with little Shrubby still in her hands. The beast seemed to have become comfortable, and was resting his neck on the soft chest of Duan Qi. They continued inward as more formation barriers were lifted. Lin Mu could tell that the security here was the strongest he had ever seen, even when comparing the top sects. In fact, after seeing the entire area and the spirit chi here, Lin Mu was sure that the Jiang clan could itself be a top sect. They did after all have the background, the resources, the fortune and the techniques to back it all up. The only thing they lacked was people, and also that they had a lot of enemies. If not for that, Lin Mu was sure that the Jiang clan could rise more quickly. A few thoughts came to Lin Mu with respect to this too. When I leave this world, what do I want to leave it as? Lin Mu wondered. Having become the world's ordained, he knew that he had a responsibility to the Zaya-Offen world. But he also knew a fact that he could not stay here. He wanted to see a lot more and explore the many worlds. That day, which once seemed distant, was approaching fast. Lin Mu could tell this much. Once the northern tribes and Gu Legion are dealt with, I'll find ways to leave the world. Even if I don't, I simply need to cultivate till the immortal ascension realm and leave the world naturally. That will also give me enough time to get my affairs in order, Lin Mu thought. He was fully prepared to enter seclusion and cultivate until he reached the immortal ascension realm, though he didn't yet know how he will be doing that. His Tao shell was close to completion stage, and he had already started feeling the hints of Tao. He had an instinctual feeling about what Tao embryo he would be condensing as well. This was something Lin Mu couldn't explain how. It was as if it was built directly into his soul. While having these thoughts, Lin Mu was brought to the depths of the war castle Jiang. It was really huge in the inside as well, and there were easily thousands of rooms and halls in it. Lin Mu even wondered if there were spatial expansion formations being used here, though when he tried to look for them, his perception was being blocked by the many formation arrays. It wasn't that they were all strong, but that there were simply so many of them that when stacked they became too opaque to look through. Tilde deng tilde. Tilde deng tilde. Tilde deng tilde. Finally, Duan Qi came to a stop in front of a pair of large doors. They were 10 meters tall and looked similar to the ones in the myriad armament canopy abode. The faint sound of metal clanging against metal could be heard coming from inside. Duan Qi extended her hand and placed it on the door. A small formation lit up on it before the doors started to move. Tilde creak tilde. Tilde rumble tilde. The whole area shook as if an elephant was running around there. The opening of the door seemed to have removed some sort of a damper that stopped these vibrations. Tilde whoosh tilde. When the doors were eyeful open, Lin Mu felt a gust of hot air hit his face. That's rather warm, Lin Mu muttered as he gazed into the glowing room. There were tools flying around, while runes surrounded them. Tens of formations were working non-stop, while flames raged around in the 10 forges that were in there. The roof was pulling the smoke and channeling it someplace else, while the floor was automatically cleaning the soot and dust that fell to the ground. Then in the center of the hall stood an old man. He had a crazed look on his face, with his hair and beard being covered in ash and black oil. No, 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 this is not enough. I need more, the old man yelled. Chapter 10:27. The crazed old man Jiang Wei seemed to be lost in his work and was continuously talking to himself. He would scream at some times and whisper at others. It was extremely strange, and if any normal person saw it, they would certainly think that the old man had gone senile. But if a person with some insights into spirit tool refinement and weapon forging heard them, they would feel their whole worldview shake. Each and every sentence of old man Jiang was filled with a deep meaning that many others would take thousands of others to reach. And just as Jiang Wei was working on a slab of metal, it suddenly exploded. Damn it, the heat is still not enough, he cursed. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his fists on the ingots of metal kept on the side in frustration. Tilde dang tilde. The ingots were directly bent from the force, but after a few seconds, they reformed into their original form. Again, old man Jiang said and waved his hand. Making gestures with his fingers, he created runes. The runes flew around in the air in a peculiar pattern and went to several materials laying around the hall. Tilde whoosh tilde. Tilde shing tilde. Various materials started to fly when the runes touched them. They came towards Jiang Wei and floated around him. Extended his hand, the old man grasped a sheet of metal that was at least an inch thick. It was unknown what kind of a metal it was, but it seemed to be rather tough. Tilde dang tilde. Old man Jiang slammed the metal sheet on the forging platform and pulled on the door of the forge. Scorching flames shot out from the mouth of the forge, threatening to burn everything down. Suppress! Old man Jiang made a hand seal, and the flames became a lot tamer. And yet their heat had not been suppressed. What had been suppressed was merely the unruly shape of the flames. Now the flames were smooth, like a ribbon made from the finest silk fluttering in the wind. Old man Jiang controlled the flames to meticulously spread over the metal sheet and heat up its surface. Once it was red-hot in color, he closed the door of the forge and picked up the hammer that laid on his side. The hammer was thick and dense, but looked rather plain. There weren't even any runes on it, but if anyone sensed the spirit chi fluctuations coming from the hammer, they would realize that the hammer was no common hammer. It was in fact a peak-grade spirit tool. One hit from such a hammer was enough to flatten a hill into a plain. And just like that, the hammer rose up in the hand of Jiang Wei and came down like the first thunder of summer. A sonorous sound was heard as the entire metal sheet vibrated from the strike. An imprint of the hammer's face appeared on the sheet's surface. But that was simply the start as Jiang Wei lifted his hand again and again, striking the metal sheet over and over again. In just a minute, he had hit the metal sheet enough times that it had been flattened even more. It was now only half as thick as before, being elongated in size instead. When this was done, Jiang Wei flipped the sheet on its side and struck it from the very edge. Tilde clang tilde. This hit was more powerful than the earlier hits and directly bent the sheet in half. He then pressed it further, making sure that the edges matched perfectly, and it was like half-folded sheet of paper. The door of the forge opened again as flames shot out from it, heating the metal sheet again. Old man Jiang repeated the hammering process again, before folding the sheet in half again. Should we stop him? Lin Mu suddenly spoke. It didn't look like the old man had even noticed the presence of Lin Mu and others. Despite that fact that it had been half an hour, they had even been chatting amongst themselves, but the old man didn't seem to be aware of it at all. His heart and soul were in his work, and it didn't look like he would come out of it easily. Duan Qi shook her head. I've had to tell him for over a week before he finally took a break last time, she stated. Should I try? Lin Mu asked. Go ahead, Duan Qi replied. Lin Mu walked a bit ahead, but didn't go too forward since that area was protected by the formations. Old man Jiang, it's me Lin Mu, I've returned, Lin Mu called out. They waited to see if Jiang Wei would respond, but there was no response. I'll try, he should respond hearing me at least, Jiang Luo said. It would certainly a matter of shock if Jiang Luo, who was supposedly dead for over 50 years, were to suddenly return. They all thought that it should truly be enough to move the old man. "Grandfather, I'm back. Lure is back," Jiang Luo yelled with excitement. A minute passed, but the response never came. "It's no use, he's too deep," Jiang Luo said with a crestfallen face. "It doesn't work, and we can't get close either. Only grandfather can lift that heat barrier," Duan Qi spoke. "Does that barrier block sound by any chance?" Lin Mu wondered if they had missed such an obvious thing. "Of course not. It only blocks the extreme heat from the forge. If any of us get close, we'd be burned to ashes rather easily. Even a Dao Shell Realm expert is not safe from it," Duan Qi replied. "Huh, so that's all," Lin Mu said in a rather casual tone. "What do you mean?" Duan Qi asked before her eyes went wide. "Wait! Don't!" she yelled as she saw Lin Mu getting closer to the barrier. "It'll be fine," Jiang Luo stated. "Just watch." Under the shocked eyes of Duan Qi, Lin Mu easily walked past the barrier and into the scorching heat of the forge. Chapter 10:28, Jiang Wei's Vow. Duan Qi's heart shook as she watched Lin Mu step past the barrier. She fully expected him to burn up. She had not gotten the chance to know his cultivation base and didn't even have that in her mind. After all, according to common sense, there was no way Lin Mu would be at the Dao treading realm which would be needed to resist the heat. Which in reality, he wasn't. But Lin Mu had other ways to resist this heat with the great defenses of his body. "How?" Duan Qi was at a loss for words, seeing Lin Mu fine. Not even his robes were burning, as a brown light armor could be seen appearing around it. It was effortlessly resisting the heat. The earth element. Duan Qi could at least recognize that Lin Mu was using some kind of a skill. Lin Mu continued to walk forward until he was merely a meter behind Old Man Jiang. "Old Man Jiang, I'm here." Lin Mu spoke lightly and extended his hand. The hand lightly tapped on the old man's rugged back, causing a bigger reaction than expected. The light tap had interrupted Jiang Wei's hammer strike and made him use inadequate force. This ended up with him slamming the hammer with extreme force, and it completely warped the metal sheet. "Damn it, who?" Old Man Jiang was infuriated. But when he turned around, he saw Lin Mu, who was not the person he was expecting to see there. "Care, when did you become a man?" Jiang Wei said with confusion. "Ahhhhhhhhhh." Jiang Luo, who heard it, burst out laughing. "Grandfather, how can you even think that?" Duan Qi shouted. With his attention off from the forging, Jiang Wei finally heard the voice of the other two. He looked at them and then back at Lin Mu. "What is happening here? Why are there two more people than there should be? Am I finally going senile?" Old Man Jiang muttered to himself. "Even Lure seems to be here. I should really be going insane." Lin Mu, who heard this, understood the man was really a bit too confused. He had been working non-stop for a little too long and was disoriented to say the least. "You aren't going senile, old man. You can't go insane either, at least not now when we need you." Lin Mu spoke. "Who are you?" Old Man Jiang asked, not feeling threatened with the appearance of a random person at all. "Why don't you tell me?" Lin Mu replied before withdrawing the short sword from his ring. Tilde Xing Tilde. When the short sword appeared in front of him, it vibrated lightly and let out resonating sound. It felt like the sword was feeling happy seeing its old owner again. The old man, too, locked his eyes onto the short sword and narrowed them. "It's this," Jiang Wei said as he looked back at Lin Mu. "And you, that boy Lin Mu." Old Man Jiang finally recognized. "You got that right," Lin Mu said with a smile. Then, Old Man Jiang seemed shook for a second as he turned towards Jiang Luo stiffly. "Who are?" Jiang Wei couldn't believe his eyes. "It's me, grandfather. Jiang Luo, your grandson," Jiang Luo said as his eyes reddened slightly. "But how?" Jiang Luo seemed to be truly confused right now. His hands trembled while his fingers twitched, holding the peak-grade spirit tool hammer in his hand. "We have a lot to catch up on. Why don't we go somewhere more comfortable to talk?" Lin Mu suggested. Old Man Jiang simply nodded and was still lost in his thoughts. Duan Qi brought them all to the upper lounge, where old man Jiang sat silently as Jiang Luo narrated what had happened to him. Lin Mu didn't say much during this time either, as he knew the shock of Jiang Luo being alive was the greatest for old man Jiang. On some level, Jiang Wei had always blamed himself for his grandson's death and wished that time could turn around so that he could save him. But he also knew that it would never happen. He could only regret for years to come. And thus, when Jiang Luo finally appeared in front of him again, he was at a loss. He had fully accepted that Jiang Luo was dead and knew that the only time he might see his grandson in the future would be when he was dead. This, combined with his bottleneck, made him think that he had qi deviation or some other problem which killed him swiftly, and that he was now in the afterlife. Only after the detailed explanation, by Jiang Luo and several proofs, did he believe them. "This, heavens have blessed me again," Jiang Wei muttered. He brought his hands to his face and pressed it hard while taking a deep breath. A minute later, he put down his hands and looked at a particular person. "Seems like the debt that we owe you will never decrease." Jiang Wei spoke with great emotion in his voice. "Not only did you give us new insights, but you even saved my grandson and returned him to us. This grace, the Jiang clan shall never forget," Jiang Wei said with a firm voice. All of a sudden, a dagger appeared in front of Jiang Wei, surprising everyone. The dagger had a short handle but a sharp, almost needle-like blade. Old man Jiang firmly grasped it and before anyone could respond, thrust it toward his heart. "Tilda Xing Tilda." "Grandfather!" Duan Qi and Jiang Luo screamed. But much to their shock, the dagger turned ethereal before it touched Jiang Wei. He pulled it back out, and there was only a small drop of blood on it that glowed lightly with a white shimmer. "I, Jiang Wei, the patriarch of the Jiang clan, hereby declares Lin Mu, the eternal savior of the Jiang clan. For the coming 1001 generations, the Jiang clan shall be under his grace," he declared. Chapter 1029. The new approach. Jiang Wei's words resounded in the entire hall and even beyond it. In fact, they continued to resonate and echo long enough that they extended beyond the reaches of the war castle Jiang and throughout the entire ancestral land. It seemed to have caused some strange phenomenon where the skis of the ancestral land started to tremble. The glowing drop of blood on the tip of the needle-like dagger flew up and shot into Lin Mu's forehead before he could react. And when that happened, Lin Mu felt an inexplicable link forming between Jiang Wei, Jiang Luo, Duan Qi and him. It wasn't like the link he had between Little Shrubby and him, nor was it like the ordainment of the world's will. It was entirely different from it. It was as if the three of them could never harm him, and if he said so, the three of them would die. What even is this? Lin Mu found it to be a bit terrifying. Now I didn't expect this to happen, a vow of servitude taken upon an entire clan's bloodline. Zhukang suddenly spoke, his voice containing hints of surprise as well. "What is this, senior?" Lin Mu questioned, feeling lost. "You can basically consider it as an oath, similar to the one you took with others for the alliance, except this one is far stronger. This basically turns the Jiang clan into your servants, if you want to, of course," Zhukang answered. "What? Why would he do something like this?" Lin Mu was utterly shocked. "Well, I don't know either, but it seems your help has deemed it important enough for Jiang Wei to do this." "I'm more surprised he even knew how to do this," Zhukang replied. And just as he said that, Lin Mu saw something happening to the needle-like dagger. The dagger shattered into 3 fragments before shooting towards Jiang Wei, Jiang Luo, and Duan Qi. But just like before, it turned ethereal before entering either hearts. "The vow has been made," Jiang Wei said, opening his eyes. Jiang Luo and Duan Qi were stunned at the whole situation, not knowing what it was at all. What was that, grandfather?" Duan Qi asked. "It was repayment, or at least an attempt," Jiang Wei replied. "Did you really need to go that far?" Lin Mu questioned, having learned about the whole thing from Zhukang. "I'm afraid even that is not enough. You may not know the significance of what you have done for us. What I've done is perhaps only the beginning for the repayment of debt. I only hope that our latter generations will be able to complete it," Jiang Wei stated. Stop that, Lin Mu protested. You do not owe me a debt. I only did what I thought was right, he replied. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Jiang Wei's face. This is exactly why I made the decision. You are worthy of our vow. The Jiang clan will be at your command from this moment onwards, Jiang Wei answered. But, Lin Mu wanted to say more but was interrupted. Don't try anymore. This is actually good, Zhu Kang spoke. Besides, as long as you don't take unfair advantage of them, there won't actually be any difference from before, will there? He asked. That, Lin Mu found Senior Zhu Kang's words to be rather understandable. Just because he took a vow of servitude for his clan doesn't mean you really have to treat them as servants. In fact, it will be better if you treat them as you have all along, Zhu Kang continued. Hearing Senior Zhu Kang's words, Lin Mu understood that perhaps this was the best way to approach this. He could only accept it and take the gratitude of Jiang Wei. Fine, but please don't do anything more like this. I don't think I'll be able to handle more, Lin Mu said. All right, Jiang Wei chuckled. Now then, we should probably get to the more important things, Lin Mu said. Of course, Jiang Wei said as his expression darkened. I had never expected the sex would not learn the lessons after all these years, Jiang Wei spoke. At least some of them are wise, though. The Long Cloud Alliance was a good decision, he added. Lin Mu nodded his head before explaining more things to Jiang Luo. He told them about everything that had happened. The invader, Gu Yao, the northern tribes, the immortal Ascension Realm cultivators, the mutated beasts as well as the reborn. The more they heard, the stiffer Duan Qi and Jiang Wei's expressions got. Can't believe the world would change this much in just a decade, Duan Qi muttered, finding it all absurd. I wish all I said was a lie. Things would be so much better that way, Lin Mu replied. Indeed, I've racked my head thinking about how things could go this bad this quickly after a long time of peace, Jiang Luo added. The fates have a fickle reputation of flipping the odds when we get the most comfortable. Seems like it is just a repeat of that again, Jiang Wei said in melancholic tone. Can you help us about this then, old man Jiang? Lin Mu asked. Of course, it is our duty. Not only due to the vow, but the old duty that the Jiang clan took several thousand years ago, Jiang Wei stated. Lin Mu's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he nodded his head extendedly. Duan Qi, too, let out a smile while little Shrubby simply curled up more in her embrace. The beast had been taking a nap without a care in the world. When can we start? Lin Mu asked. Right away. With the issue of tracking down the invaders' traces, Duan Qi can help you. I believe her breakthrough has given her some new abilities. As for the issue of the communication jade slips being jammed, I can help make something that'll revert that, Jiang Wei replied. Chapter 1030, Jiang Wei's strongest weapon. Lin Mu and Jiang Wei continued their discussion for a while, and a lot of plans were made in that time. After having done this, Lin Mu wanted to inform the Alliance right away, but when he tried to go to the Kong Plain, he realized he couldn't. I can't enter it, Lin Mu was surprised. It won't work if you are in another minor plane. You need to be in the main world for it to be possible, Zhu Kang informed. Oh, I see, Lin Mu replied. He had not known this so far, but it was good to know now. It was in fact rather important information, as he could end up getting trapped in some other minor plane and be unable to leave just because he made a mistake of thinking that he could always enter the Kong Plain. What's the problem? Jiang Luo asked, seeing that Lin Mu was still here. I can't go to the Kong Plain from here. I'll need to go back to the Xia world, Lin Mu replied. You can't. That'll be a problem then, Jiang Luo stated. Yes, you won't be able to leave the ancestral lands right now either, Duan Qi added. Why? Lin Mu was surprised. It's for the safety of the ancestral lands. The formation arrays restrict the entry and exit from the ancestral lands. We can change that, but we had it set to a week till now. Or rather, it was set as default, Jiang Wei explained. So I won't be able to leave for another 6 days, Lin Mu questioned, finding it rather troublesome. He knew that he could always use the ring to tear open a rift, but that was still a wild card, as he could just end up in some other place in the lesser void. It would be a problem if that happened. I'll remove that limit, but it won't change the restriction just now. You will still have to wait 6 days more, Jiang Wei spoke. Lin Mu furrowed his brows and wondered if this would be good. He couldn't help but feel anxious about not being in contract with the Alliance. It should be fine. We were in contact the entire month till now and nothing problematic happened. Not to mention, we actually increased the security due to the information we got from Wu Hai. Jiang Luo spoke, understanding what Lin Mu was thinking. Lin Mu took a deep breath and nodded his head. Yeah, it should be fine, Lin Mu agreed. If even 4 top sects can't hold back for a mere week, then those nincompoops deserve to perish, Jiang Wei scoffed. He was still a bit biased against the sects and couldn't forgive them right away. Though his anger against them had significantly reduced after Lin Mu and Jiang Luo's explanation. Hearing it, though, Lin Mu could only let out a wry smile. Regardless, we can still work on the plans at this time. I'll need to refine the remains of the invaders to know how to track them first, too. Duan Qi interrupted. Oh yeah, here you go, Lin Mu said as he took out the corpses of the mutated beasts and the reborn. The remains fell to the ground, and looking at them, Duan Qi couldn't help but furrow her brows. They certainly are ugly, Duan Qi muttered. Jiang Wei checked the remains with his spirit sense too, as a frown appeared on his face. These are vastly different from what I expected, Jiang Wei spoke. Oh, what's the issue, grandfather? Jiang Luo asked. Lin Mu was intrigued too, as he knew that Jiang Wei was the most experienced here and had even fought against an invader in the past. While that invader had been unable to fully appear in the Zaya-Offen world, it was still valuable experience. Not to mention that invader was rather strong too, having said to be above the immortal ascension realm. This thing, it makes me uneasy. It's as if the one we fought in the past was like a child compared to this, Jiang Wei answered. What? Was the one you all fought in the past similar to this? Lin Mu asked, feeling curious. No, it was not like this at all. That was a beast. This, though, I can't even tell what creature this is. Is it a beast, a ghost, or what? This has gone beyond the normal understanding. But from what the traces of leftover aura are there on this, they are vastly more sinister than the one I felt before from the previous invader. It's like the one in the past was merely a beast that had wandered into an uncharted territory and was lost. But this feels downright malevolent, Jiang Wei explained. Lin Mu furrowed his brows as he understood that perhaps they needed to consider they may not win against this thing, at least not safely. Jiang Wei rubbed his beard and thought about the entire thing. Seems like I might really need to complete it soon. We will need it if we are to go against this invader, Jiang Wei spoke. Lin Mu raised his head and wondered what Jiang Wei was talking about. What are you talking about? Lin Mu asked. A weapon. It would be the strongest spirit weapon I would have ever made, the best in this continent, Jiang Wei replied. Really? Lin Mu was surprised, but felt like it would really help them. With a strong being such as the invader that just did not die easily, a weapon like that would be necessary. What's the problem you are facing then, grandfather? We saw that you were struggling back in the forge, Jiang Luo asked. I have reached a bottleneck. Even with the insights Lin Mu's master gave me, I still can't find the proper ways to apply to it such that I finally break through to the new level. I don't want to just make a pseudo-immortal weapon. I want to make an immortal weapon, Jiang Wei declared. Chapter 1031. A new affinity. Hearing Jiang Wei's ambitious words, both Lin Mu and Jiang Luo were surprised. But both their eyes lit up as they understood just how powerful an immortal weapon could be. While Jiang Luo had not known about its power and could only imagine it from the name, Lin Mu knew about it. He had, after all, read about a few in the memoirs of the lost immortal. While it only gave some simple descriptions about the power of the immortal weapons, they were still nothing to joke about. For example, Lin Mu read about an immortal weapon that the lost immortal had used, which was an arrow. It was just a single arrow without a bow to use it with. And yet, when he had thrown the arrow with his hand, the arrow had pierced through an entire mountain range before stopping. Just from that, Lin Mu understood the power of an immortal weapon could not be joked about. Spirit weapons and immortal weapons were on an entirely different level, and even a million peak-grade spirit weapons would not compare with a true immortal weapon. But with all this, Lin Mu also remembered something. Unless he himself is in the immortal realm, it would be very difficult to make an immortal-grade weapon. Lin Mu thought to himself. What do you need, grandfather? I'll help you. Not to brag, but I've progressed quite a lot in my forging skills too. Plus, now I'm in the Dao Shell realm, so it won't be a problem for me to go on for months, Jiang Luo stated. I will definitely need more help, Jiang Wei replied. Jiang Wei nodded his head. He had already learned from Jiang Luo that his grandson had reached the Dao Shell realm. Not just him, but Lin Mu had reached the realm before him. It was honestly a bigger shock to him than Jiang Luo being alive. But despite hearing that, Jiang Wei still felt that Lin Mu had a lot of secrets. Not to mention that metal element aura coming from his body. Why is there so much of it? He doesn't even use that. He has an affinity with the earth element. Jiang Wei wondered. It was now that Jiang Luo spoke again. And Lin Mu can help us too. He has some achievements in refinement as well. He actually refined gold to just 10% of its original volume, Jiang Luo added. Hearing this, Jiang Wei raised his brows. That is indeed impressive. If you can do that, you should be able to refine green gold too, Jiang Wei spoke. Lin Mu knew that he could indeed refine green gold. The only reason why he had not before was because he had not used the correct type of gold. In order to refine green gold, one needed raw gold or rather than already forged gold. Green gold was actually a higher quality gold naturally present in gold and needed to be refined from the ore itself. And besides, the technique didn't call for green gold, and thus he didn't have a need to do that. But it was now that Jiang Wei had a thought. Why did you refine that much gold, though? Did you need to make some spirit tool? He asked. This man did something far more insane. Jiang Luo said as he explained the true gold body forging arts to his grandfather, while Lin Mu could only listen wryly. After hearing it all, Jiang Wei was certainly stunned. No wonder your body. It has transformed entirely, Jiang Wei spoke. MMHMM, though it does bring some good benefits, Lin Mu replied and let his skin glow again. Jiang Wei suddenly felt the metal elemental aura from Lin Mu's spike, and it felt like there was a mountain of hold in front of him. This is on some other level. I've never felt so much metal elemental aura from anyone, even though that have affinity with metal elemental and cultivate metal attribute cultivation techniques aren't like this. Jiang Wei couldn't help but speak. Yeah, Jiang Luo said the same. Lin Mu agreed. Perhaps, have you checked your elemental affinity again? Jiang Wei asked. Oh, why? Lin Mu asked. I think you might have the affinity to the metal element too now, Jiang Wei replied. What? But I only have it for the earth element, Lin Mu stated. It might have been so, but with such an absurd transformative technique, I don't think adding another elemental affinity would be too much of a problem, Jiang Wei replied. After he said this, he took out something from his spatial storage bracelet. Lin Mu saw the object and found it to be a hexagonal metal block of some kind. What is this? Lin Mu asked. Try sensing the metal elemental spirit qi in it. It's a container for metal spirit qi, Jiang Wei replied. Yeah, try it, Jiang Luo prodded on. Lin Mu took hold of the container and closed his eyes. His spirit sense came out of his hand and entered the container. At first, he didn't feel anything, but just after 5 seconds, he could feel something sharp passing by his spirit sense probe. His brows furrowed as he tried to sense it again. 10 seconds passed by, after which he felt the same kind of sharp energy. This time, it was far more defined. Lin Mu continued trying it, and by the 50th try, he finally made contact with the sharp energy. And the moment he did, the energy traveled along his spirit sense and to his hand before quickly entering his meridians. Lin Mu's eyes opened wide at that moment as he felt a new type of spirit qi in his body. More and more metal spirit qi kept on pouring out from the container after that, as if a dam had been opened. It all surged into Lin Mu's danshan, before condensing into liquid form and making a pool of metal spirit qi in the ocean in his danshan. It was yellow-colored and lightly shimmered. Chapter 1032. The obstacle in forging Lin Mu was not expecting that he would have really gained the affinity to the metal element, as it was not part of the true gold body forging arts. It was not mentioned in any part of the technique, and it could not have been either. Gaining an affinity to an element just from a technique was not something that was easily possible. Most people either had elemental affinities right from the birth, or given to them by a physique or bloodline. This could be seen in the case of little Shrubby, who had multiple elemental affinities by the virtue of his 7 bloodlines, but even then the fire elemental affinity was the strongest. Lin Mu had the earth elemental affinity innately, and had been using it with the mortal strengthening scripture. That was the reason why the armor of the technique was so strong and quick to regenerate. If it was someone without the earth elemental affinity practicing it, the effect would not have been as great. Then there was the fact that Lin Mu also used fire spirit qi. For this, he didn't have an affinity either, but only his ability to sense it had increased due to the embrace of Hong Lin. It was not on the same level as that of an elemental affinity. But now Lin Mu had truly gained the affinity to the metal element. The surging metal spirit qi into his meridians was its proof. If he didn't have the affinity, the spirit qi wouldn't act on its own to enter his body. It really works, Lin Mu finally said after having confirmed it all. Jiang Wei, too, looked surprised at it all and then glanced at the hexagonal container in Lin Mu's hand. I told him to sense it, and he drained all the metal spirit qi from it. Damn, at least I have 2 more of those left, Jiang Wei thought. He wasn't really upset with Lin Mu about the use of the metal spirit qi, as it was nothing compared to what he had done for them. Still, he used that metal spirit qi for making spirit weapons, and as such, it was a bit important. The good thing was that it could be refilled later. It would just take some time. Ha ha ha, this is excellent, Jiang Luo congratulated. I guess so. It'll take a while for me to get used to it, though, Lin Mu replied. Since you have the affinity, you will learn it quickly. Metal affinity is the easiest to use if you already use swords and other weapons. It can be used to amplify the power of most spirit weapons, especially the ones that are of the pure forging type. With the short sword, you should be able to increase its power by at least 2 times if you use it with it, Jiang Wei explained. Hearing it, Lin Mu nodded his head. This was not the only method he had thought of either. Lin Mu knew that he had another technique, the boulder collapsing first. Lin Mu had used it with fire spirit qi before, and had seen its effect. He had also tested it with the earth spirit qi before too, but had not used it in a battle yet. The metal spirit qi could be used in a similar way. The only issue is the effect of it. The difference between boulder collapsing first used with fire spirit qi and earth spirit qi was vastly different. The same will probably be the case for metal spirit qi. I best test it so that I'm not caught off guard in a battle, not to mention the side effects of it can still be damaging, Lin Mu thought to himself. Guess you can help us too, though there is another issue I'm having, Jiang Wei spoke, which I doubt any of you can help with, he added. Oh, what kind of an issue, grandfather? Jiang Luo asked. He was rather surprised that even with 3 talented people working on it, there were still more issues. It's more of a limitation in our case, I could say. The forge, it's not stable enough, Jiang Wei replied. The forge, Jiang Luo repeated, wondering if he had heard wrong. The forge that Jiang Wei had been using in War Castle Jiang was the best forge that the Jiang clan owned. Not to mention the Jiang clan, perhaps in the entire Xiaofen world there might not be a better forge. Yes, the forge is the problem, Jiang Wei replied. If it's really the forge, then you mean to say the heat is less? Jiang Luo questioned. It's not the heat that is the problem. Our forge can generate plenty of heat. The issue is more on its stability. Even with the formation arrays controlling it, there is still a very fine difference in controlling it myself, Jiang Wei answered. Then why don't we just upgrade the formation arrays? Jiang Luo asked. That is not something we can do either. I've already upgraded it as much as possible with the new insights I got. While it is still upgradable beyond that, we either don't have the resources for it, or it is simply not possible at our levels. That is to say, the next upgrade of the formation arrays would put them on the same level as immortal grade. Jiang Wei explained in detail. Hearing this, Jiang Luo finally understood the dilemma. To make an immortal grade weapon, they needed immortal grade formation arrays. But then to make an immortal grade formation arrays they neither had the resources, neither the cultivation base. Which if they did, they wouldn't have had a problem making the immortal grade weapon in the first place. Well, that will leave us in a loop. Jiang Luo shook his head. He knew that even his skills would not be able to match that of his grandfather, and he wouldn't be able to upgrade the formation array, either. It was now that Lin Mu spoke. I may have another method to do it. Chapter 10, 33. An unexpected solution. Lin Mu's words had certainly invoked their interest, as both Jiang Wei and Jiang Luo had learned by now that he often had ideas that worked surprisingly well. It was an approach that could not be thought by them easily. Please go ahead, Jiang Wei spoke. The issues is with the formation array being inadequate with its control, right? What if we replace that with someone who can manually control fire? Lin Mu asked. I thought that too. But for a high-level operation like this, we would need someone with fire elemental affinity that also has great skill with it, along with refinement. The combination of those three is difficult to get. Neither I nor Jiang Luo have fire elemental affinity, Jiang Wei replied. I have someone exactly like that, Lin Mu spoke. Oh, really? That would be great, Jiang Wei couldn't help but say. Still, we can't bring them here due to the restriction on entry. Duan Qi doused their expectations. Oh, the person I'm taking about is already here. Or rather than a person. Lin Mu then gestured towards Duan Qi. She was confused, but then saw that Lin Mu was actually pointing towards something else on her lap. Jiang Luo understood it immediately, and his eyes lit up. Of course, he can do it too, Jiang Luo exclamation. Why are you looking at the beast? Duan Qi questioned. Jiang Wei had the same question. Little Shrubby is the perfect to do it all. Not only does he have a great affinity to fire, he is also used to finely controlling fire. Lin Mu answered. This little beast, he barely has a cultivation base though, Duan Qi said. Ahaha, I told you before he's not so little, Jiang Luo chuckled. Jiang Wei was still confused, but his interest was certainly piqued. Little Shrubby woke up from his nap after hearing Lin Mu call for him. Little Shrubby, time to work, Lin Mu spoke. All right, Tilda, Little Shrubby said lazily. Under the surprised eyes of Duan Qi and Jiang Wei, the beast jumped from her lap and rapidly enlarged some distance from them. From the small size of a cat, Little Shrubby became taller and taller as his size increased. By the time he stopped growing, he was almost touching the roof of the hall. And along with him returning to his full size, his aura and cultivation base was also released, shaking some of the objects kept in the hall. Whoa, Duan Qi was awed by the sight of it. She could still find the beast rather majestic. There was a faint heat coming from Little Shrubby as well that raised the temperature of the entire hall in just a few seconds. Little Shrubby glanced at the woman in whose lap he was napping until a second ago and gave a little smile. It was another thing that the smile looked more threatening instead, with multiple sharp fangs on display. The beast, I've never seen quite like it. This aura, it's almost on the same level as that immortal beast, and it's not even at that realm yet, Jiang Wei thought to himself. Little Shrubby is at the Dao Shell realm. Duan Qi was stunned after sensing his cultivation base. Of course he is. He'll be sufficient to help us. He cooks a lot, so has good control over his fire, Lin Mu praised. Jiang Wei and Duan Qi were a little taken aback after hearing that Little Shrubby's control came from cooking rather than refinement, but they didn't disregard his skill. They wanted to see if it really was that good considering Lin Mu had said that. All right, guess we can work with this, Jiang Wei agreed. Lin Mu nodded his head, and all of them headed to the forge, while Duan Qi went to do her own side of work. Tracking down the invaders' traces would take some time for her too, and she would need to do a lot of preparations before that. Finally, in the forging hall, Jiang Wei got to witness the skill of Little Shrubby. It was better than he had expected, and with just a little more practice and directions, it increased even more. That was exactly the level they needed for the forging, and they could finally start. The work that they needed to do was divided according to the skill of everyone, with Lin Mu getting the part for assistance in refinement. Jiang Luo was going to directly help in forging, and will prepare the additional resources to be thrown in during the process. And Jiang Wei, of course, was going to be the one doing the main part while Little Shrubby will provided his flames. Jiang Wei also activated spirit qi gathering arrays so that all of them could stay in their best shape for as long as possible. With all the preparation done, they could finally start. Though Lin Mu was surprised to find out that the weapon that Jiang Wei was making was actually halfway there already. Jiang Wei had gotten stuck at that part and was practicing using other materials so as to not damage the main materials. Jiang Wei was making a sword, as that was the weapon he was best versed in and also the most proficient in. The flames raged in the forge for 6 days and nights straight, during which sounds of metal clanging, hammers hitting, and coals crackling could be heard. All of them got into a flow and poured their hearts into what was going to be the first ever immortal weapon of the Xia world. Lin Mu greatly looked forward to it, as Zukong had told him that if they really managed to make it, he might end up getting to see some immortal qi. Immortal qi was something incredibly difficult to come up in lower worlds like these, and only those at the immortal realm had the chance to refine it. Even those in the immortal ascension realm would only come into contact with it when they ascended into a higher world. Chapter 10, 34, Shifting Currents. While Lin Mu was helping out Jiang Wei and Jiang Luo in the forge, he didn't know that out in the Xia world, sinister currents had started to churn. At an unknown location in the southern part of the Great Zhou Empire, certain individuals were gathering up. Tilde rustle, tilde rustle, tilde. The trees rustled as the night breeze blew through them, while a group of individuals dressed in dark robes stood under them. It was unknown what the goal of these individuals was, but from their eyes that were revealed under their masks, a cold feeling could be perceived. They were hard to see in the darkness, and unless one was close to them, no one would be able to tell that they were hiding there. Tilde whoosh tilde. The dark-robed individuals waited until something passed over their heads. There, one of them whispered, "Follow that man." With the order given, all the dark-robed individuals ran behind the person who had just flown past them. If it were not for the cover of the night and the distance between the two parties being rather wide, the man flying in the sky would have sensed them. The dark-robed individuals continued following the flying man for about 3 hours before they finally stopped. "This is enough," the leader of the dark-robed individuals spoke. "Should we get a closer look? We don't know how much further their sect is hidden," one of the dark-robed men asked. "No, look," the leader pointed towards a specific tree. The dark-robed men looked towards the tree, and their spirit senses probed it. After a few seconds, they gasped. "No wonder they are so hidden. There are multiple formation arrays of the same kind layered," the dark-robed man muttered. "Indeed, if we went any further, we would have been detected," the leader replied. "All right, time to inform the Lord," the other dark-robed man stated before taking out a communication jade slip. At the headquarters of the Gu Legion, a bald man with a beard and darker skin sat in a meditative position. Concentric circles of runes glowed beneath him as a dark red energy floated around him. The dark red energy would circulate around his body for a few seconds, then pour into his body before leaving it a few seconds later. This cycle would continue without a stop, until finally the bald man woke up. The man took out a communication jade slip from his robes. Lord Gu Yao, we found it. A message was heard. As soon as the man heard it, a smile appeared on his face. Aheha, you've hidden quite well all this time. Noon grass sect, but no more. I'll start the culling from your sect first. You've already created enough problems for us. Gu Yao laughed. He stood up and walked out of the hall he was sitting in till now. There were 10 men waiting for him outside, ready to take his orders. Prepare your men, it is time to attack, Gu Yao spoke. As you wish, my lord, and the other sects we increase the suppression, one of the men replied. Yes, time to use a few of our trump cards, Gu Yao stated. It shall be done. The men saluted with cupped hands before leaving. Once they were gone, Gu Yao started at the empty starless sky while his eyes glowed in dark. Soon all will fall. Back in the war castle Jiang, the process of the forging was almost coming to an end. Flames kept on coming out of little Shrubby's mouth and heated the long piece of metal that laid on an anvil. Just a bit more, we are almost to the end, Jiang Wei spoke. Never thought it would tire me out this much, Jiang Luo said while trying to catch his breath. His clothes were drenched in sweat and were stuck to his body. Tilde clang tilde. The sound of a metal-contained shifting could be heard as Lin Mu lifted up what looked like a large barrel. It's indeed rather intensive, though it is to be expected with an immortal weapon, Lin Mu agreed. You aren't even tired, are you, though? Jiang Luo asked, seeing Lin Mu, who was the same as when they had started the entire process before. His robes were completely fine, and he wasn't sweating like Jiang Luo and Jiang Wei were either. I can go on for a while more, Lin Mu replied, making Jiang Luo a bit jealous. While he had said that he could work for over a month without stopping with his cultivation base, he hadn't realized just how strenuous forging an immortal weapon was like. His spirit chi was being drained rather quickly with all the tasks he had to do. Only Lin Mu could keep up with the continuous drain, as he was also replenishing it at the same rate. So overall, there was barely any difference for him. Come on now, focus. This is the last part, Jiang Wei said, as he hammered the blade of the sword. The blade didn't have an edge yet, but a faint energy could be felt coming from it already. This sword was going to be a pure forging type of an immortal weapon, since neither of them would be able to inscribe the formation arrays needed for the other two types. Doing that would require them to be at the immortal realm themselves, or need very complex formation arrays that they couldn't make. Plus, with the restrained amount of resources, they couldn't waste any either. The requirements for all the resources were very high for an immortal weapon, and despite the fact that Lin Mu and Jiang Luo had a lot of them, the quantity of the grade of resources they needed was very low. So much so that they could only attempt this all only once. Now, Jiang Wei shouted, and Lin Mu poured the barrel full of molten metal over the base sword blade. Chapter 10:35, Done with the Forging. The sizzling of liquid metal could be heard as it coated the base of the sword blade. Even though the liquid metal was still very hot due to being liquid, the sword blade was far hotter. More, Jiang Wei ordered. Lin Mu tilted the barrel again, and more liquid metal poured over the sword blade. By now, the entire sword blade was doused in the liquid metal, and it was hard to even see it. It didn't make sense to see liquid metal being poured over a sword. This was, after all, not a normal method that a weapon forger would use. Jiang Wei had come up with this on his own, and it was entirely new. And the effects of the new method were seen soon. It works, Jiang Luo said out loud. The liquid metal that was being poured on the sword blade was being absorbed into it bit by bit. It was rather strange, as nothing like this had been done before. Runes appeared in the air as they helped guide the liquid metal into the sword blade. Jiang Wei watched the entire process with a hawk's gaze and made sure that nothing untoward happened. Lin Mu kept on pouring more liquid metal from time to time as the sword blade absorbed more. An hour passed like this, after which the entire barrel was finally empty. Tilda dang Tilda. Lin Mu placed the metal barrel down and gazed at the last drops of liquid metal that were now being absorbed into the sword blade. When that was finally over, the sword blade lightly hummed. Tilda hum tilde. Lin Mu could hear the humming of the sword deep in his head, as if it was trying to speak. Is it? Lin Mu couldn't help but wonder. But just as he said that, the sword stopped humming. Not yet, though we have finished the actual forging of the blade, Jiang Wei replied. We have, but the blade has no edge or a proper shape yet, Lin Mu replied, feeling confused. The creation of its edge and its shape will take a while more. I'll have to do that on my own. You two are now free, Jiang Wei stated. You don't need any more help, grandfather, Jiang Luo questioned. No, the remaining part is mostly dependent on time now. The sword will temper itself in the forge and the edge will be formed by itself. The same can be said by the shape. Whatever it feels comfortable to be, it will become, Jiang Wei answered. This means the spirit of the sword is already there, Lin Mu asked. A wisp of it should have been born now. The hum we felt was that, Jiang Wei replied. Hearing it, Lin Mu was intrigued. He knew that the biggest difference between spirit weapons and immortal weapons was the immortal spirit. It could also be said to be the soul of the weapon. Only when the soul was born would the immortal weapon be truly made. This was what the myriad armament canopy abode lacked. It was still unable to give birth to its own immortal spirit and needed for someone to control it. The ability to automatically work was one of the biggest advantages of immortal weapons. One didn't need to divert their attention to control the immortal weapon. They could attack on their own and think as well. Additionally, as long as the full power of an immortal weapon was not used, it would be able to restore its own chi. This freed up the cultivator a lot more and they could fight longer. Of course, if one wanted to use an immortal weapon to the full potential, they still needed to control it manually and use their own chi with it. Lin Mu took a breath of relief after being done with it all and couldn't wait to see the finished product. How long till it will be completed, old man Jiang? Lin Mu asked. That is hard to tell, though it should not be too much. This is all new for us and I can't estimate the time either, Jiang Wei replied. Let's just hope it is done as soon as possible, Jiang Luo said in a joyful tone. Indeed, Lin Mu nodded his head. You two should go recover, or whatever you want to. In the meantime, I'll get the anti-jamming talismans ready, Jiang Wei suggested. Yeah, that'll good grandfather, Jiang Luo agreed. Lin Mu can go check up on the alliance too in this time, he added. Lin Mu nodded his head and turned around to leave. Come on, little shrubby, Lin Mu called. The beast shrunk back to its smaller form and jumped onto Lin Mu's shoulder. They left the forging hall and exited War Castle Jiang as well. Flying out of it, they headed to the exit of the ancestral land. It was right where Lin Mu had entered from before, and since they knew about the location, he could quickly rush there. Here we are, Lin Mu said as he looked at the empty location. It should be almost time, I think, he muttered. Jiang Wei had told him before that once the time limit for the entry and exit was lifted, an outline of a gate should be present there. About 10 minutes later, the air in front of Lin Mu started to flicker. Oh, seems like it's about to start. Lin Mu got ready. Runes appeared in the air as they arranged into the outline of a gate. Lin Mu extended his hand towards the gate and took a deep breath. Here we go, Lin Mu said before his body disappeared, along with little shrubby. He felt his body becoming weightless for a few seconds as his vision turned dark, and by the time it returned, he felt the ground in below him changing. Tilde hum tilde. But the moment he appeared, the jade slip on his waist started to hum non-stop. Huh, did something happen? Lin Mu wondered. But when he listened to the message, his eyes went wide. Chapter 10:36, Sudden Assault. Lin Mu had never thought that the worst thing he could have thought upon entering the ancestral land had come true. The message he got was exactly that. Lin Mu, I can finally contact you. Wu Hai's frantic voice could be heard. The Gu Legion. They found the location of the Noon Grass sect and have mounted a full-force attack. What? Lin Mu was stunned. He knew that from all the top 10 sects, the Noon Grass sect's location was the most secretive. It was mostly intentional on their part, as it not only allowed them to survive all this time and kept them safe from conflicts. The Noon Grass sect was important for the whole alliance, as they were helping the other 3 sects of the alliance and provided cooperation, as well as a lot of resources from the southern Great Forest. The financial superiority the alliance had gained in the recent time came greatly from the Noon Grass sect's help too, especially since the valuable resources from the Great Southern Forest could be shipped to all over the empire in a very short time. This allowed them great profits and gave them the free hand to suppress Gu Legion all this time. The Noon Grass sect's unique position had made it so that the other sects too understood the importance and kept its location secret. The disciples of the Noon Grass sect were even directed to never leave the sect from its borders, since there was a chance of others finding them. Instead, they were directed to use the Kong Plain to leave from other directions. Still, after the initial shock from Wu Hai's words faded away, Lin Mu remembered something. Wait, if the Noon Grass sect is being attacked, what are the Long Cloud sect and others doing? Haven't they provided support? Lin Mu questioned. That's the problem. This attack is nothing like we've seen before. I don't know how, even I was in blind. No information was passed among the divisions of the Gu Legion. The order was given suddenly. The other sects can't help at all. There are Tao-treading realm experts attacking. Wu Hai answered in an anxious tone. Huh, did the Zither Wind Alliance send out their supreme elders or something? Lin Mu still didn't understand how this was possible. No, that's the thing. These Tao-treading realm cultivators are all new. There are over 11 of them attacking the 4 sects of our alliance, Wu Hai explained. Hearing this, Lin Mu felt his heart drop. He knew that even if the sects of the alliance had their own Tao-treading realm cultivators, like their patriarchs and supreme elders, their numbers were limited. Even combining the powers of the 4 sects, they barely had 9 Tao-treading realm experts. With each expert holding down one, there would still be 2 that were free. I'm coming. Lin Mu knew the situation was severe. He couldn't even inform Jiang Luo and Jiang Wei now. He didn't know if the time would permit that. Wu Hai, too, did his best to tell him everything that had happened, while Lin Mu journeyed to the Noon Grass sect. The attack had started about 3 days ago and had come out of nowhere. While the 3 sects of the Long Cloud Alliance were continually being suppressed and prevented from directly leaving their sects, the situation was still reasonable with them being able to use the teleportation gates. But then the Gu Legion had taken out a trump card of their own. This was something Wu Hai knew about in detail. It was a set of formation arrays that could forcefully block out a range of area. They were very expensive and could imprison even Tao-treading realm experts for a certain time. And if there were others pouring their spirit qi into it, the duration could be extended. As soon as Lin Mu heard this, he knew that Gu Yao had been assisted by the northern tribes with this trump card. He had, after all, suffered from a similar one in the past. The imprisoning seal went so far as to lock down space itself, preventing even the teleportation gates from functioning. The Gu Legion had obviously suspected that the Long Cloud Alliance had possibly gained a way to move around with teleportation arrays or something. They were not stupid, and Gu Yao was possibly one of the smartest people in the empire. It wouldn't take long for him to figure out the sudden advantage that the alliance might have gained. This, in combination with the communication jade slip jamming formations, made it so that even finding out about the attack was greatly delayed. Though one thing was for sure, the target of this entire operation was the Noon Grass sect. The Gu Legion had sent out Tao-treading realm experts to lock down the 3 sects of the Long Cloud Alliance while also attacking the Noon Grass sect. The defensive formation array of the sect had managed to last for about a day and a half, but now even that had broken. Wu Hai had been trying to contract Lin Mu from the very moment he had gotten the information about the attack from Gu Yao, but it was certainly a bad time for them. He had even tried going to the Kong Plain, but was unable to go to any of the sects. At most, Wu Hai managed to ask for help from the Hong Lin Kingdom and the Fenlong Kingdom. The clans of the Fenlong Kingdom had already sent out people to support the Long Cloud sect. Hong Lin Kingdom had instead gone to support the Noon Grass sect, but without the teleportation gates, the time needed for them to reach the locations was long. So far, none of them had reached there and were still on their way. Lin Mu's fists clenched as he left the Kong Plain through the Hong Lin Kingdom's gate. This was the closest location, and he'd need to hurry. Little Shrubby, we need to give it our all. Chapter 10:37. Desperate rush. Lin Mu didn't even stop to look at the people guarding the teleportation gate at the Hong Lin Kingdom and directly flew out from the castle. Though with a quick scan of his spirit sense gave him all the information that he needed. He had already known that King Hong had left the kingdom to support the Noon Grass sect already. Right now, Advisor Liu was the one taking care of the kingdom, and they were all alert. Since the sects had been attacked, there was no guarantee that the Hong Lin Kingdom wouldn't be attacked either. The Fenlong Kingdom had already been attacked a few times till now. This was mostly from the Mountain Brush sect's people and the Kingdom of Shu army, though they had been able to hold them back rather easily. The Mountain Brush sect was not as strong as it used to be, and their numbers had been lessened in the recent times, though the reason for it was unknown. In fact, if not for the input from Wu Hai, they wouldn't have even known this. It was certain that the horse manticore had probably caused some issues in the Mountain Brush sect, though the exact reason was still a mystery. Little Shrubby returned to his full size, and Lin Mu strapped onto his back. Tilde rumble tilde. Little Shrubby started running as his each step shook the ground. His thick legs were like the trunks of trees, and the muscles rippled with power as they pushed him further and further. After a certain point, a loud sonic boom was heard as Little Shrubby broke through the sound barrier. Lin Mu leaned forward and held onto the harness while his eyes gleamed with a dark look. A myriad of thoughts went through his mind, and multiple scenarios formed in his head. He was not sure what kind of a scene he was going to see once he was there, and wanted to be prepared. Jiang Wei's words echoed in his mind. While he might have said it as a joke, Lin Mu truly didn't want his absence to have caused such an issue. No, that's not all. The Dao Treading Realm experts. How did they suddenly appear? Are they from the northern tribes? If so, then why have the top 3 sects not acted? I'm sure no matter what, they won't hold back if northern tribes experts appear. Not even Gu Yao would be able to hide their presences. Lin Mu thought to himself. What if they aren't from the northern tribes? Zhu Kong suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Lin Mu narrowed his eyes. The Pills of Grace, did they somehow manage to push them to the Dao Treading Realm? Lin Mu couldn't help but wonder. It is indeed possible. They might have been preparing for this since the start, and it might have been their main goal too, Zhu Kong replied. Lin Mu found merit in the words. If these new Dao Treading Realm cultivators were really from the sects of the Zither Wind Alliance and the Gu Legion, the top 3 sects wouldn't have a valid reason to interfere. While they would become really wary after this, since the power dynamic would certainly change, the Noon Grass sect would become history till then. Nevertheless, 11 Dao Treading Realm experts were a really great number, and even with the top 3 sects combined, they would barely match the numbers. Each of the top 3 sects had 3 Dao Treading Realm experts, at least in the open. There might be more hidden, but even those that are hidden won't be enough, as the Zither Wind Alliance would still have their patriarchs and supreme elders who too were at the Dao Treading Realm. Thus, in reality, the number of Dao Treading Realm experts was higher than 11. It could very easily be at 20. Compared to the Noon Grass sect, this number was massive. After all, they only had a single Dao Treading Realm expert, Patriarch Hua. There were no secret elders or ancestors that the sects of the Alliance had. All of them had perished over the years, and the Noon Grass sect was the same. While this information was kept secret, it was still found out by the Gu Legion and thus they were brazen in their attack. Lin Mu didn't know what more they had learned in this time. The one saving grace Lin Mu and the Alliance had right now was that the cultivation bases of their disciples were still decent. The Kong Plain and other resources had served them enough to push their cultivation bases forward. If anything, the disciples would have a greater chance of holding them back, at least. But in face of 5 Dao-treading realm cultivators, will this be enough? Lin Mu wondered. Each of the 3 sects in the Long Cloud Alliance was being held back by 2 Dao-treading realm experts who imprisoned them with the formation array. This meant 6 Dao-treading realm experts blocked the other sects, while 5 of them attacked the Noon Grass sect. Even the upgraded defensive formation, rays of the sect, will only block them for so long. Lin Mu simply hoped that he would get there in time. Even if he didn't know what he was going to do there, getting there was the first priority. The people of the Noon Grass sect were currently in their biggest battle ever. "Hold the Lines, don't let them any further," Huiyi shouted. Standing alongside him were hundreds of disciples of the Noon Grass sect. They had barricaded themselves around one peak, while the Gu Legion members surrounded them. "Fols, you are only delaying the inevitable," an elder spoke from the sky. Dao-treading realm's spirit chi fluctuations came from him, while the tens of Gu Legion members attacked the barrier, protecting the disciples incessantly. "See that," the Dao-treading realm elder taunted. "Once your patriarch is dead, you all will be dead too." In the distance, an injured old man could be seen being knocked away by 4 Dao-treading realm experts. Chapter 1038. Cornered like rats, the disciples of the Noon Grass sect could only watch with dread as the old man was assaulted from multiple sides. "Master," Huiyi muttered with fear. It had been nearly 2 days since the Gu Legion had managed to break into the Noon Grass sect, and their master, Taoist Hua, had been fighting since that very day. He alone was handling 5 Dao-treading realm cultivators, which was commendable. While they didn't know what the exact stage these 5 Dao-treading realm cultivators were at, they guessed that they must not be at the same level as their master at the very least. Most of the sect might not have known this, but Huiyi and his other fellow disciples knew that their master was not just any Dao-treading realm cultivator. Rather, he was at the 3rd and final stage of it, the Dao comprehension stage. While they were unqualified to know just what it meant to be at that stage, they did know that in the current world, this was possibly the highest cultivation base one could achieve by normal means. There was indeed the immortal ascension realm above this, but it was something their master had told them only a few could ever hope to reach. Even he himself didn't know the requirement, and the others that had reached it in the past weren't really open to speaking about them either. Of course, there were other records from the past that talked about it, and there were some theories that the requirements for it were greatly different for everyone. Then there was the fixed theory, which was often accepted as the most authentic one. The theory said that the fewer numbers of immortal ascension realm cultivators were not because of a lack of cultivation talent or handwork, and neither was it due to the lack of resources, but because there could only exist a certain number of them in a world at a single point in time. And because of that, a lot of higher-ups of sects and other powers accepted that until at least one of the current immortal ascension realm cultivator died, no new ones could reach that realm. Of course, this didn't stop anyone from trying. The top 3 sects keeping the information about their immortal ascension realm cultivators didn't help either. But then there was the fact that in the past there were greater than just 3 immortal ascension realm cultivators. And after the death of the Northern Tribe immortal ascension realm cultivators, the common consensus about this was that there was indeed space for more immortal ascension realm cultivators. It was all too convoluted, and most never needed to worry or think about it. And the ones who did need to think about it were greatly privileged. And despite the fact that Taoist Hua was one of these privileged one, he was still being beaten by the weaker Dao-treading realm cultivators. Master was able to hold all 5 of them back before, but now he can only hold 4 of them back. This 5th one now has us cornered here, Huiyi thought. Taoist Hua holding them back was also the reason why all the disciples had managed to survive till now. And not just that, but they had also defeated a lot of other Gu Legion members. After all, the Gu Legion didn't just attack with these 5 Tao treading realm cultivators. They brought a lot weaker cultivators, all the way from Qi refining realm to the Tao shell realm. They had managed to kill a majority of the weaker ones since the Noon Grass sect still had numbers on their side. But the Tao treading realm cultivators were not something the disciples could kill. The elders had managed to kill over half of the Tao shell realm cultivators as well, but now they had reached a stalemate with the injuries piling up. Even Taoist Hua was injured, and this gave one of the Tao treading realm elders to go after the disciples. Thankfully, Jiang Luo had been diligent in setting up the formation arrays around the sect and had prepared for something like this, just in case. One such was the defensive formation array that they were using. There were multiple layers to it, but the Gu Legion had already broken through most of them, leaving them with only the peak they were holed up in. The attacks of the Gu Legion continued as they bombarded the barrier. They didn't even need a formation master here, as it would be faster for them to wear down the barrier rather than unravel it. "Senior brother, the west side is getting unstable," a cry was heard from the distance. "Damn it," Huey cursed. Looking towards the distance, he could see the runes getting weaker. Outside on that side of the barrier, he could see 3 Tao shell realm cultivators attacking together. They were using some kind of a skill that combined the power of all 3. That was the reason why they could affect the barrier so much. Again, they won't be able to hide much more, one of the Tao shell realm cultivators said as he brought his hands together. His hands glowed in a dark gray aura before he thrust them forward. His companion Tao shell realm cultivators did the same, and similar gray aura appeared on their hands. As the aura shot forward, a violent spirit wave spread along with it. The 3's attacks combined into one before morphing into what looked to be a pair of large horns. The horns charged towards the barrier as if it really were a beast carrying them and let out a rumbling sound. The barrier thrummed with spirit qi, doing its best to hold back, while the disciples continued providing as much spirit qi as they could. Seeing this, Hua knew that it would only get difficult for them from now on. "Hua, go and help them," he ordered. "I'll hold this place." Chapter 10:39. The elders resolve. While the disciples were doing their best to survive, the elders of the Noon Grass sect were starting to lose ground. "Elder Sun, we need to retreat," one of the Tao shell elders of the Noon Grass sect spoke. "We can't afford that. If we do, men will go and attack the disciples too," Elder Sun replied. Tilda whoosh tilde. And just as the elder said that, an attack was sent his way. "You all are getting too complacent, as if you will be able to escape us anyway," one of the Gu Legion members yelled. Tilda shing tilde. A shield managed to block the attack before it ever reached Elder Sun, but the spirit tool sustained damage as well. "Are you okay, Elder Sun?" Elder Peeg asked. He was the one who had blocked the attack. "Barely. We are outmatched here," Elder Sun replied as he wiped the blood dripping from the side of his eye. All the elders were injured, with Elder Sun being the most injured. The one saving grace that they did have, though, was that they were yet to have any casualties on their end. It only showed how much their preparation was effective. Even though they were now being pushed back, the Gu Legion was still the only one with any casualties. It was something that had surprised even the Gu Legion members and infuriated them as well. "How are we still unable to kill any of them? Master said the pills will make us more powerful," the Gu Legion members thought. "Enough," a Tao Shell Realm Gu Legion member said as he used a powerful technique. Tilde rumble tilde. The very air itself shook as a mass of black energy formed above the man's head. The elder created waves in air and sucked in all the spirit qi that it could. "Careful," Elder Peeg warned a couple of elders that were directly in the line of attack. The mass of black energy shot forward and increased its speed more and more. "Gah!" One of the elders was unable to fully move, and one of his legs was caught in the attack. Tilda splat Tilda. As if it were a beast, the black energy devoured the elder's leg instantly and continued onwards. The elder barely managed to hold his scream in as he focused on retreating. "No," elder son shouted, seeing the elder losing his leg. Again, others join in too. The Gu Legion member who had just attacked ordered. Several different techniques and weapons were thrown at the elders while they attempted to block and dodge. The one elder who had lost his leg was unable to continue on and was finally caught in the barrage. "No!" The noon grass sex elders shouted as they finally saw one of them die. The elder who was struck with the attack was entirely eliminated, and no remains were left of him. "Curse you, Gu Legion," the elders yelled. "We won't let you get away with this," Elder Peeg said, his face filled with rage. "Ahahaha, as if it matters once you all meet the same fate," they taunted. "Enough," Elder Peeg said as he gritted his teeth. His hand withdrew a pill bottle from his sleeve, and its cap was quickly opened at the same time. The elders who were near him saw this and were surprised, for they knew what was in the bottle. "You can't use that, Elder Peeg," Elder Son said with disbelief. "I have to. Only I can handle the pill's effect. The others might not be able to fully take advantage of it," Elder Peeg replied darkly. Then, without giving the others to speak anything, he threw the pill into his mouth. "Wait," Elder Son tried to say more, but it was too late. As soon as the pill entered Elder Peeg's mouth, it melted and flowed down his throat. For a moment there, it was as if the entire area had fallen silent, but then in the very next instant a low-pitched sound was heard. Tilda hung Tilda. As if the bells of a temple were ringing, the heart of Elder Peeg thudded non-stop. A powerful aura surged from him, and all the injuries he had sustained till now were healing visibly. And that was not the end of it either. The wrinkles on his face and hands disappeared, as if he was returning to his youth. In just a few seconds, Elder Peeg turned from a middle-aged man to a young man who had barely crossed his teens. The Gu Legion members who saw it all were stunned, not just because Elder Peeg had turned young, but also because the spirit chi fluctuations coming from him were rapidly rushing. "Ay!" Elder Peeg let out a loud shout as his Dao shell appeared above him. The Dao shell was only half complete, yet now it was quickly turning into a complete sphere. "We have to stop HIM," the Gu Legion members frantically shouted. "Don't even think," Elder Son and others countered. Just a minute was all that Elder Peeg needed as soon. His Dao shell was completed. And when that happened, he opened his eyes that were utterly bloodshot. "This has been enough. Time to end this," Elder Peeg said in a hoarse voice that surprised his fellow elders. That was because while his appearance looked young, his voice was now older, far older than it had been before. Elder Peeg extended his hand and made a hand seal. A bright orange flame burned in his hand. He moved both his hands in a complicated gesture as spirit chi fluctuations intensified. And just when he was done, he brought his hands together, with just the tips of his fingers touching each other. "Never though I would reach this point only with a pill, I am a failure," Elder Peeg muttered to himself. He parted his fingers as a small flame appeared between them. But what was different about the flame was that it was no longer orange. It had turned a deep blue. Time to show you how pill alchemists truly battle. Chapter 10, 40 Flames of His Life. There was a great resolve in Elder Peeg's eyes as a newfound power filled him. The deep blue flames on his hand were letting off a scorching heat. Even the Dao Shell Realm cultivators of the Gu Legion that were standing some distance away could feel it. The grass on the ground had already dried up and combusted simply from the residual heat. And it didn't stop there as the ground surrounding Elder Peeg started to get scorched black as well. This was when the flame wasn't even touching anything. It was on an entirely different level and was surprising to the Gu Legion members. "Careful," a Gu Legion cultivator warned his companion. Tilda whoosh Tilda. Flicking his index finger towards the Gu Legion member, Elder Peeg sent forth a small flame. It was very small, being only the size of a candle flame, and yet the speed and heat it carried with it was devastating. The small candle-like flame stuck the Gu Legion member before he could escape and exploded. It instantly covered his entire body and ate through all the defenses. AHHHHHHH, get it off me. NOO. The Gu Legion member cried out in pain as all his defensive skills were unless against it. His robes were reduced to ashes, and soon his skin started to melt. Within 5 seconds, a Dao Shell Realm cultivator was reduced to a pile of ashes. The other Gu Legion members couldn't help but feel a chill going down their backs, despite the intense heat in the area. Some of them tried to step back, but Elder Peeg instantly locked onto them. He flicked his middle finger towards them, and the flame that was burning on it shot towards another Gu Legion member. Run! Don't let it touch you. They all shouted, but the flame was still very fast. Despite their great speed at the Dao Shell Realm, they were like turtles in front of the flame that moved like a cheetah. The second flame struck a Gu Legion member, and the same scene as before repeated. This man was able to survive for slightly longer, lasting for 10 seconds, but in the end he still burned to ashes. Elder Peeg's fellow elders looked at him and were stunned. The fierceness with which he had attacked the Gu Legion members was entirely different. Usually, they were used to the jovial and happy Elder Peeg. He was a portly man that was also the head of their pill and herb pavilion. But today, he was different. He was a deadly warrior who could reduce his enemies to ashes with a flick of a finger. But if one observed him closely, they would realize that what he was doing came at a great price. There was already a slight decrease in his aura with just 2 attacks. Additionally, when he had first ignited the deep blue flames on his hands. There were 10 such wisps of flames there, 1 on each finger. But now that he had used 2, those fingers were gone as well. That's right, Elder Peeg's fingers had combusted and reduced to ashes too. And yet, there was no sign of pain or regret on his face. All there was present on his face was determination to win and save his sect. Summon your DAO shells, one of the Gu Legion members shouted. Do it, we can't hold back anymore, he yelled again, seeing that his fellow members were hesitant. Damn this, they cursed and gestured with their hands. There were 6 of them left, and they were in great danger now. The 2 weakest members among them were killed quickly, but they were also at the shell initiation stage of the Dao Shell Realm, thus didn't have Dao shells to use as trump cards later. Hung. Strong spirit chi fluctuations came from all 6 of them as illusory spheres came out of their bodies. 2 of these spheres were fully solid, 2 were about 90% complete, while the last 2 were only half complete. Humph, you think just your Dao shells can save you from my flames? These are the flames of my life. They shall burn even the DEFENSES of a DAO treading realm expert. Elder Peeg scoffed. Shua. He directly used both his hands and flicked out 4 wisps of flames. They came from his pinky fingers and ring fingers of both hands. The very air itself hissed as the moisture started to heat up. The water from the nearby trees was also boiled out, turning into steam. But this steam was continually heated and reached a great temperature. The heat from the 4 wisps of the deep blue flames made the steam travel along with it like a missile towards the Dao Shell Realm cultivators of the Gu Legion. Steam burst grinder, Elder Peeg chanted. It was now evident that this wasn't just a casual attack, but rather a proper skill. In fact, it was a skill that wasn't originally meant for battles at all. Rather, it was a pill refinement skill used to extract water from spirit herbs and rapidly use the pressure to pulverize the same herbs. This was supposed to be used in the confines of a pill refinement hall with proper safety formation arrays. Even the cauldron used for refinement needed to be very strong, and only the best pill alchemists could even use this technique. And yet Elder Peeg managed to convert it into an actual battle skill. Block IT, the Gu Legion members shouted. Rumble. The strongest 2 brought forward their completed Dao shells and bore the full brunt of the attack. The ones weaker than them, backed by the completed Tao shells, making sure they weren't pushed back too much. Then the last two did the same, and suppressed the secondary damage from the wave of steam that was surging at them from all sides. HAA, the Gu Legion members struggled to bear the force. But in the end, they were unable to withstand it anymore. Chapter 1041. Till his last breath, the elders of the Noon Grass sect watched as the Tao shells of the Gu Legion members cracked. They were honestly stunned by the power shown by Elder Peeg, and even Supreme Elder Hua Langya wasn't sure he'd be able to reach the same level of power. Though he was also injured quite a lot among the elders, as the initial assault had been blocked by him. If Elder Peeg can live after this, he would have been able to reach great heights, Hua Langya thought with pity. All the elders knew that Elder Peeg had used a self-sacrificial technique in exchange for power. Right now, perhaps the strength of Elder Peeg was already at the Tao Treading Realm. Though he couldn't be considered a true Tao Treading Realm cultivator, as he didn't have a Tao embryo. At most, only the pure power exerted by him could reach that level. Additionally, the flames he was using were a level above the intermediate rank. It was the advanced rank Chi Flame. Something like this was not easy to achieve, and perhaps in the entire Great Zhou Empire, the number of people who could ignite such flames could be counted on one hand. The ones that were greatly known for it were the Patriarch and the Supreme Elder of the Rainbow Pill Sect, the Patriarch of the Light Harmony Sect, both of which were pill sects. Then there was one Elder of the Sky Precepts Sect who could do the same. Finally, now there was Elder Peeg who had achieved the same, but it came at great cost. Burning his very life force was the price to ignite such flames. But its power was evident. One had to know that they needed advanced rank Chi flames to even think of refining pseudo-immortal rank pills. Such pills were very rare in the Empire, and only a handful had ever been made. The complex part was that there were people who had the advanced rank Chi flame to refine a pill like that. But they lacked immortal-grade spirit herbs. The heat of the flames could melt even immortal-grade metals, so the Tao shells of the Gu Legion members were nothing. ARGH, one of the Gu Legion members couldn't withstand the backlash from their Tao shells exploding and directly died. The other one pulled out all his trump cards, using talismans after talismans, while also popping pills like a maniac before he was able to keep his life. But even then, his Tao shell was gone, and so was his cultivation base. The ones behind him were slightly better, but even then there were great cracks on their Tao shells. Only the two weakest Tao Shell Realm Legion members were fine now, but this was only pertaining to their Tao shell. Their skin and robes were still burned from the steam. Large boils could be seen on their skin and face, some of which started to pop from the rippling air. Heya, 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 the Gu Legion members panted, hard for breath, and felt woozy. Now the two weakest Tao Shell Gu Legion members were the strongest among the six, with the four in front of them falling behind in cultivation base. The Gu Legion members wanted to say something, but Elder Peeg didn't give them a chance. Die! He decisively threw out two more wisps of the deep blue flames and burned the remaining 6 Tao Shell Realm Gu Legion members to death. By now, Elder Peeg's left fingers were all gone, and only the index and middle finger of his right hand were left. His aura had also fallen by half, and it was evident that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. Tilde pant tilde. Elder Peeg took deep breath as he stumbled lightly. Elder Peeg, Supreme Elder Hua Langya quickly helped him. You need to rest, Elder Peeg. You've done enough, Elder Sun said with great concern. No, I can't, not at this point, Elder Peeg said between his breaths. He looked at the two wisps of deep blue flames on his renaming fingers for a second before standing up again. I need to use them. Perhaps we'll be able to get rid of another chunk of those vile beasts, Elder Peeg said. You'll die, Elder Peeg, you can't do this, Elder Sun protested. I'll die even if I don't do it, at least this way. I'll die for a cause I'm dedicated to, Elder Peeg said. And before anyone could speak again, he flew away towards the peak where all the disciples were holed up. Follow him. We can't let him do this alone. Yeah, we need to save the disciples too. The elders flew after Elder Peeg, but were still slower than him. With the boost Elder Peeg had, his speed was blinding. In just under a minute, he was already at the peak and gazed at the scene. You shall all die, he shouted with rage as he saw a few disciples dying. In the time that the elders were fighting, the Gu Legion members had managed to create an opening in the barrier. Huh! The Gu Legion members were surprised by the sudden arrival of the young man with an old voice. The Tao-treading realm Gu Legion member, though, felt his instincts shouting, and he felt danger. No, get back, he immediately shouted to his subordinates. Unfortunately for him, he was a tad too late. Tilde whoosh tilde. A single wisp of flame shot from Elder Peeg's middle finger and ran through the Gu Legion members like an ocean tide. Wherever it went, piles of ashes fell to the ground. The Tao-treading realm Gu Legion member anxiously tried to retreat, but Elder Peeg wasn't gonna give him the chance. I'll kill you even if I have to use my last breath, Elder Peeg said as he shot the final wisp of deep blue flame towards the man. Tilde womb tilde. The Tao-threading realm elder summoned several spirit tools to defend as a great explosion happened. Chapter 1042. One life, for thousands, the fellow elders of Elder Peeg watched everything with pained hearts. They were slower than him for the time being and weren't able to assist him at that time. But Elder Peeg never had the intention to take any help. He was ready to exchange his single life with hundreds of thousands of others. Tilde clang tilde. Tilde dang tilde. Various spirit tools and talismans exploded as they were unable to bear the might of Elder Peeg's final attack. The last deep blue flame he had sent out contained the final wisps of his life and increased its power by several times. The Tao-treading realm Gu Legion member let out a yell as he tried to resist the attack. He was the weakest among all the current Tao-treading realm Gu Legion members that had come here, and could barely be considered a step into it. Considering his and Elder Peeg's power, they were almost the same. If it were not for the Tao embryo the man had birthed, he would be eliminated instantly. This can't be, I won't accept this, the Gu Legion member shouted. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his Tao shell, and along with it his Tao embryo. When the two objects appeared, the last defensive spirit tool he had used broke apart. Tilde whoosh tilde. The flames rushed towards him, threatening to devour him. One could even the several faces in the flames, but in the next moment they would disappear. They looked like a hallucination, and all the faces were of none other than Elder Peeg. The faces were filled with rage that powered the fire. Dao shell, defend, the Tao-treading realm Gu Legion elder called out. The Tao shell shot forward to protect him, but looking at the Tao shell, one could tell that it wasn't particularly normal. It was of a strange, muddy brown color, and mixed in it were gray splotches. The Tao embryo lying within it couldn't even be seen easily. The Tao shell, too, wasn't that big, being merely 90 centimeters in diameter. This was smaller than a lot of Tao shells, since most cultivators would try to expand theirs to at least a meter wide. Perhaps only those that ended their Tao shell realm at the shell completion stage would be at this point. At this man was the same, having been pushed to the Tao-treading realm in some strange way. The Tao shell let out a light which turned into a dome. The illusory dome acted as a shield and blocked the tongues of deep blue flames. But even then, it didn't seem to be enough. What? The Tao-treading realm Gu Legion member was stunned. The shield created by his Tao shell had actually developed his crack. Didn't they say that Tao-treading realm cultivators were supreme? No one could challenge them easily, and those below them could only die like worms. Then how? HOWWWWW. The Gu Legion member shouted in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he knew he now had no choice. The cracks were starting to spread on his Tao shell's shield, and the deep blue flames didn't show any signs of slowing down. Dao embryo, rise, the Gu Legion member shouted. He knew that using his Tao embryo prematurely like this will probably stunt his cultivation right here. But he didn't care for that anyway. He was already a man who had lost his way in cultivation and was unable to progress past the Tao shell realm in the past. He couldn't even expand his Tao shell and was stuck in the shell completion stage. He was possibly one of the weakest Tao shell realm cultivators, and his lifelong dream was to reach the Tao treading realm. He thought that he would be forever unable to, and now he had finally achieved his goal. With the help of his lord, he rose. And he fully intended on fulfilling his lord's goals since his own had been completed. Such was the dedication that was incited within him by his lord Gu Yao. Tilde rumble tilde. A strange sound was heard coming from the Tao shell of the Tao treading realm Gu Legion member. It trembled and let out a cry. Then in the next moment, cracks appeared on the Tao shell. This was a shocking thing, and if it happened to anyone else, it would be the same as their cultivation base regressing or even getting crippled. And yet, the cultivation base of the Gu Legion member seemed to stay the same. The Tao shell continued to crack, and if one looked closely, they would see that the cracks were not spreading randomly. Rather, the crack was a smooth, circular crack that covered the top of the Tao shell. Then, as if a lid had been opened, the top of the Tao shell rose. A strange, uncomfortable sound came from it as a gooey mass flew out of it. A brown tarry liquid wiggled and writhed in the air. "Unholy blood puddle, consume," the Gu Legion member ordered. This strange brown tarry liquid was none other than the Tao embryo, and it was called as the unholy blood puddle. The Tao embryo suddenly expanded and turned into a large curtain. The curtain exceeded past the limits of the shield made by the Tao shell and covered it, but it didn't stop there either. The muddy curtain continued to spread and went past the deep blue flames, covering them entirely. Then, as if a large mouth had been closed, the mud curtain closed its seams and shut the deep blue flames within it. The flames tried to escape and released great heat, and yet they were unable to do anything. The bulging mass of curtain wiggled, trying to contain the deep blue flames. After a few seconds, it finally calmed down and the bulge flattened. Once that was done, the curtain shrank and turned back into the original form of the unholy blood puddle. It quickly returned to the Tao shell as if afraid. Chapter 10, 43. Fueling vengeance, the Tao treading realm Gu Legion member had turned pale after using his Tao embryo and was visibly tired. He looked at his subordinates below and saw that barely 10% of them were now left, the rest being turned to ashes by the deep blue flames. "Damn it, we were supposed to win this," the Tao treading realm Gu Legion member said angrily. This was the single biggest loss they had suffered in one blow ever since the start of the assault. All the others that had died were at least at the hand of an equal offense by the Noon Grass sect. But this was all done by one man. Though if the Tao treading realm Gu Legion member were to know that several more Tao shell realm members of theirs had also died under the hands of the same man that killed the subordinates, he would cry tears of blood. Unfortunately for him, he was going to meet them soon. Die! Just before the Tao treading realm Gu Legion member could recall his Tao shell with his Tao embryo, a cry was heard. Tilde shing tilde. Gah! The Tao treading realm Gu Legion member spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at his chest that was burning with pain and saw a spear jutting out of it. Die! 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 Several more cries were heard as 4 more weapons stabbed into his body. One went into his stomach, one to his spine, one to his lungs, and finally one to the skull. Before the Tao treading realm Gu Legion member could even react, his life was extinguished. Even his nascent soul was destroyed at the same time, with the power of multiple spirit weapons coursing through his dantian. The corpse of the man fell lifelessly to the ground as the elders of the Noon Grass sect finally appeared. Their faces were red with anger and their eyes bloodshot. "Curse them all," Supreme Elder Hua Langya yelled in rage. He spat at the dead Tao treading realm Gu Legion member and looked at his fellow elders. Elder Peeg's sacrifice wasn't in vain. He finished the goal he set out to, Elder Sun said. All the elders wanted nothing more to shout, but they still had duties to do. Take the body of Elder Peeg. We will need to have the funeral later. Supreme Elder Hua Langya spoke. One of the elders quickly went to take the burned and damaged body of Elder Peeg that was lying at the foot of the peak. Storing it into his spatial storage tool, he returned to the other elders. The elders gazed at the remaining Gu Legion members with a cold look. The disciples who were holed up on the peak had similar expressions too. They had, after all, witnessed Elder Peeg sacrificing himself for them. The other sects often thought that the Noon Grass sect was weak and was like greenhouse flowers, unable to survive in the true world. This was perhaps true on some level, and Taoist Hua and other elders knew this. The current generation was rather peaceful as compared to the past. Some of the elders had fought in the wars and knew how they truly were. The newer generation had barely started to witness it after Lin Mu created the alliance, and yet they had not gotten the reality stabbed into their brains yet. And finally, that was shown to them. Maybe it was Elder Peeg's goal as well, but that is something which went away with his life. Elder Peeg, a few disciples said in low voice, their throats feeling as if they were being squeezed. Hua Yi and his fellow juniors clenched their fists, their nails digging into their palm and drawing blood. The lips of Hua trembled as she stared daggers at the Gu Legion members that were still left. Kill them all, leave none alive, Hua Yi gave out the orders. Then, in less than a second, the barrier of the peak was lowered as the disciples fearlessly rushed into the fray. They didn't care that there were still stronger Gu Legion members left there. They simply wanted to kill and reap lives. They wanted revenge. They were out for blood. The Gu Legion members were quickly overwhelmed by the sudden assault of the disciples and couldn't even react. The elders of the Noon Grass sect watched their disciples fighting with great fervor for the first time. Elder Peeg might have given our sect more than we thought. He gave the new generation vengeance to pursue. One of the elders muttered. Perhaps we might see the show of talent from many disciples. This should do them good. Elder Sun spoke. Still, was the cost worth it? Hua Langya asked, but none replied, for they knew the answer very well. Another explosion was heard in the distance and pulled the attention of the elders. They watched as one of the peaks in the distance started to move and finally collapsed. The third peak. Patriarch. The elders hurriedly flew towards it. They still had to support Patriarch Hua, while the man fought against the 4 remaining Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion members. Hurry, hurry, Supreme Elder Hua Langya urged. They knew that even if they were not a match for the Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion members, they still had to try and support the Patriarch. Even if they couldn't kill those Gu Legion members, they could at least take of some part of weight from their Patriarch's back. Near the third peak that had just collapsed, a bloodied and skinny old man rose from the rubble. There were several injuries on his body, and one of his eyes was gone as well. Spitting out a few teeth, he glared at the enemies in front of them. How long will you struggle, Taoist Hua? Don't you see? Your end is already here. One of the Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion members taunted. Never, the Noon Grass sect shall not perish to the likes of you traitors. Chapter 10, 44, Noon Moon Paling Taoist Hua would be lying if he didn't admit that he wasn't afraid. He was afraid of losing his sect, losing the life that he had built and disappointing the many that relied on him. More than that, he knew that if his sect fell, it would be a great blow to the alliance. And if something weakened the only thing stopping the doom of the Zayarafen world, the doom would only speed up. Look at your sect. It is burning, it is crumbling, and your disciples are dying. Feel it all. The Gu Legion members continued to taunt. You dare! A mix of shouts was heard at this time as 5 elders appeared. Taoist Hua spotted them, and his eyes went wide. What are you all doing here? Get away, Taoist Hua warned. HHHA, more bugs for us to kill, the Gu Legion members said. Do you think it will be that easy? Supreme Elder Hua Langya scoffed. All the elders gathered their powers and executed a formation array. They had known very well that challenging multiple Tao-treading realm cultivators would be a mistake. They might be able to handle one of them, but not more than that. Additionally, they were here to help their patriarch and not burden him with the need to keep them safe as well. The 5 elders stood together in a circular order and created hand seals, with the Supreme Elder taking the lead. Noon Moon Paling Formation Array, the Supreme Elder chanted. Under the control of the 5 elders, 5 lines of runes shot up from above their heads. The lines soared into the sky and could be seen from several kilometers away. "What is that?" a disciples at the peak said in surprise. A few that were paying attention in that direction spotted it quickly, too. This included Hua Yi and Hua "Isn't that?" Hua furrowed her brows. "It is indeed. Seems like the elders are going against the really strong ones now," Hua Yi replied. "How much does that formation even cost? When Master taught us 5 that, he gave us over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones each to practice it. And even then, we were barely able to execute it once after several years." Hua wondered. "Whatever it may be, even if it drains our sect, it will be worth it. Besides, the elders have had many decades of practice, several more than us. They should be able to handle it," Hua Yi replied. The 2 direct disciples of the patriarch were the only ones who were free enough to talk right now. The other 3 disciples were busy killing the last remaining dregs of the Gu Legion. They had already killed most of them, and only a handful were remaining now. Under the incessant and fierce slaughter, the Gu Legion members were unable to bear it. Even those at the Dao Shell realm were barely enough to hold them back, and even then, one of them had died. The last one was on his final breaths and was simply defending, unable to attack anymore. Hua Yi and Hua focused on the battle in the distance, hoping that their master and elders could win. And just as they were watching, they saw the 5 lines starting to move. They started to bend in the sky and joined up. Tilde hung tilde. As if a bell had been rung, the 5 lines collided, and the runes composing them merged together into a large sphere. The sphere was at least 20 meters wide and was illusory. Spirit chi started to pour into it from the air, but it didn't seem like it was enough to condense it fully. "Do it now," the Supreme Elder shouted. Then, on his order, the elders started to pour out all their spirit stones. The Supreme Elder did the same, and the spirit stones floated in the air. As if the sphere in the sky had become a magnet, the spirit stones shot towards it. Tilde whoosh tilde. Tens of thousands of spirit stones of all qualities rose in the sky at great speed, looking like fireworks. They were quickly pulled into the sphere as it started to condense into a physical form. "Don't let them try anything more. Attack now," a Gu Legion member urged. "Die!" One of them attacked the 5 elders, while the remaining 3 held back Taoist Hua. The Tao-treading realm Gu Legion member's attack was in the form of an illusory first imprint. It was the size of a bull and contained great power. It destroyed the objects in its path, and as long as something was within 10 meters of it, it would be pulverized. The 5 elders were fearless, though. They didn't even so much so as blink and watched it with stern eyes. Even when it was mere inches away from them and was about to hit them, they didn't react. And it was at this very moment that something happened. A ray of light appeared out of nowhere and stuck the fist imprint launched by the Tao-treading realm Gu Legion. It seemed tiny compared to the large imprint, and yet the result was astounding. "What?" The Tao-treading realm Gu Legion who had attacked was stunned. The fist imprint was like a ballot deflating, as the light ray erased it completely. "Humph, our Noon Grass sect isn't without inheritance either," one of the 5 elders scoffed. "Behold our legacy, Noon Moon Paling Formation Array." The Supreme Elder gestured at the sphere in the sky. "Is that a moon?" More disciples had taken notice of the battle in the distance and spotted the appearance of the new object in the sky. "They did it," Hua muttered. "I never knew it could be this big," Hua-san said in surprise. Taoist Hua smiled seeing the 5 elders' actions and knew that this was the comeback they needed. His fingers cracked and popped as he clenched them into fists. Time to end this. Chapter 10:45. Noon of life. The 4 Tao treading realm Gu Legion members were at a loss seeing the appearance of a new moon above them. They knew that it wasn't a realm moon and was merely a formation array construct, but the feeling of danger they were getting from it was no less threatening than the old man they had been battling since the start. Even if they had been taunting and humiliating the old man since the start, they also knew that they were unable to kill him outright. If it were not for the fact that the old man was trying to contain them here and preventing them from causing damage to places where disciples of the sect might be hiding, he would have probably managed to kill at least one of them. They had not forgot the warning of their Lord before. Even if you all have reached the Tao treading realm with my grace, don't take the patriarch of the Noon Grass sect lightly. He is from the same generation of the old experts that repelled the northern tribes in the last great battle. He has faced a great beast above the immortal Ascension realm and lived to tell the tale. Even if he had faced it with many others, that is no less of an achievement. He has lived longer than most patriarch and elders of the top sects. Don't think that he hasn't accumulated any trump cards. The words of Gu Yao echoed in their ears again. And now they were witnessing the same. But they had not expected that the patriarch didn't keep his trump cards to himself, but entrusted it to his people instead. Hail! The Supreme Elder Hua Langya chanted and pointed at the Tao treading realm Gu Legion members. The moon in the sky trembled, and several spots appeared on it. Tilde Shua, tilde Shua, tilde Shua, Shua, tilde. Tens of light rays shot out of it and targeted the Tao treading realm Gu Legion members. One of them, who was a little slow to dodge, got hit with one of them and felt pain in his hand. What? The man was stunned to find a hole in his hand now. The hole was small, just slightly bigger than that of a crochet needle, but it was still something terrifying. He looked up and was unfortunately struck with another light ray. ARGH. This time, the light ray struck him in the shoulder, piercing cleanly through. A small jet of blood gushed out along with the attack, creating a clear trajectory in the air. Don't let the light rays hit you, one of the Tao treading realm Gu Legion warned. All of them started to fly around, doing their best to dodge and defend them. One thing they had seen was that their personal defensive treasures were unless against these light rays. They could pierce through the defenses as if they didn't even exist. Unfortunately for them, this was just the start, and there was one person they had momentarily forgotten about. ARGH. One of the Gu Legion members let out a grunt of pain and was knocked away. In his place appeared none other than Patriarch Hua. His fists were tightly clenched, and his aura soared like never before. Time to end this, he said fiercely as his eyes turned bloodshot. His bony and skinny body let off vitality that was unusual and unnatural for him. Till a few seconds ago, he seemed to be half a step into the domain of death, and now he was like a youthful man filled with endless vitality. Noon of life, one of the 5 elders recognized. Patriarch finally used it, another one of them said. This is the best time for it. No use keeping it sealed for any longer. The Supreme Elder nodded his head and continued his attacks. He pointed at the moon, and then brought the finger towards the Tao treading realm Gu Legion member, as more rays of light rained towards them. Taoist Hua, too, didn't pause and let off one attack after the other. With a single punch, he sent another one of the Tao treading realm Gu Legion members flying, and with a kick, he split the already crumbled peak into half. What is this power? Did the old man consume some drugs? The Gu Legion members were astounded. And it was a proper reaction, as it truly was a skill that was worth it. This was the top technique of the Noon Grass sect. It was called as the Noon of Life, and only the Patriarch and his direct disciples could practice it. The technique was something that had a long cool down and strict requirements. This was also why only the Patriarch could learn this, or rather only the person who could learn this technique would become the Patriarch of the Noon Grass sect. Noon of Life was actually part of the true cultivation technique of the Noon Grass sect, and the ones who were the most talented in it would be able to learn the top-level skills such as it. It worked by storing a part of the user's spirit chi and vitality sealed in their bodies. This energy would keep on stockpiling for at least a decade. That was the minimum amount that was needed to use it once. Its upper limit was 200 years, and beyond that it needed to be unsealed. Of course, one didn't need to unseal it completely. Merely letting off a part of it was enough. It was similar to emptying an overflying tank. Its benefits were obvious. Noon of Life allowed the user to gain a great amount of power for a limited time period. At an accumulation of 200 years, one could even battle an expert entire realm above them. This was an absolutely terrifying ability when used properly, and in the right time. And in case of Taoist Hua, who had sealed it for just a few years less than 200 years, its power was even greater. Chapter 1046. Tilting the scales of battle-eyed Taoist, Hua channeled his power and raised his hand that faintly glowed. "Rend," he said as he moved his hand like a sword. A slash shot out of his hand, splitting apart everything in its path, along with a Tao-treading realm Gu Legion member's arm. "Argh!" The Tao-treading realm Gu Legion member cried in pain. His right hand had been severed, and it flew off. But that was not all. The hand that had been severed was further hit by the light rays coming from the noon moon paling's moon in the sky. This utterly destroyed the hand and left no option for the Tao-treading realm Gu Legion to ever get it back. If it was still intact and he managed to get it back, he might have had a chance to reattach it in the future. Even if he was at the Tao-treading realm, regrowing an arm was many times harder than reattaching one. In fact, the higher one's cultivation base went, the harder it would get to regrow a limb or body part. This was due to the fact that there was a greater distance that needed to be crossed when comparing the quality of a cultivator's flesh. The higher one went in cultivation, the better their body would be and the more it would cost to replace a limb. This was why most experts were fine with bodily injuries, as long as they weren't on the level of losing a limb or other part entirely. The holes that the Tao-treading realm Gu Legion had sustained in their bodies were something that could be eventually healed. But not the loss of a limb. Damn it! The Tao-treading realm Gu Legion member, who had lost an arm, cursed and swallowed a couple of pills to stop the bleeding. But his eyes went wide as the patriarch appeared beside him in the blink of an eye. Taoist Hua's fingers were all straightened as the thrust his hand towards the side of the Tao-treading realm Gu Legion member. "No," the man shouted and tried to defend. He threw out a talisman that created a temporary shield, but it was useless. The shield shattered under the stab of the patriarch Hua's hand, and the Tao-treading realm Gu Legion barely managed to dodge it. Even then, the tip of the patriarch's middle finger managed to prick the man, drawing blood and cracking one of his ribs. "Don't think you'll get luck anymore," Taoist Hua said as he sprinted towards the other Tao-treading realm Gu Legion who was near him. He moved like a shark through the water and let out multiple attacks. Tilde clang tilde. The Tao-treading realm Gu Legion members did their best to block them, but their injuries kept on piling up. Taoist Hua's attacks combined with the suppression from the noon moon paling made it very difficult for the Gu Legion. The noon moon paling's light rays didn't cause much damage, but they did cause the Tao-treading realm Gu Legion members to divert their attain a little too much. This was very dangerous when the patriarch was attacking them. "This won't be enough. I don't know if we can make him exhaust the time limit of his skill at this rate." One of the Tao-treading realm Gu Legion members understood. He could very easily tell that the patriarch's skill was possibly something similar to a self-sacrifice skill. But at the same time, it was far too stable to be called as the same. He reckoned that it would come to an end at a certain point, but they couldn't rely on that. If the time was beyond an hour, they were sure to die. Then there was also the fact that the noon moon paling was attacking incessantly under the control of the 5 elders. They had tried attacking the 5 elders to get the formation array to stop, but even that was impossible. The noon moon paling surrounded the 5 elders and created an unreachable domain. A very strong attack, many times stronger than the normal light rays would strike them, and it was something that may not kill them, but injure them just enough so that Taoist Hua would be able to take them out. And that was now an outcome they wanted, of course. Even if one of them died here, they knew for sure the others would die too. They were only able to keep up their barrage because there were 4 of them to bear the burden. Release your Tao embryos. We can't afford a stalemate anymore, the leader of the Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion members stated. Hearing this, the others were certainly astonished, but they knew they had to do this. The 5 elders were surprised upon hearing this too, but for different reasons. Patriarch, be careful of their Tao embryos. If they are anything like the other Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion member that Elder Peeg killed at the cost of his life, it would be able to consume attacks, Supreme Elder Hua Langya warned. What? Both Taoist Hua and the Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion members were shocked upon hearing this. Taoist Hua because Elder Peeg had died, and the Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion members because they didn't even know their 5th member had died already. They were thinking of even regrouping with him if given the chance and increase their offense, but now that was not an option. And they didn't think that the Supreme Elder was bluffing either, otherwise the ability of their Tao embryo wouldn't be known to them. This was a secret ability that they gained after their Tao embryo was born. All of them had the same Tao embryo, and it was due to the efforts of Lord Gu Yao that they gained it too. Do it now, the leader of the Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion ordered. At that moment, several Tao shells appeared. Seeing the tide of the battle changing again, Taoist Hua reacted quickly. Chapter 1047, Tilting the Scales of Battle II. Taoist Hua took a deep breath and condensed an orb of spirit chi between his palms. By cupping them together, he shaped the orb and created what looked like a long hook. The spirit chi bursting from his body formed into a thin chain that attached to the hook, and the Patriarch swung it towards the Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion members who had just summoned their Tao shells. Not so fast, Taoist Hua said as he activated his ability. Tilde whoosh tilde. The long hook soared through the air and latched onto the Tao shell that was closest to it. The Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion, whom the Tao shell belonged to, tried to dodge it, but the hook was like a needle being attracted to a magnet. The Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion member, whose Tao shell was hooked, was shocked and tried to resist. Let go, he said, but his control over the Tao shell was weakening. Vein Ripper hook, tear, Taoist Hua ordered. Tilde clang tilde. Suddenly the chain attached to the long hook tightened and started to pull. The hook directly tore open a wide crack on the Tao shell, inflicting damage on the Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion member as well. The man coughed out blood due to the backlash, but didn't stop what he was doing. In fact, now that the Tao shell had another bigger crack, the Tao embryo within it managed to leave even quickly. The strange puddle-like Tao embryo let out a cry which was really annoying and irritating. Pierce! The Supreme Elder didn't let this chance go and controlled the noon moon paling to release another attack. This attack was the strongest it could unleash, and was a light beam that condensed into a spear and shot towards the Tao embryo. Tilde shing tilde. The light spear pierced the Tao embryo with ease, making it cry out in pain. This was a very strange and unusual scene for all of them, as they knew very well Tao embryo didn't behave like this. Even if they had some level of sentience, it was at most on the level of a spirit weapon. A Tao embryo was part of a cultivator and couldn't become fully conscious, as it would go against the laws of nature. Rather, it would be really bad, as it was the same as split personality being created in a person's mind. For cultivator, this would be similar to a mental demon being born. And since it would be their Tao embryo itself, which could very quickly affect their cultivation base, it would cause even greater damage. If it could wrest control from the cultivator, it would pretty much cripple the cultivator and return them to the nascent soul realm, if not outright kill them. But just as the 5 elders were feeling good about dealing damage to the Tao embryo, it started to writhe more. A mouth opened up on the Tao embryo, and it started to consume the light spear that was struck in it. The Supreme Elder and Patriarch watched with surprise as it successfully managed to consume the light spear. And not just that, it actually recovered from the injury that the very same light spear had dealt it. Ha, you all will now see the true power of the unholy blood puddle. The Tao treading realm Gu Legion member, whose Tao embryo this was, laughed madly. One could see that the backslash had created some mental effects already, and there was a great chance the man would not be able to recover from that easily. His aura was already getting unstable. But while all this happened, it had also given the 3 Tao treading realm Gu Legion members enough time to open their Tao shells and let out their Tao embryos. An irritating cry was let out by all 4 Tao embryos. It was loud enough that even the disciples in the distance could hear it. Disgusting fiends! Taoist Hua cursed and threw the long hook towards the Tao embryos. Its speed was still rather quick, and a Tao embryo got caught in it immediately. But just as the Patriarch was about to pull the hook and tear the body of the Tao embryo, something different happened. Tilde splat tilde. The other 3 Tao embryos all rushed towards the Tao embryo that was being attacked and merged with it. What in the name of heavens? Elder Sun said, feeling a little afraid. The aura of the Tao embryo spiked, and a very repulsive feeling rose from it. Tilde clang tilde. The chain attached to the long hook was stretched taut, and the Tao embryos, which had now combined, started to pull the hook into it. Taoist Hua directly landed on the ground and dug his feet into the ground, making it so that it was hard for the Tao embryo to pull further. Tilde shua tilde shua tilde. But just as he was starting to defend, a bunch of attacks suddenly hit him. Ha, do you think we'll just let you do whatever you want? Feel this. One of the Tao treading realm Gu Legion members taunted as he threw out several spirit weapons. Since the Tao embryos were now attacking independently from the Tao treading realm Gu Legion members, they were free to attack as they wanted. This was the same as gaining a new member, and a new stalemate had now been reached. In fact, the situation was now tilting a bit towards the Gu Legion again. Taoist Hua was stuck there, trying to pull back the vein ripper hook, while the 5 elders used the noon moon paling to prevent the Tao treading realm Gu Legion members from getting close to them. But even then, the 4 of them were now gaining ground. They had adapted to the attacks of the noon moon paling and were able to dodge better. Your end is near noon grass sect, the Gu Legion members taunted. But just as they were about to attack with full force, a sound echoed. 1048, suppression once the roar came. The Tao treading realm Gu Legion members, along with Taoist Hua and the 5 elders, felt like their world was shaking. But this was merely the start of it all. Along with the roar came 2 auras. One of them was infused into the very roar itself and was fiery like the fiercest of volcanoes, while the second was different. It was cold, sharp, and murderous. If the first aura was beastly and represented domination, the second one was utterly terrifying and only meant to kill. All the people that were in the area felt their souls shaking. Even the disciples in the distance at the peak felt something change. Why am I getting this feeling? Hua muttered as she saw the goosebumps on her hand. Hua Yi and Hua San felt something too, shivering lightly. This does not feel right, Hua Yi muttered. And just as he said that, everyone could witness a fiery explosion in the distance where the elders were. What? The 5 elders witnessed the Tao treading realm Gu Legion member who was about to reach them, being knocked away by a flaming claw. The claw let off scorching heat, and if it were not for the noon moon paling protecting them, they might have burned as well. The flaming claw sent the Tao treading realm Gu Legion member flying while also injuring him. His defenses were broken, though, and his robes were burning now. The Tao treading realm Gu Legion member could not be seen due to the speed at which he had been sent flying. The senses of the elders couldn't even feel it happening. Additionally, the spirit chi in the air was far too turbulent now, making it only that much harder to sense anything. A rumbling growl could be heard coming from a small distance away from where the 5 elders were. Everyone looked at it, and were stunned to see a large beast that towered over them all. The savior beast, the 5 elders recognized. Was it this big? One of the elders who had seen Little Shrubby before could see the difference. Little Shrubby bared his fangs at the Tao Treading Realm Goo Legion members without fear. Even though he was still at the Tao Shell Realm, he didn't fear them at all. As long as he had his master by his side, he could go against anyone in the world. Wait, he's not alone. Supreme Elder Hua Langya could sense the cold aura coming from the back of Little Shrubby. It was clearly contrasting against Little Shrubby's own, and as long as one paid a little attention, they would be able to see it too. Taoist Hua was surprised at this sudden change of situation and was a bit afraid too. Not because that help had clearly arrived, but because he could sense something wrong with the help itself. From the back of Little Shrubby floated up none other than Lin Mu. His expression was still like the frozen seas and gazed upon the 3 Tao Treading Realm Goo Legion members that were left here. Little Shrubby, kill, Lin Mu spoke in a low voice. Tilde roar, tilde. Little Shrubby instantly understood and flew away to the Tao Treading Realm Goo Legion member he had sent flying earlier. Who are you? The Tao Treading Realm Goo Legion members left here were confused and anxious. They could clearly tell from the spirit chi fluctuations that were coming from Lin Mu that he was merely at the Tao Shell Realm, lower than them. And yet, they felt terrified of him. It was a deep feeling that came from within them. Even their Tao embryos that were currently fused together were warning them. The beast that had interrupted their attack too was similar, and they felt a fearsome oppression from it, despite the fact that it too was at the Tao Shell Realm. Still, their instincts told them that the beast could still kill them if not harm them. But despite all that, the greatest fear they felt from was not from the fierce and dangerous-looking beast, but rather from the young man in front of them. His still face was handsome, but it felt like the handsomeness of a devil that had come to reap lives. What does a brat like you want? Go away if you don't want to die too, the Tao Treading Realm Goo Legion members warned. As much as they wanted to attack him directly, they couldn't help but want to say this and see if he actually went away. Even though Lin Mu's cultivation base was lower, they didn't want to say that out directly either. Firstly, they couldn't tell who Lin Mu was at all. Anyone this young being at the Tao Shell Realm was something that should be known across the entire Great Zhou continent. Before they had set out on their mission, or even before that, they had been informed of all the well-known experts of the continent. This was so that they would know what they were to face, especially considering they were attacking other top sects. They were bound to face such people. Additionally, Gu Yao wanted to get these young experts under his control too. He would much rather have them under him than get them killed. And if they resisted too much, there was always the option of sacrificing them and their cultivation base in exchange for a new reborn. They would get the power of those young experts one way or the other. Resisting was futile against the Goo Legion and the northern tribes. And yet, they were about to learn the meaning of that feeling today. Lin Mu didn't answer these men at all and merely took a glance around. His hair flew around as a powerful spirit chi wave spread from him. The very air shook as winds blew. Lin Mu's spirit sense spread around, revealing all the secrets they were hiding. Chapter 10, 49. Killing blows. The eyes of all the Tao Treading Realm Goo Legion members went wide as they felt a spirit sense stronger than ever before. It broke through their defenses as if they were air and quickly entered their bodies. Feeling as if they had been violated, the anger appeared on the faces of all the Tao Treading Realm Goo Legion members here. I see now. No wonder you all reached the Tao Treading Realm, Lin Mu spoke in a low voice. Why you? The Tao Treading Realm Goo Legion members were furious at his act and were feeling humiliated. But before they could do anything, Lin Mu acted first. Extending his right hand towards the Tao embryos, he lightly uttered a word. Meld. As soon as that word was said, the fused Tao embryos let out a cry. The Tao Treading Realm Goo Legion members wanted to retreat at that moment and withdraw their Tao embryos, feeling the greatest danger of their lives. It was many times greater than now when they were facing Taoist Hua after his noon of life was activated. Then, under the stunned eyes of all, the Tao embryo was split apart. HOW, the 5 elders let out a surprised shout. Even when the noon moon paling's strongest attack had hit the Tao embryo, it had only caused damage momentarily, and it had healed. But now the entire Tao embryo had been split apart. Lin Mu didn't stop at that either, and gestured with his fingers in a sideways motion. The Tao embryo let out more cries as it was bisected once again. Now it was split apart into 4 segments that continued to wiggle and writhe. ~. The 4 segments were now increased to 8 as Lin Mu moved his hand once more. ~. He did it again, and now there were 16 segments. Lin Mu didn't stop doing it, and the Tao embryo kept on getting split into smaller and smaller fragments. The Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion members were helpless and couldn't even react in time. To them, while it all looked long, merely 2 seconds had passed. Lin Mu's hand had in fact moved at great speed, and it was merely the fear that they were feeling which had heightened their senses temporarily. The adrenaline running through their veins slowed down time for them, but their bodies couldn't react at the same speed. Once the Tao embryo was reduced to over 60 segments, Lin Mu disappeared from where he was standing and appeared right next to where the Tao embryos were. Why? The Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion members tried to stop Lin Mu, but it was too late. A heart-wrenching pain assaulted all of them as their Tao embryo disappeared into thin air. The 3 Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion members suddenly coughed out copious amounts of blood. Their noses, ears, and eyes started to bleed as well, and their aura started to weaken. What did you do? One of the Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion members asked with difficulty. They could tell what had happened, but it was impossible for them to believe it. Their links with the Tao embryos had been broken abruptly. This was different than when they let out their Tao embryos from their Tao shells. They were still linked to them at a deeper level, and even if they went further, the Tao embryos would continue to stay linked to them. But now they were broke apart entirely. Even when the Tao embryos were split apart multiple times, they had not been destroyed entirely, and there was still their link with them. Unfortunately for them, Lin Mu didn't deem them worthy enough to answer. He simply turned to face them, and a golden glow suddenly appeared on his body. Swoosh. He stepped onto the ground and lunged forward. A crater 2 meters deep formed in the ground from that single step as spiderweb-like cracks spread from it. Lin Mu appeared in front of the armless Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion member and slapped out his hand. Splat. His hand struck the head of the armless Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion member and instantly exploded it. The man couldn't even realize when it happened and was too slow to react. What in the 5 elders were stunned at this scene. The Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion members they were trying so hard to kill was eliminated with a single attack. Not to mention this was Tao Treading Realm experts they were talking about. Even if they were weakened, their bodies were still strong enough to resist several attacks, and yet it all seemed to be different. A faint flow appeared on the chest of the now dead Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion member as its nascent soul tried to escape. Where do you think you're going? Lin Mu quickly caught the nascent soul in his hand. The face of the nascent soul was that of absolute horror. It tried to struggle, but in Lin Mu's grip it was useless. Lin Mu stared at the nascent soul and saw how mudded it looked as well. Useless to even be eaten. Lin Mu scoffed and crushed the nascent soul in his hand. Poof. The nascent soul disappeared as if it never existed, and Lin Mu gazed the remaining 2 Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion members. They looked at him and found him standing next to them in the next moment. Lin Mu's hand moved again, but this time the Tao Treading Realm Gu Legion members actually managed to dodge. It was a close dodge, but they still did it. Lin Mu tilted his neck towards them and disappeared again, reappearing above them. Damn it, they cursed and tried to move again. One of the Tao treading realm Gu Legion member managed to slip by, but one was still caught. Lin Mu clenched the man's neck in his hand and lifted him up like a chick. Gazing into the man's eyes, he squeezed it until both the head and body were separated. Tilde thud, chapter 1050. Ferocious and cruel Lin Mu's ferocity was not something the elders had expected to see today. So far, they had seen him being amicable and even a bit dominating, but today's display was entirely different. To them, it was as if this was an entirely different person. No, perhaps this is him, or at least the one that is truly determined. Taoist Hua couldn't help but think. Tilde thud. The head and body of the Tao treading realm Gu Legion member fell on the ground, separated by Lin Mu squeezing his neck till there was nothing left. Blood and flesh was left on Lin Mu's hand, but the armor of the mortal strengthening scripture made it so that it never stained his robes or his skin. But just as the body fell to the ground, Lin Mu stomped on its chest. Tilde splat tilde. The chest instantly caved in, and the nascent soul that was about to wiggle out was exterminated along with it. And no, stay back. The final remaining Tao treading realm Gu Legion member was now filled with absolute terror. Gone was his arrogance and feelings of power after reaching the Tao treading realm. Right now, he felt like a small rabbit encountering a massive wolf. The wolf stared into his eyes, striking fear right into his soul. He could even feel something in his ears. What is that? The man felt voices in his ear. The voices were faint, but cold. An eerie aura surrounded him and made him shudder. Tilde whoosh tilde. He was taken out of his stupor by the wind that was hitting his face. His eyes snapped wide open as he spotted a golden first heading his way. W.I. Before he could fully dodge, though, his arm was hit. The bones in his arm were instantly shattered, and a sickening sound was heard. The man wanted to cry out, but the air was knocked out of his lungs in that moment. Tilde spurt tilde. Another golden fist hit his abdomen, crushing his organs and shattering the ribs in the process. Blood and minced organs burst out of his mouth and nose, while a soul-shaking pain filled his brain. It overwhelmed him enough that he couldn't even register the pain. His brain couldn't process all the input at once and got overloaded. Unfortunately for him, this was just the start. Lin Mu spun around with his legs stretched. The leg struck the leg of the Tao treading realm Gu Legion member and split it in half. Keeping the momentum, Lin Mu spun again and hit the other leg before the man even collapsed. Tilde splat tilde. With both the legs removed, the Tao treading realm Gu Legion member fell to the ground helplessly as blood and guts kept on coming out of his mouth. His eyes watered and turned red, but at the same time there was a dullness to them, as if he was no longer there. Lin Mu gazed at the Tao treading realm Gu Legion member who was collapsed on the ground, lying on his front as if it was an ant. Lifting his left, Lin Mu planted it right on the hip of the man, shattering his pelvis bit by bit. If this was done by any normal person, it would seem like the motions of a massage, but with Lin Mu's weight, he was shattering the bones. GLA. No longer having any lungs or a diaphragm to speak, only the sound of entrails spilling out from his mouth could be heard. Lin Mu's face was still, as he eventually extruded all the innards of the man using his foot. This, Alliance leader Lin Mu, stop, that's enough. Supreme Elder Hua Langya couldn't watch it anymore. All the elders had faced bloody and fierce fights before, but what Lin Mu was doing was on a completely different level. But it seemed like Lin Mu had not heard the man at all and continued doing what he before. By now, the body of the Tao treading realm Gu Legion member had been flattened, and it looked like animals that had been road killed and ran over by hundreds of vehicles. Tilde gulp tilde. All the elders swallowed their saliva and felt a fear rising from the bottom of their guts. They didn't feel like moving at all, and it was as if they had been frozen in place. Patriarch Hua thought furrowed his brows and approached Lin Mu. He extended his hand and placed his hand on Lin Mu's shoulder. This is enough, he's dead. Patriarch Hua spoke in a calm tone. Lin Mu moved his neck to look at the old man and stunned the old man. In that moment, Taoist Hua saw something in Lin Mu's eyes. It was as if they had unending depths to them, like the very abyss was hiding behind them. The illusory figures of unknown beings appeared in them, having horns, sharp teeth, and strangely shaped bodies that let out eerie laughs. Jay-yay-yay-yay. Jay-yay-yay-yay-yay. Jay-yay-yay. Hearing the laughter, Taoist Hua felt his blood turn cold. Even the increased aura and power from the noon of life seemed to be affected and was suppressed. At this moment, the ring on Lin Mu's right middle finger hummed lightly. Inside the space of the ring, another scene was happening. Above the ethereal altar, a few pitch-black runes appeared. These looked like they were made from claws scratching on a surface, and were very fierce. There was a deadly feeling in those runes that made whoever looked at it feel uncomfortable. It was like having a knife hovering over you whenever you slept. The runes hovered over the altar for a few seconds before moving around the area. They went to the barrier that surrounded the altar and tried to leave it, but were unable to. Returning to the altar, they started shrinking and turned into a needle before shooting straight up into the sky and disappearing. The altar hummed a few times, alerting Zukong and rousing him from his trance. He felt anxious all of a sudden and checked upon Lin Mu.